All right. Hey, I'm here. All right. The topic tonight, yeah, it's another FSM, and yeah, number five, the fifth edition. I'm going to talk about the American Nigga Factory mindset. Only got 4 points. I'm going to talk about, I think the first part, what me and Cerulean talked about on a stream that I did with him for like hours. And I think it was a 10-hour stream. I'm referencing, what was it, the After Sheila stream that we talked about. I think the first part I'm going to talk about pills, the Matrix pills nonsense in these spaces, the meetup, and I'll say sting up, a little sting up operation or wherever situation. I'm going to call it something else. I'm going to say meetup or just a disaster. I'm going to say disaster. I might as well scratch that out. I'm going to call it disaster. I'll say disaster. This is about to happen because something tells me that these dudes have not paid attention. This is like the Bernie Povich crew. I'm going to call it a disaster. So give me 1 second to change some things. I'll say disaster. It's going to be the disaster. Yeah, disaster. And we're going to keep it moving. And then the third thing, the in denial dereliction in the space as well. Think they better than somebody else. I've talked to Nino this morning about whatchamacallit over at Rashawn's. And then the fourth part, we talk about praising idols as well. I'm going to go in depth on it and just speak on it for what it is. Because a lot of times you got a lot of dudes, they forget what they come from. And then my final verdict and my point is, what's the value in the system like this? Or is it worth it? That's like my final questions, and I'll expound on it. And this is going to be series of conversations. I'm going to speak a little bit. I got to get this out. I'm going to try to alleviate the first part, what me and Cerulean talked about in that stream, because I'm meaning to touch this topic very well. I'm going to say done and go. So let's see who comes through. What's going on, Mike? Salute. Kylie Jane, salute. What's going on, Auntie? And what's going on, Pastor? Salute. But yeah, I'm going to talk about the first part. What's going to happen in so many words. For me, I would say the Matrix pills, like he said in the movie, he said, Serena said, is their red pill, which is true. And the guys in this space are trying to act like Agent Smith. So that means they're blue pill. The funny thing is, I'm not, what's going on, she? The funny thing is, I look at it like this. They kind of misrepresent the movie with the esoteric shit. And I think that's just the problem. And they ruin it for everybody. And I'm just looking at it like this. I'm not worried what's going to happen when these spaces kind of run its course. So I'm not saying that people have their viewpoints of it. You know, everybody's got different versions, but we try to cut Zab off and try to tell them, no, that's not true. You've been brainwashed. I was gone new and brainwashed about the shit that y'all was taught. But that movie had great semblance. And I think me and Serena talked about that after Sheila. We discussed in depth why people use pills the wrong way. And I don't care about the other black pill. That was an added feature for the TV series. I'm talking about the movie. The red pill, yes, is awareness. Blue pill is unawareness. It has nothing to do with women because y'all want the women based off you wanted the girl. And I think there's ciphers. And I think DJ Kuda's going to do a piece on that as well. That's what's wrong with these spaces. I'm going to put that to rest because the red pill society, accepting the truth and awareness, you're just basically accepting what reality, what it is. Because most people are what they are. You can't change people. And it's just similar to the summience of what I'm saying right now. But the pills thing, people use MGTOW and mix it up together. I don't understand that shit. I don't co-sign it. And that's not Matrix to me. You know, they try to use that in these spaces to say some shit. I'm not saying these dudes is blue pill, but they already blue pill to me because they don't understand that y'all act like a bunch of Agent Smiths, but don't want to deal with reality. But that's a whole nother topic. I think me and Cerulean will cover that if he ever comes on the panel or not, or someone expound on it. But number one, I'm not gonna go in a whole rant on the pills. I think it's a joke at this point because most people don't buy into it. I see certain people in certain spaces don't co-sign it because they understand the movie, which is kind of very obvious, and I like it because I like to push back, and it's just to get to know people even further. But the Matrix pills, yeah, we explained that already in the After Sheila. I didn't want to make a whole rant about it because I think it's redundant at this point. But what we mean by that, if you watch the proper movie again, you'll see some of the stuff that you miss. That shows you that the awareness still exists, but most people don't acknowledge it. But if you understand the movie, yeah, he want to go backwards, typical, like these niggas in these spheres and things like that. I touched on that. I'm not gonna go on a whole rant on that one. But number two, let's talk about the meetup and the disaster is gonna be. I don't give a fuck about the meetup. First of all, that's co-signed by Theo Woff. I don't fuck with Bernie Povich. I know what's gonna happen 2 months from now, because wherever sensitive information I got from my co-hosts, and I won't say co-hosts, but people around me, it's alarming. I've read it again and again. It's not good. It's probably going to be more information real soon, but I'm not going to go in depth on that. But these boys better watch it. I wouldn't do nothing like that this winter. Here's my prediction. Just be mindful what you say on panels, because Google's going for a clean sweep and they're not having it, because this is a little politics in the internet world. So, but the meetup is cool. Me and what you call it, Nino kind of agrees to meet the brothers in person. Do you stand on what you stand on? I'll say I would in person. Me, yes, but I'm not trying to save no niggas in these spaces. That's an individual thing. Okay. Now, as a group, we can do something together. Yes, we can build some type of brotherhood, and it's a process. It's a day-to-day thing. The problem is I have with it, you can have opportunity, but a lot of these dudes just saying it be saying it and just trying to get some political gain. So I understand what the meetup is about. It's cool, but they did it despite against DS1. That's why I look at it, because you'd exclude the Brain Trust. I know Complex was pissed off. He mentioned Keep It Tech and other tech guys. So Theo Woff wanted to do his own little thing and talk about women and conservatism, which is a bunch of bullshit to me. I said what I said in that rant because I think I heard and resaw the replay. I didn't say what I need to say in that. It's no need. It's a joke at this point. So I don't really care for that. That's just, y'all could have did that 4 years ago. That's just my viewpoint. But you failed to do that. You was focused on the wrong shit. So like I said, it goes back to the Matrix pills thing about y'all being Agent Smiths. That's the majority of these dudes I've noticed. And I'm learning a lot from what DeAndre and Cerulean is telling me. But yeah, that's enough on number two and number one. We cleared that up. But I'm just going to go in depth on number three. Number three, in denial, dereliction in the space. Yes, there is. What's going on, Degenerate? Too much of it. Too much of it. We are responsible for these females coming to these spaces. I'm going to say a lot. I don't co-sign. They're the problem. They always going to have their little issues. And it's come to realize you got some dudes co-sign it. So with the avatar thing, you allow them to do that. Now you got a lot of them don't cam up as much. That's a problem. I saw that last year firsthand. See, prior to those years, I hadn't seen that. That shit changed. Yeah, there was a problem back then, but that's fucking irrelevant. I'm talking about this particular person that don't cam up, and she lost the cam up challenge. And I blame y'all for that year. It's a wash. Y'all fucked up. So now they get to talk their shit. So yeah, you got Danica and Kendra do a great job, but everybody else, the other females, they don't do that shit. Y'all's fault on that. That's the dereliction, and y'all don't want to admit that, but it's the truth. That's the fucking problem. And you'll never have great content when you're dealing with people like that. I'm sorry. And I know she's pissed off that she don't go to Kudas anymore, but I'm just telling the truth. Like, I see too much bullshit like that. And we gotta acknowledge that. It's a day-to-day fight. That's why I made that stream a day-to-day fight. Shout out to Cerulean that now I'm understanding why dudes don't want to acknowledge that in the pushback. So that's a big problem. The first two I mentioned, the pill talk, I'll say Gathering Brothers talk about conservatism is a waste of fucking time because most of you don't do proper research. I did 2 streams on it. Mike V and me confirmed these dudes ain't ready. And that goes for not just black race, but both race as a whole, the space as a whole. That's why the manosphere is finished, man. Like, you cannot have no power if y'all have 2 different beliefs in it. You know what I'm saying? Because they're trying to push this physical conservatism, but really they're nothing but liberal conservatives or liberals or moderates pretending to be conservative. But I think the one thing I can say is you cannot practice that in a meetup like that and then you're fraudulent in person. What's going on, Third Ward? Salute. But my issue with it is pretty simple. Like, when you do that, you're fucking up your base like that. And I think Little Aneurysm and them other boys is co-signing it. The reason I didn't agree with it because I felt like it's nice, but they fake as hell. You know, they just picking a certain group. It's a little bias. So Teapot is doing a good job. Shouts out to him. And I mean, Brother X himself. He is great show. But I'm glad Jay Sean checked those boys and say, hey, you got to have a difference. You got to have balance. You can't just have one-sided. We told that to SKC. You got a fan base, which is cool. I have no issue with that. Why waste a debate like that and you getting destroyed like that? You know what I'm saying? And that's what number 2 is representing. It's a disaster. That's all I'm going to say about that. And I'm all good on that. I mean, if you want to do your thing, do your thing. But don't expect me to help you 2 months from now. I'm just not fucking with people like that. It's against me and talking about some bullshit that I created. So I did 2 streams on it and confirmed my base. Number 2, not number 2, but number 1, the pills. It's so redundant. I'm not going to get into it as much. I mean, I can get into the reds and the blues. I can do that with Cerulean and we could talk about it, have a long discussion about it and just kill the argument. But number 3, yes, this is the most important to talk. We know dereliction is real. It's very real. It's very real as we can see. I mean, why my phone keeps freezing up? Hold on. God damn. I'm gonna have to delete some apps on this shit. Hold on. God damn. Oh, I hate this damn phone. Cancel. This piece of shit ass phone, man. I swear. Oh, okay. I guess on my nerves sometimes. I'm doing that when I'm streaming, but fuck. Okay, I forgot my train of thought. Let's see. I gotta get this a little off. All right, yeah. In denial, dereliction in the space, very fucking common. But I think the problem is you got to look at it from a bigger picture. Oh, what's going on, music? Salute to you, bro. What's going on, camera up? But yeah, man, that's a huge problem. I've noticed that in every stream, panels, people are in denial about the problem. Like I said, it's the same stuff I've seen, I would say, last month, months prior, and it's the same damn thing that I've seen all the time. It's fucking ridiculous at this point. And it's just one of those things you just gotta get used to. And I've learned that people just so fucking in denial about their problems. I mean, at least I admit mine. And you get tired of it after a while. And I see it on every panel I've done seen. Different ones, same ones we see with different people. It's ridiculous. I don't fuck with a lot of people in the space anymore. I kind of just do my own thing. Recently, I've been on a run. I've just been focusing on talk about different things and write some shit down instead of coming off the top. So In denial, dereliction in the space is a big problem. That's why we can't move forward. And brothers don't want to move forward. And I think DS1 that had a fiery streams. Last couple of streams he mentioned, like I said, the topic is called American Nigga Factory Mindset. You just you can't change dudes. It's a waste. That's why I believe in small unity. I don't believe in big unity because last time we had big unity, you saw what happened in history, the leaders that we have. I mean, we are on leaders, but rugged individualism doesn't fucking work. You gotta, when you're competing against a giant, if you're trying to do something, I ain't gonna say community, you're going to have a counterbalance of a small group. Big groups don't work because they get easily hijacked because people not be on the same accord. It's a waste. I tried that shit back in 2012 and learned a lesson. People stab you in the back. And I learned the hard way when I was younger. But see, I was young then. I'm older now, so I chose to be careful about people on here. And me and Nino, we talked about it on Rashawn's. I talked about it in various circles. And it's a problem. That's why I mentioned about the third thing. It is in denial, dereliction in the space. And that's the number one problem you see brothers won't admit, and they think they always perfect, but they're not. They won't admit it. And that leads to the fourth thing, praising their fucking idols. Okay, we've seen this time and time again. They have a lot of yes men. I hate to say it. I see it a lot in BGS's panels. Nothing against BGS, but his panelists, the ones that's young, they're a bunch of fucking yes men. It's too many yes men in these spaces. It's a fucking problem. And the hosts making them as idols. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, black people love idols. I'm just gonna say it right now. Niggas love idols. I ain't gonna say black people. I'm gonna say niggas love idols. There's a difference. They love idols because they ain't got no real figures in their lives or heroes. You know, they can replace their family with their idol. I'm sorry. He can do no wrong. He ain't gonna do no wrong. He's perfect. I'm good. And all that shit. But you know what I'm saying? Nobody's perfect. But but everybody have a different opinion. But you can disagree, that's fine. But nobody's perfect to me. Fuck out of here with that shit. Like, that's why I referenced number 3. But number 4, that's a big problem. I know I ain't trying to build no community because people so fucking dumb and rugged individuals. I get it, but it's a waste. What it is get us nowhere. A lot of people don't like that because people came here for different reasons. They came here for the wrong reasons. Like, I hate to say that. And I agree with Big J did a stream about that. He said about Kuda and things like that, about the politics. He said, you're thinking from a surface level, which I agree with him in that chat. Yeah. And I was trying to tell him the same way. No. You got to take race out of it. Both of them are derelicts. But the elite of white people and elite of black people want us to kill each other. And just like what's his name said, a Cerulean said about that thing, he told me to research. That's what divides groups. He said that in the last stream. I forget what the fuck it was called, but it referenced what I was saying about the idols and the in denial, dereliction in the space. These two are very important because I want to touch on, because that's one of the problems I see in the space in general in black sectors. It's fucking ridiculous, man. You see why people get turned off by that shit. And then there it is on the front line, the front seat, but there it is on that angle. But the whole purpose is you just go in there and trying to find out what you're going to do is the right thing. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, but the pill thing, I'm going to put that to rest because I think what Cerulean said was very profound with the everybody's being red pilled, and I give him an example and I understand what he was talking about. It's the opposite what these dudes is teaching, because when you blue pill, you want the frivolous shit and you're unaware of the dangers of it. And that's the problem, and I know it's what you call it, a philosophy type movie, understanding the woman made a lot of references. She made the Terminator and everything else. Good pieces that she did a great job. The issue I have with it is people misuse the pills a lot. Yeah, it's been hijacked, but I don't think it's hijacked. It's the bullshit behind it. Yeah, Operation Earnest Voice. There you go. Thank you, Collie Jane. Thank you. Yeah, that right there is the problem why you don't see us coming together. That's the number one fucking problem, what I mean. And I read that thing, and he's absolutely right. It's like a program. And that's why I reference number 3, the in denial, dereliction in the space, and praising their idols. It's reference to that. The reason I say it's a problem, why no one's not going to get anywhere, you're going to have fucking problems in the long run. What's going on, Zero, the Infinite? Salute to you. That's a problem. And my recent streams shows that. It's a case study. You know, we have good conversations, don't get me wrong, but when I look at everybody else's streams, it's the same old shit. And DS1 is absolutely correct. And the brothers is not ready. It's our fault too. I'm not gonna blame women all day for my problems. It's if you trust in her, shouts out to Tassie again, it is your fucking fault. If you trust her, the ones that's not really women or these things out here, it is your fucking fault. Because you are responsible for your actions and your behavior. The next thing makes me think what is going on. So and that's just what it is. I'm just like looking at it for what it is, but yeah, and it's your fault. That's just how I look at it, you know. And I'm just finding out what's the problem with it. But the Operation Earning Voice, man, when I read that shit, I was like, God damn, I see why we ain't coming together. And they did a great fucking job dividing it. Yeah, it's a good move. And Cerulean's got some great insight. Great insight. Great insight. And then praising their idols is just it's bad in this space as well. It's ridiculous. That's why I call this thing the American Nigga Factory Mindset Edition. That's why I call this Friday Madness, because this is a comeback and I had to come with the presentation with it. Now, the final point. What's the value in a system like this? Or here's my question: is it worth it? To me, I'm going to answer my own question. I'm going to say it is not value if you're trying to build a community or a force. The problem is you got too much division. When he said to earn his voice, I've read that thing in depth. I'm like, man, that's a problem. That's a big problem. And that's what you see now. Now, the meetup is cool. It's certain Texas brothers are divided. It's already a split happening. I mean, me and Kuda, we seen this from a mile off. We ain't mad. We just keep it as it is. I mean, I stand where I stand on that. Yeah. Yeah, we don't idolize over here. What's going on, Rashawn? But yeah. I'm just looking at it like this. I'm just like this. I'm just like this. But you know. And that's just the way it is. But I'm not even worried about it. But yeah, it's when you run an operation like this and you talk about dereliction a lot and you talk about what you call it. I would say the meetup that's a small thing, but I'm gonna say it like this. The pill aspect is cool, but most people just don't really care because a lot of people ain't really about that. You know, if you're really about philosophy, that's something you do it for yourself and things like that. If you're really intrigued by it, great thing, right? That's why I don't have a problem with if they into that. That's cool. That's why I don't judge people on for the philosophy aspect. But you got to understand that thing was very new to us. I would say in the older days of YouTube, yeah, it was talked about, but we just kept it simple. But then they added the extra shit. I understand why, because the series got popular, you know, and that's a whole fucking thing that I don't like. It's been hijacked so much, it's been bastardized so much, it's not even funny. I mean, people just gave up talking about it altogether. And I know there's people that are tired of hearing it. So it's understandable. It's very understandable because people got different points of it and to believe what they're going to believe in these things. So that's the problem. So, me, on the other hand, I look at it like this. I understand that there is, I'll say, what's the value of it? It's just one of the things that you can you look at it, but in the in denial part of it, yeah, people get tired of it. I get you, Rashawn. Same here. I get tired of it too. I'm not gonna say who's red pill and blue pill not. That's just my personal belief, because I have always had a red pill mindset, but I don't brag about it as much. I don't broadcast it like that. I just keep that shit to myself and I just do it with my actions. I'm well aware of what's going on. But the problem is, if you have a community that's broken, don't try to fix it. You know what I'm saying? But I get it. I get the concept of big unity. I never subscribed to that. I subscribe to small unity to fix your little communities, and then you focus on the bigger task. But that takes time. There's only a small fraction of people's going to do it right, to help the critical mass. But the critical mass is done. I mean, I don't see them doing anything. But the in denial dereliction, man, that's a big issue. Praising their idols, like, it's too many fucking yes men, man. That's my issue with it. Because when you have yes men, that kills the whole flow of it. And that's why is it worth it? No. It's worth, some of it is in a individual aspect, yes, but it's not worth it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really bothered. Yeah. But yeah. But yeah, that's the thing about the idols thing. But hold on, I lost my, okay. Is it worth it? Yes, for the individual aspect. But yeah, that too. But I'm trying to understand, why is it like that? That's a big issue. So yeah, you got the American nigga factory mindset. But yeah, man, that's my Friday special madness. Number 5. It's what's part of the addition of the American nigga factory mindset. But you also have problems with people not saying what the value is on a system like this. A system like this wouldn't work. I would address the dereliction part, and then I'll say, if it goes over to the insurgency, we mentioned the last live stream we did, and I think it was a Sunday chill stream. Yeah, we talked about that. Praising idols, that's it. But the Matrix pills, that I would love to discuss that with Cerulean about that, what he meant by that, and Sheila's, and we just break it down. There's a lot of stuff we broke down. And praising their idols is like, that's another thing. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's just what it is. So yeah, I know people tripping about the meetup. I said what I said in that self live stream. I don't care for the it was a couple of people that disliked that, but I understand it put me in the algorithm. But hey, I had to do my thing. So, and that's just what it is. I mean, basically, it's gonna be, for me, it's just like, why many yes men's? I see it a lot over at BGS. I see it a lot over at I think Roger Report sometimes. But I mean, no hate on Roger and BGS, but I'm just saying their followers, they just don't think for themselves, do research. That's why that conservatism stream was very important, where I stand on things. And that kind of helped a lot. A lot of people just look at it from a different angle and things like that. So I have no problem with it. So when you're dealing with problems like that, you just got to deal with it at the end of the day and just study people. And they're like a case study to me. I just observe. And like I'm doing right now, I'm glad I wrote this. And I said, yeah, man. I mean, the disaster is coming at wintertime. I can't wait. I'm just gonna lay back in the cut. Where I saw that sensitive information is classified. I ain't gonna speak on it. I'm just gonna leave it alone and let it play out because these dudes fuck with that Bernard with that Glendon shit. That's your ass. That's your ass. Because you can't trust those individuals around you. That's why I don't fuck with Bernie Povich. I don't fuck with dudes like that. You don't expect me to be over there. So it's invite only, what Wacky was saying, which is great, which is cool. That is fantastic. And they talk about the women and dating shit and conservatives, which is kind of odd. And it's just proved Kuda's point. Now you're proving my man right. That's the damn shame. And that's just it. Yeah, he said meet up. Yeah, right. But yeah, and praising they fucking idols, man. But it's ridiculous. But you got to understand this. That's just part of them knowing each other. I think Kwafi said the same thing, and you just got to get down with it. And what you understand is you build your confidence up. So I'm not worried what's going on. So yeah, man. And you just get it. You just keep it motivated and keep it pushing. So I'm not worried about what's going on and what's happening here. But yeah, the FSM is going to be on fire. I mean, we're going to get it going. But yeah, my thing is on it. It's too much in denial, man. Some people just bragging and think they're better than everybody else, which they're not. But you know what I'm saying? But I see it a lot. You know, Friday's like, you know, the ultimate, because I usually stream on every Thursday and sometimes Friday, but it's just one of those things that you just gotta look at. So, and yeah, I mean, it's kind of bad, you know. So we're gonna go over here, see who's on and things like that. But yeah. So yeah, and the reason I did this, man, I just like, and we got to talk about this shit. But the praising their idols, man, it's ridiculous. I mean, me and Nino was saying that, and I'm like, yeah, he said a lot of brothers don't take advice and do their research. He was talking about this kid named True. Yeah, man, he became a yes man. It's too many times I've seen that on panels. And I'm glad that Cerulean said this. He said, he told this to David Johnson. He said, man, you ain't no but a motherfucking follower. You ain't got nothing for me. How you gonna learn anything? You keep hopping on panels and stuff and don't do content. You know, he was saying that over Sheila's. I'm like, dude, man. He was trying to school him and James, which is funny to me. These dudes is broken, man. They're so broken it ain't even funny. But yeah, I'm not worried. You know, but that disaster is about to come. Boy. What's going on, Sick Diggy? Salute. I've been doing good, bro. Yeah. Prove this message, Demon Monk. Okay. But yeah. I would say it like this. For me, looking at this now, since we talk about the pills here, I mean, people claim they're red pill. They claim they red pill too much. I'm just like, these dudes is not even red pill according to the movie or the philosophy they believe in. A lot of them act like Agent Smiths and ciphers, which is true. They don't even practice what they preach. It's a goddamn shame that they give up so much knowledge and you create a bunch of yes men. And I'm going back to number 4. And then the dereliction is super high. They won't admit that they're wrong. Number 2, they want to meet up, but have disagreements with each other. Don't even like each other. They say we need security. What's going on, Joe W? It needs security. What type of bullshit is that? In a city like, I'll give you an example, like Atlanta is overrated. It's similar to everywhere else, but in Buckhead, you're actually kind of safe. The only way you're not safe in Buckhead is somewhere in Lenox. That's northeast of Atlanta. And that's where Lenox Mall and all that area is. I mean, now if they're in West Pacey's, that's good. The cops is all the way around the governor's mansion across the street and down in. So they good on that side. So they're secluded. But they could still get hit off and bankhead somewhere when they mess with the wrong person. But Atlanta's like, it's a totally different beast than it was when I moved there back in 07. So yeah, man. I mean, me and Coffee trying to tell them, yeah, just watch your mouth. You ain't got no power like that. Just watch what you say and you good, because people ain't playing with y'all. Y'all can talk all this shit, but you won't say it to their face. They'll bust your head wide open, man. It ain't soft as you think. Y'all don't know nothing about this state. You get your head blown away faster without saying a word. I'm telling y'all, man, y'all don't know, man. You don't know. I've been here for decades. You get your head blown away a lot faster. You'd be surprised. Trying to say, you don't get your head blown away. It's like, bruh, you have no idea. You have no idea. You have no fucking idea. It's so beastly, man. It's not even funny anymore. I mean, shouts out the ones I'm cool with that's going to that meetup. I mean, I hope y'all learned something, things like that. But don't expect people to go and co-side with you when you come back. Or, like I said, there will be a disaster this winter, but I ain't gonna mention what it is. But wait and see. And then again, I will say like this: DJ Kuda could be right. He could say it'll never happen. Yeah, something will come up. Something will come in. They'll probably say it will never happen next month. But he said, why this month rushing it? Yeah, they when the guy said I'm paying for everything, that's a problem. That's a red flag. See right there, you can't have unity like that. You just can't. It's just like what I mentioned last time. We talked about the dereliction mode in Thursday Thrills, number 6, high dereliction of the Negro. Talking about the repetitive talks, conservatism. We talked about all that. And then the last time we talked about the there's no building if there's division. We mentioned the cerulean outcome, cerulean effect, typical SKC style, art of trolling. We talked about all that in those streams. The Thursday Thrill 5 and 6, we talked about the dereliction mode complete. Now we're talking about the American nigga factory mindset. It's becoming a problem. And one of the reasons it's becoming a problem is the high in denial being derelicts in the space, man. And I've been seeing that for like the whole last year. And I mean, one thing I can say about the pandemic is really showing their hand right now. What's going on, brothers? Love salute. What's going on, Kane? But yeah, man, it's just y'all showing y'all's hand, man. Especially this meetup. I mean, the meetup is cool. Don't get me wrong. But if you're talking about conservatism, that's half of this space ain't really conservative. I'm not. Don't get me started. I'm glad I did those 2 streams. Most people, I would say in the space, I would say most of the people are moderate. Some of them are conservative, and you got a few liberals, and then you got a few far lefts. But I'm not gonna go into that because I know who's who that thinks how they talk. I can just write down who's who based off their beliefs, how they sound. But I can tell where you align with or not. You know what I'm saying? But there's a lot of dudes want to support that Trump shit from the mainstream manosphere. That's why I notice for these so-called black conservatives, or should I say, they are black conservatives, but it's no hate. I mean, if you are one, you're supposed to be practicing real policies to change some things. But if this thing goes well, but the reason they did this, I know they were upset about the DS1 thing over at Bernard's and Dr. Holman. The reason they just want to one up him, and they showed it what it was like months ago. So they want to do their own thing. So you got a Johnny come lately dude trying to pay for everybody and don't understand that he's already making a red flag. So shame on him on that. But he'll learn. He'll learn, because I got to see this month and next month if he's going to follow through. If he doesn't, we already know he know what's up, because people are not going to co-sign that. We got to see first. He gonna get that. He gonna get that heat by his own team. I'm just sorry. It's a lot of division. I've seen this a lot. I know things like this, especially in black sectors. But yeah, praising their idols, yes, man, is a number one problem. In denial of dereliction in the space, yes. The disaster is coming. I'm just gonna wait and see. I'm just gonna fall back and let y'all rock. You know what I'm saying? That's the beautiful thing about it. The matrix pills, I didn't cover that enough. It's no need. So I'm gonna cover some things. We covered the matrix pills. I'm gonna put a check on it. Hold on. Let's see this. That we covered that nonsense of the disaster part. The in and out dereliction in the space. We covered that. Idols, the yes men, and we're going to say the final point, what is the value in a system like this, or is it worth it? I say it's not really worth it because it's a waste. You're just wasting your time. And he said, what's going on, Citizen Lou? He said right here, I'm gonna read this right here. Shaking my head when he said he paid for the whole event, I said red flags. Exactly. That's my issue with him. I mean, he seems like a reasonable guy, but he's really fucking up, and that's hurting him, and he's gonna get some pushback, and that's what's going on. I'll salute. And yeah, Citizen Lou, that's one of the things I'm going to say that's a problem. It's a big problem. I don't think that's any way to do that. It's just you're just dividing the space even more. You know what I'm saying? Like it's one of those things. I'm like, okay, this is one thing, but you're taking a risk. So he's saying to get women and things like that. But see, I know he had an issue with Cuda and things like that. But see, right there, that got him tight. So yeah, it's not even worth it. I mean, if you run a system like this, it has to be a nice system that works. Yeah, exactly. What you just said. Yes, it's another form of that. Yes, and it's gonna come to a halt this winter because they watching them dudes. I mean, we talked about this a lot. Me and DeAndre, we call them trims. We call them transracials over here. There's a reason for that because they don't represent black men like that. So it's a lot of division amongst brothers like that. So yeah, exactly. Pastor, it's a combination of all that, even that. Yeah. And they ain't gonna respect you. But the dangers of it, they just don't teach them, man. They so fucking hard-headed, man. Operation of Earnest Voice is very real. I agree with that. And Cerulean broke that down. He said, hey, you gotta look at this shit. What's the value in a system like this? I said, or is it worth it? And I said, it's not really worth it, you know. It has really no value. I mean, what they're trying to push. I mean, I understand if they talk about pills all day, that's just it. But you know, oh, appreciate it, man. That's Aridin. I got it from a video game. Yeah, from the Witcher series. Yeah, that's Aridin. He's Elven King. You know, it's the villainy look. But you know, prior to this, I had like a Morris statue. So, you know, that's a whole nother discussion right there. But yeah, I would say what it looks like. The one thing I would say we got to work on, we got to stop being yes men for one. For if you praise your leaders like idols and like gods and shit. I mean, everybody has their own problems. That right there, we should work on. Now, the derelictions day to day, that can be fixed as a collective. We can do that, and that's it. We got our compromises and things like that, but the matrix pills that should be put to rest because a lot of people don't understand the philosophy, and I think Cerulean broke that down, and that's just it. He said, I remember growing up, they would have this dude whose dad was a doctor paid for everything and never respected like everybody else and respected him. Okay, yeah, true. That is so true. All the games popping right now. What's going on, G's? Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw that little short clip. But yeah, man, I'm just saying like this. It's a real problem, man. Like those two things I list 3 and 4, that's the main problems we should focus on. And as a collective, we should work on it. The day-to-day thing, that's a must. I see a lot of people just praising, the church. I understand, that's their little thing, their religion. I don't subscribe to it, but I do subscribe to spirituality and the faith in the Most High myself. But I understand why people love those idols so much, even celebrities. It's understandable. But then you got the truth about the Matrix pills. It is philosophical. It is philosophy. I think Cerulean broke it down. He said the red is awareness, but blue is unawareness. It's pretty simple, but everybody want to be Agent Smiths. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's just true. But my thing is, I understand what's going on, what's going about to happen in the winter, and it's not looking too good for you guys, man. But I see other news reports as well, so I'm not gonna get into that. That's a whole nother beast. I was gonna talk about it in number 2. I said, you know what? No, I'm just gonna let the disaster happen. I'm part of that Scorched Earth team. King Scorched Earth, yeah. And what's going on, Kings Lions? Salute to you, bro. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm 46 minutes in, so just give me 1 second. And I'll wait to the 50-minute mark and get this thing jumping. Because I really wanted to talk about it as much further. But yeah, man, lot of yes, man. But don't do a lot of research. And I agree with Kwafi Nino saying about BGS's little instigating. Yeah, he does that. That's his thing. I mean, I understand it by now. He likes to be challenged, but J Speed came at him too, which is cool. That's the only one that can challenge it. But they didn't want that debate because everybody want to pick their master and their leaders. And we said this on the panel. They said, who's they gonna pick? They're gonna pick Cerulean, or they're gonna pick BGS. Most people would rather pick BGS. It's like the pick their poison debate. But they didn't want to go through with it because there is a lot of problems in their beliefs. You know what I'm saying? Cerulean believes one thing, he believes his community. BGS does a little bit, but it's more Igmorish. But they do not want to. Yeah, that's right. Yes, right. And that's just what I'm saying, man. It's a pick your poison type of debate. But what I saw from Big J, man, I was impressed with him in SKC. And SKC did exactly what we thought he was going to do. No hate on him. I expected that, but he wanted Little Big Nate, but that wasn't going to happen. You know how that is. These dudes don't like to be challenged. And that goes right back to my point about these dudes thinking they conservative, but it's also okay to be challenged. I agree with that. Any point. But not acting the attacks and acting like a fucking a fanatic or idol worshiper, or like you dudes are in these spaces and these spheres. I'm gonna scratch my head at y'all. And it's a shame, but I get it. I understand y'all's concept. I understand y'all's belief systems. I understand that the Matrix is just a hustle that y'all use, and I get it, because I don't subscribe to that. I subscribe to the philosophy of that movie. It has some validity into it. But the problem is, in these spaces, they misuse it and use it for the wrong shit. That's why I have a problem with that PUAism nonsense. That shit should be dead at this point. That's why you got a lot of these lifestyle life coach / dating coaches. They're the worst. That's why they need to go bye-bye, man. And they're part of the dereliction problem right here. And they're part of the praise and idol worship. They're part of the problem of the disasters about to come. They're part of the problem trying to hijack philosophy sometimes. It's sad, you know what I'm saying? But I get the concept, but you really don't need one if you're that, if you're about that life or things like that. I don't brag about it. I don't broadcast, especially on the internet like this, because people don't really care at this point. I study how people think in, I would say, chat rooms, panels, and the host. His aura. I see for what it is. If I see one mistake, I'm up out of there. You know what I'm saying? And then I analyze what I see. It's really sad, but I don't get mad a lot. I'm just observant. I see what I see. And that's just what it is. But a lot of these dudes, they got exposed already. So yeah, and that's just how it is. But DS1 broke it down. I mean, he knocked they shit loose, and he said they try to copy him, and that's exactly what I said. And he said that in the stream. And shouts out to the brothers doing it, being consistent. So I'm not really worried about what's going on. So yeah, man, this is one of those things that you gotta have bust down to it. And so I'm not worried about what's going on. So we'll knock this down. So yeah. Yeah, man. I'm just seeing it for what it is. Let me check right quick. So give me 1 second, Wolf. I gotta look at this second. Yeah, let me pin this. Let me pin that. Yeah, let me pin that. Yeah, let's go right here.
Knock the head loose.
Yep. What's going on, Rashawn?
What's going on, man? See
Hello.
you kicking it off right.
Yeah, I mean, I have to do another Friday special madness, man. Like, I got to talk about a few things, and I covered a lot of things with what you call the pill stuff. I understand people have different perspectives of it. I think Cerulean broke it down very simple, but some people kind of misuse the things. And I understand the their little thing in Atlanta, but that can change next month. I don't know if they're gonna change their minds and things like that, but it's a little bit different for what I've seen, and I'm not really mad. I'm not really mad about it. So I take it as a grain of salt what they're doing. They had their own little group. And then the in denial of it, it's a day-to-day process. I think people still don't get it. And he's saying the same thing I was saying. And it's like conversations. But praising the idols, man, yeah, he got a lot of yes men. I mean, shouts out to Nino. We talked about it over your channel, man. It's just I want to expound on it on your channel, but I said, no, let's talk about it here because this is a better way to get going. Gotham Nugans, you knew what's going on. What's up? Yeah, man.
Yeah.
How about Yahoo?
You got any words? Yeah, I can hear you. But Rashawn, you got anything on the subject?
All right.
Yeah, like I agree. Like they use the ideology for the wrong shit. For the wrong shit. Like instead of like understanding and just moving accordingly, no, they have to bastardize the damn pills and shit. Like, ugh. It's sickening.
Oh, hello. Try to say your name exactly because I said hello to you in the comment section.
Hey, what's going on? You can call me Sir O. Yeah.
Sir O. All right, I'll remember that. I'm the King of Lion C45. So y'all see me in the comment section before.
Yeah.
Yep.
Appreciate you coming on. Yeah.
Yeah, it's my first time coming on here. So I see the topic exactly. We just talking about you talking about the yes man and stuff like that, and the day coach and everything else that's going on. And I'm correct.
Yeah, it's a combination I see, and they don't really do research of things. Like I'm referencing this little I ain't gonna say meetup, I will say like the conservative part. Like I did topics on it before, and it's kind of sad because you got a lot of people divided over that issue, and I'm just like scratching my head. I'm like, okay, how are you gonna equate that to fighting females? And that's what it don't make sense to me if you're trying to be politically correct, or I say politically astute. Like y'all don't even challenge yourselves in a debate. You know what I'm saying? Like you usually go out there and be pragmatic with it, but they just don't do it, man.
Yeah, I know what you mean by that. Yeah, because I'm a truther, and I expose a lot of things, and people disagree or agree to stuff that I bring out to the table. So I don't say what you're coming from, but I can't use my main account because YouTube get me with a second strike. So I have other accounts, but yeah, I don't say what you're coming from, 100%. Yep. And I remember seeing YouTube before. These two over here, I remember seeing them before somewhere on YouTube, both of them, but I forgot. Yeah, that's the person calls Goldie Huggins. That's Eric Battle, if you don't recognize him. Yeah, he's in the comment section.
Okay.
So yeah, he's from my community. Yep. Yeah, that's actually true. I did expose Mortal Kombat Tech and the DBZ. Yep, that's actually true. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I exposed a lot of stuff on my channel.
Yeah. This channel's kind of like, it's a bitter of everything else. I mean, yes, you got different people come on and different people in different spaces, but you know, my audience is kind of diverse anyway, so it ain't really matter at this point. But yeah, I mean, I look at it like this, man. Like, I mean, that's the big talk. I know they're gonna talk about KS, and my man calls him Suspicious Samuel's, like, but it's funny, you know. I know about the his comments, and I think Tommy responded, but you know, but that's irrelevant. They can have that conversation. I mean, enough is enough. All you're gonna do is give him more views, and Tommy's just wasting his time. You know, it's just want to creep legs. But the whole point, like I said, is it worth talking about these pills all day? You know, I understand the aspect of the Matrix, but you know what me and Cerulean broke down, if you really read pill, you got to actually had that lifestyle in your head already. You know, it wasn't meant for females, it was meant for knowledge, really, to understand how the world works.
Yeah,
that's really red pill. You know, blue pill, you just going backwards, you just unaware. You know, that's what I got from it. Go ahead.
Go think. Yeah, I did say that. I did. I have a video on that on my channel, but I got so many backlash from that video. Big time. People agreed and disagreed. The comment section, what he's saying. Then I'm reading off. Yeah. So if you didn't know, it's like I actually did do a truth video on 9/11. I did do that video this year, and I got people agree and disagree with me. People just went at me for even making that video. Yep. Yeah, because I said 9/11 was an inside job, and people had a problem with it. Like, certain people agree, certain people really disagreed with it. So, but I'm actually glad that your channel is diverse, exactly. That's a good thing.
Yeah, it is. I mean, people see my old stuff, my pre-records, and some of them just look at other things too besides that, you know. But the live streams is different, you know, because I have different people that came on and things like that. So yeah, you know, and I was just looking at the mindset, man. Like, what I saw from Sheila's channel, man, like we ain't there as a whole, but I understand where we stand on things, and we hashed it out. I didn't say hashed it out, I would say like discussed it with SKC, and we did our thing, and after that we kind of just move forward, you know, where we stand. But yeah, it's interesting what they're gonna do in Atlanta, or is it gonna be a disaster? I had certain sensitive information I ain't gonna share, but you know, me and Rashawn, we know what we talk about off air, but that's a whole nother story. But you know, I ain't gonna say no doom, but you know, it ain't just the space, but the whole thing from Google and YouTube in the future. You know, that's just future reference. But you know, this it's probably an ongoing thing. It ain't nothing new. I've seen this before, seen it probably decades ago. It ain't nothing new. Yeah,
I know what you're talking about. I know that you know McTell Elder and No Sweetheart, exactly. Yeah, I know both of them. I know them.
What's going on, Mike V? Yeah. So I'm just like looking at it like this, man. Like, yeah, it's common in these spaces, man. But you know, people do what they do.
Yeah.
But I'm not even worried about it at this point. I'm kind of laughing inside because, man, these dudes they could have had this done probably 3 years ago. I had to agree with the general when I did that rant. I said, you know what? That's exactly what they could have done. But at the time, these guys was fairly new, so it ain't really an issue. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah. My channel's what's the word? My channel's not diverse. I speak I speak more than just the content that I do. I also like nature, nature and weather, and I've done like other content like farming, gardening, videos like that. Showing that type of stuff. So my channel's diverse. Exactly, should I put? Because I'll make my channel evolve, but because my channel was based off as a truther / Israelite, but somebody claimed to me I was in some kind of cult, but I'm not. I follow my spiritual beliefs exactly. And I got accused of that. But I'm not part of any camps or anything. I just follow my own logic. So yeah. So that's your first time hearing about that.
Yeah.
And I think I think you never seen my face before at all.
Yeah.
Do you want me to show you my face exactly? Do I have to show it?
No.
You sure?
No.
Okay.
Not necessary.
Okay. Hey, I just wanted to make sure because I've been on.
No, you good. No, you good.
If people before when me show my face back then.
Yeah. You don't have to.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to worry about that.
Okay. Suro, I have a question.
Hey, what's going on? Go ahead.
Now, you talked about earlier about yes men and everything like that, right?
Yeah.
Well, what about sycophants?
That too. I mean,
because the world is full of sycophants. You see, I've seen that in my neck of the woods.
Mm-hmm.
I've dealt with yes men before, because a lot of these people, the yes men is like the blind follower when you think about it.
Right.
The sycophant, he's more of an enabler. And he does so because he has an ulterior motive. Because he catches his survival or hitches his wagon to this bandwagon of sorts, thinking that'll get him to where he needs to be. But unfortunately, that's not always the case. I mean, this is what you're seeing done research about authoritarian or any type of tyrannical leadership. Excuse me. The people that surround that leader understand that it's a tightrope act. It's a tightrope walk act, because razor thin, and at any moment you could be on the chopping block. Unless you can prove yourself to be indispensable, but too many people think they're indispensable. As far as the yes men go, especially like some just don't want to or unwilling to see any wrong in the people they support.
Yeah. I mean, you have sycophants in other areas, but in this space, I've noticed it's too much. Like when we talk about, I ain't gonna say just politics, and just in general, like I've noticed it's a pattern. Like it's so many. Like I understand that you love your host or content creator, I get it, but it's okay to have an independent mind. But I know it's not respected in a sphere like this, and I get it, because when you do formats like this, most people will tend to. It's kind of like sports. What I mean by the idols, it reference to that. That right there is like, it can be good, but it can also be dangerous. Like I said, fanatics and things like that. And I get it. I understand where they're coming from. I just don't subscribe to some of this. Sometimes you gotta have your own mind, man, because I can't do it.
I've seen that type. I've seen fanaticism in a sense.
Yeah.
I mean, take the certain Christian conservative groups I've crossed paths with.
Right.
And I'm glad I belong to an old traditional church. So that's kind of left me pretty immune from all that nonsense, because coming from a traditional African church, I look at this stuff. I look at them and I just see it as some form of colonialism. When I see other Christian sects trying to lecture me about the Bible, I'm like, who the hell are you? And then when I question them about certain things, because I don't follow the teachings to the letter, because I learned how to be a little flexible with it. But then again, I learned from my own people. There's a saying we say, it's like, take what you need, learn what you can, or take what you need and lead the rest. And I follow that kind of way of approaching things. If I can learn something for this person, I'll learn what I need. If I don't, let anything else, I'll just leave it be, but be aware of it. Sometimes I research it to understand their differences and why they think the way they do. It's not just to be empathetic, but it is also in order for my own self-preservation as well.
Right. Yeah. And same here. I think I used to be a Christian years ago. I kind of cut them off, like the Baptists. I was back in, I think, 2009. I wasn't a fan of it. They was going to a different direction, yeah. That's
understandable. I mean, eventually you got to walk away from them because it's not vibing for you. I mean, what is it? There's something that I remember hearing this. It's from the podcast Kings and Generals when they talk about religion. They said, to the philosopher, religion is not real. To the peasants, it is real. To the rulers, it is useful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to be a Christian long years ago growing up, but I chose to be Israelite when I found out the truth exactly. The real truth. So I switched from being a Christian to an Israelite. Yep. So I know about my heritage. That's just exactly.
Oh, good for you. Hey, Mike, what's up? How you been?
What's going on, Mike? Oh, he's on mute.
Hey, shalom, man. What's going on? What's good with
you?
I'm chilling, man. I just pulled up and heard y'all talking about something going on in Atlanta. I wasn't sure, man. Did you get the invitation?
No, I'm good on that because that's a Bernard thing. I can tell. Yeah. Theo wants he wants a certain group of guys. I heard Alonzo got his and he said he wasn't going, even though it's just I think he's paying it for everybody in Buckhead, but I don't know if it's going to be like, now I know they're talking about tech, that's the catch, right? And then they talk about the women's stuff, and I just shook my head. I was like, what's the point of talking tech and you're going to do that anyway? I mean, I never understood that, but then they talk about the conservatism thing. We just did 2 streams on it, proving our points, what it really is, but they never bring up key guys like the Goldwaters, the Q Wilsons, the Lee Atwaters, and you guys like, Lyndon Johnson, names can go on and on, you know what I mean? And they don't do it. Like I mentioned about the yes men part, it's very important to understand that they just fans of these dudes. And I get why they like Trump, because they think he's on that side, but really he's really a liberal. It's one of those things. It's those same old conversations. I guess, I think it's supposed to be Obsidian's birthday week, praising him, whatever. But, but that's a whole
Sagittarius,
yeah. And I get it. I get what they was trying to do. But Theo says he's going to pay for everything. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I don't mean to cut you off. But yeah, the thing here is this. The South has so many other states that are conservative. Mm-hmm. You got cats talking about black male conservatism in a liberal city that's considered to be one of the GAY meccas on the East Coast, and having a sausage fest there.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta make it make sense.
Yeah.
Well, I don't trust politics, period, because all politics does is divide people. But I understand of where y'all coming from on both ends. But that's the way I see it.
Well, no, it's not so much about politics, but it's about the body of it, right? So the conservative piece is the body of it. And so when we talk about conservative, liberal, when you adopt a philosophy from a group of people who largely are against you, we have to question the legitimacy of your place in this space. Now, what's been happening here is that people have been like, well, the space needs to split apart. But in reality, I've seen Sir Ubudayu the last few weeks get more people in his chat than they can pull in theirs. So who's splitting from what?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Right? Who's splitting from what? The math isn't making sense. The whole event doesn't make any sense. Why do you have to go to the most liberal city, which is the GAY capital, to have a sausage fest about conservatism? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah. And I guess they're trying to, it's one of those things, and I know they have that Trump philosophy, and I see it over at Teapot. It's just like the SKC thing we had it with him and Cerulean. Like, that is very alarming, but I understand why, hey, you co-signed it, that's cool. But then he did exactly what he did on Teapots. But I didn't think, Big J wanted Little Big Nate in the debate, but it wasn't going to go anywhere, because I know it was going to be skewed a certain way. And it turned out, he didn't get high-headed, which was good for him. He understood that the crowd was against him, and like what you call DeAndre said, hey, it favored him. And it was supposed to be 3 people he wanted, but they just gave him SKC. They said, you know what? Here you go. But no shots at SKC, but I'm just saying, but that's a point that we're talking about. He was on 2 of those conservative streams trying to say that it's nothing wrong. He tried to use Lyndon Johnson on us. Yeah, we get it, but it didn't matter if they were racist or not. You got to remember the period. That style of conservatism that Barry did was fairly new. You know what I'm saying? That particular acolyte, like physical conservatism, that's a brand new philosophy. They ain't never heard of. They heard liberal conservatism. They heard liberalism and things like that. But when you bring physical conservatives, that means you want to construct your own little group. You know what I mean? Because I know the Dixiecrats had it first, but Barry brought something different and tried to hijack, the Republican philosophy. Then I think DeAndre broke it down. Yeah, they had influence on both parties, and they had influence in some ones that are conservative. And then you got the conservative Republicans that came later. Reagan was probably, you saw it best, I would say, not in a mild, but in a physical way. But then you had George W. Jr. Now his dad did it, but his son did it the best. But in a way, most people didn't co-sign that later on. What happened to his presidency, and Obama had a little small tenses of it, and then I would say Biden is probably the last breed of that. You know what I mean? But those dudes will never talk about, oh, he's a communist and a liberal. I'm like, no. He's got a lot of conservative, points, and I would say like his policies, in a way, and the way he moves. I'm just saying. But go ahead, Mike.
No, I was just gonna say I posted the clip with Noam Chomsky from that was what, 10 days ago. He had that interview, and he basically broke down what the Republican conservative movement is about.
Peacekeepers, Becky.
Yeah, it's only 5. So it's only I dropped a link in the back chat. It's only 4 minutes, but he broke down the whole entire thing, in a succinct way that makes it digestible for everybody. He didn't have to bash anybody. He just laid it out plainly. And I think what's happening in this space is that people have to make it up as they go along in order to get the momentum going for support. Because in reality, if you really look through the history, you won't find any literature from Black people about conservatism. There's no such thing as that. Prior to Reconstruction, and even post-Reconstruction, there's no such thing as that.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, man. Like, you showed me that slavery thing we did on the conservatism thing, but yeah, man, that's part of it. And I mean, there's no evidence we was before that, because at the time, you could say liberal, you could say moderate, like those revolutions, those I would say those slave revolts. I heard many people say many different things on that, prior to these spaces talking about conservatism, man. Like that's y'all's new thing in the meetup. I mean, y'all talking about that and then try to travel to get I would say prostitutes and things like that. But hey, that's on y'all. I mean, that's your business. But like, that's not a conservative move, to me. I'm just gonna say that if you're a conservative, that's not a conservative move. You have a meetup like that, and you're talking about tech behind it. Now, tech is I know it's not easy for most people. I think it's a tricky thing. If you know what you're doing, you're good. But I'm just saying, most people got to look at it for both ways. Yes, the presentation, what y'all present tech is fine too. Most people like that. And you got some people just like the gear aspect. It goes into a lot. You got to show it. And I mean, no shots at nobody. It's just, if you really want to learn. Now I know, what's his name? Theo with the IT thing. You didn't even mention Keep It Techie, man. That guy has so much knowledge on that. You, Brain Trust, and whoever, you know, Kuda. Those dudes can give you that information. But like I said, like Cerulean said, yeah, the dereliction part, yeah, in the space is day to day, but you know, we love our idols. We're gonna love who we're gonna like. You know, it's a popularity contest in tech now. Like when does that happen? You know, I understand the other things, but man, but you know, that's us. You know, we got to one up on each other. Yeah,
even Max Boot, they just posted that an hour ago, and he's a conservative. I'll drop the link in the back chat for you because I know you're really interested into this this piece. He just had an interview breaking it all down. Let me put the link in the back chat.
Okay. But yeah, man. I'm just saying, man. Go ahead.
If you could play 30 seconds of it, he kind of breaks it down really quickly.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I don't want to get your channel flagged, but
nah, I'm gonna say fair use. Hold on. Fair use.
80% of Republicans want Donald Trump to run again in 2024. The Washington Post columnist and former conservative Republican Max Boot hoped that people would no longer listen to the siren song of populism because he blames Trump for leading the growing extremism within the party. And Max Boot now joins Walter Isaacson to explore why so many Republicans are in his thrall and whether it will help or harm the GOP at the next elections.
Thank you, Christian and Max Boot. Welcome to the show.
Good to be here.
You were for a very long time a traditional conservative Republican, and now you're calling the Republican Party an existential threat to democracy. I mean, those are pretty strong words, meaning they threaten the existence of democracy. Why have you come to that conclusion?
Well, I think all you have to do, Walter, is look at the events of the past year. These are things that we never thought we would see happening, but they happened. Of course, you had a president who refused to accept the election outcome. That is completely unprecedented in American history. That is the very foundation of any democracy, is that the loser has to accept the outcome. And Donald Trump has refused to do that. And not only did he refuse to accept the outcome, but of course, on January 6th, he incited a mob attack on the US Capitol, again, another completely unprecedented event. And now you would think, after Donald Trump had shown that he was willing to destroy American democracy in order to stay in office, you would think that at that point, the Republican Party would disassociate itself from Donald Trump. But of course, that is not what has happened in the many months since then. Instead, those who question or criticize Donald Trump are being driven out of the party. Of course, you saw the way that Liz Cheney lost her number 3 position in the House Republican caucus because she kept calling out the big lie. She refused to repeat the big lie that Donald Trump won the election, and she wants to probe what happened on January 6th. And that places her in a distinct, very small minority within the Republican Party, because the rest of the Republican Party has basically gone along with Donald Trump. In fact, there was just a new poll out which shows that something like 80% of Republicans want Trump to run for the presidency again in 2024, even though he has shown his willingness to wage war on our democracy. And that unfortunately places the Republican Party on the authoritarian side of a democratic versus authoritarian divide. They are not just anti-democratic, big D democratic. Right now, they are anti-small d democratic as well.
You've said that you've become a single issue voter.
There you go. You can pause it there. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
You got one guy running the party now and forcing people out. Keep in mind, Liz Cheney right, is the daughter of the Vice President Dick Cheney.
Right.
It don't get no more powerful and clout chase than that.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what I see this so-called meeting is. I mean, that's what they side with. I seen this last year coming, but I didn't think over at Bernard Riley's. Oh my goodness. But see, that I don't pay him attention about, politics with those guys. But hey, if you co-sign it, hey, go ahead. I mean, Nate trying to push that hard. All right, Nate. All right. In a liberal city like Atlanta, it's shit. We're gonna see.
He's a hoe.
Oh, what'd you say?
No, Rashawn said so. What do you say, Rashawn?
I said, he's a hoe.
Yeah.
You can always play the Luda song.
Yeah. But, it's funny that they don't understand the research of it. Our New Style talks about it on his channels too. I think he talks about it on his discussions and Tuesday nights and asks those questions like, and I see Mike talks about it. Renaissance man, everybody talks about it, man. But these dudes is hard-headed, man. But they're gonna be who they are. It's you can't persuade people what they believe. You know what I mean? Because they're stuck in one way. It's like I said, that idol worship, man. They love Trump, man.
Idols become rivals, and
right.
And Ross say that.
Yep. It's true.
Unfortunately, most of these people are fans, and as far as the idols go, they can, in their eyes, these people can do no wrong. Even if you point out what they're doing wrong, they will snap back at you because you are basically shattering the the illusion that they don't want to break from. They want to believe in something because in this delusion because the reality is too painful. And these so-called leaders, they take full advantage of such a situation by keeping them in check through fear. This is if I can use a quote from Baruch Spinoza from his book Ethics, he said, "The supreme mystery of despotism, its prop and stay, is keeping men in a state of deception, cloaking the fear by which to keep them in check so that they are fighting for their servitude as if for salvation, using fear and a lot of misdirection and gaslighting. They convince people to go against their own interests. Because if you try to go for your interests, say you can be without the leader, it's that fear of the unknown that they will exploit.
Yeah, that's what Trump
make
did.
You question your confidence. Yeah.
I mean, what you're describing is the sycophantic description of that's what it is. And Trump rubbed these guys on the back, put a red hat in the head, and said, "I'm gonna bring jobs back for you." In reality, he never done any of that. Tennessee still struggling. The flyover state's still struggling.
Right. So true.
He increased taxes. Didn't really cut.
He cut taxes for certain groups.
Yeah, but
facts.
Remember Chappelle?
So true. Mm-hmm.
What was it that Chappelle said in? He talked about in his special, the one where he was in D.C. live in D.C. He said it like this. He said, "I remember. I don't feel bad for the poor whites, but I remember being because I live in Ohio, so there's a lot of poor white people, and I remember being in line with them to vote, and I could hear him saying things like." Donald Trump's going to go march down to Washington. He's going to fix things for us. And he's thinking to himself, you idiot. You are poor. You are poor. He's fighting for me. I'm rich, bitch. Just had that in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's that cognitive dissonance that you also have to deal with. That's why you cannot. These people. This is why you can never have a conversation, a constructive conversation with people who are sycophants, ideologues, fanatics, because everything they do is going to be irrational for the most part. They're prepared for these types of discussions. You cannot have logical conversations with people who have made it a point not to use logic, to throw logic out the window.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Go
No,
ahead, Mike.
I was just gonna say that I could understand, poor white people like in West Virginia who came out of the coal mine and things are shutting down because feeling a lot of pressure from the green energy and renewable energy sector, kind of clamping down on coal and these sort of fossil fuels and stuff like that. I get it, man. I get it. They're looking for a savior. But why are black men looking for a tangerine tyrant, looking for their masculinity in a tangerine tyrant? I don't get that, man. Like, there's Ben Carson. They're not talking about Ben Carson. They're not talking about Michael Steele. They're not even talking about Allen West, Lieutenant Colonel Allen West. They're not talking about any of these other black conservatives. They're only talking about.
Wait, isn't he a general? Isn't he a general?
Allen West?
Yeah.
No, he's a lieutenant colonel.
Oh, I see. I don't know, because I've heard of him claim to be a general, but okay, you're right. All right.
Maybe
but
generally speaking.
Okay. Yeah, but
being a general.
Yeah, but the thing is like, are any of these men speaking logically? I mean, first of all, Ben Carson already, for the sake of the presidency, for the sake of Trump's presidency, he made that asinine statement at a CPAC meeting.
Mm-hmm.
The one where he got that response from Samuel L. Jackson in a tweet.
Mm-hmm.
Allen West, I don't know. Does he ever speak? Does he speak in coherent sentences at times? Michael Steele, his credibility is in the dumps. It's when you think about it, especially because what do you call that? It's not the Midas touch. The opposite of a Midas touch. You know what I mean? The King Midas touch.
Yeah. Yeah, but
the reverse.
But the thing
this
here
tangerine baboon, this imbecile, everything he touches turns to what? Given he's a toxic individual. But then again, we forget that in politics you have a lot of sick people.
Well, keep in mind that the average Tangerine Tyrant supporter donates $65 a week through Cash App to the MAGA train. If he has 80 million people pumping him up, 74 million who voted for him, imagine how much he's pulling in every week. So now the news just came out last night that he's going to be launching his own social media platform. So I'm saying, 2024 does look likely, Sir Obadiah. I know before last week you were saying, I don't think this guy's going to do it, but now it's looking really credible that he can actually go ahead and do it. I don't know who he's going to run with. It could be potentially DeSantos or what's this other guy's name? Josh Hawley, one of these other shoe shines for him. The base point that I'm trying to make here is that it's not that far off that this guy's going to run, and these guys in the manosphere are going to try to get behind him.
Yeah.
And now they're talking about splitting off into space, but I would question if they were ever manosphere to begin with.
No, they weren't.
Hold on. She said Murphy's Law. That's what Toya said.
Hey, thanks, Toya. The opposite of Midas touch is Murphy's Law. Anything that goes wrong will go wrong.
His son-in-law's a better fit. That's why I've heard. Yeah.
Oh no, they're gonna make sure he will not try to run.
Who? Jared Kushner?
There are some people. Yeah, Kushner. I don't think Kushner.
No, they're out of there. They already left.
They already took the bag and left. They got the bag and they're out. They're good.
They're out of there. They moved back to New York.
Yeah.
Think about it this way: if he thinks about if 45 does think about rerunning again,
Mhm.
don't you think they're going to let him know you're not? And if they say he's not, don't you think he's going to he's going to milk that situation? Because the game we're playing, because the game this dude plays is a game I've seen people of a certain personality disorder play. The rules are simple. The rules are simply you lose and they win. Because either they come out a victor or they come out a victim. Either way, they get the attention they want.
You got to understand, and not so much as you, but people who listen to this. The presidency is the highest cabinet position you can get in this country, and of the most powerful country on the planet, right? Currently speaking. And so he had a taste of sitting in that Oval Office. He wants another taste of that. He wants a bite out of that. But
will he live long enough to see it?
Well, then that's that question, right? I mean, he did.
Yeah.
Allegedly, he had COVID. I don't know. You know, he seems to be bebopping around. But then again, everybody else in his cabinet ended up getting it, including Ben Carson, who's a surgeon himself. How is a doctor walking around without a mask that he typically?
You said it yourself. He's a surgeon, not a medical doctor. Big difference right there.
Not necessarily. I mean, if you work in healthcare, you work in healthcare.
Yeah, but there's also the saying, doctors make the worst patients.
Okay.
And at the same time, and Mike, I understand what you're trying to say, but at the same time, and just because he was a surgeon doesn't necessarily mean he's that well versed in the medical aspect of it. In the surgical aspect, he is, but in the medical aspect of it, not necessarily.
I mean,
you know what I mean?
He's the first human being to separate Siamese twins.
Yes, I can. Yeah, that's the surgical aspect of it.
Yeah, I'm saying you would have to be a pretty intelligent person to do something like this. I'm saying for his position in the MAGA cabinet,
yes,
a person of that caliber with that sort of background, he should be in a higher position, right? But let these guys tell it. And they'll be like, yo, the left be hating on him. Like, how are we hating on him? If anybody was hating on him, it's your man's in them up in the White House. What are you talking about? They put this guy in
where was he put?
In HUD.
Where was he positioned? And Mike?
HUD.
Exactly.
The, HUD secretary.
Why wasn't he the DOH secretary? Or why wasn't he Surgeon General? That's more up his wheelhouse. That's in his wheelhouse.
That tells you what they think about black men, is what I'm saying, on that side of the fence. That's what they think about them.
He was set up to fail.
Absolutely.
Think about it. Think about it this way. Everybody who was in their position, they weren't there. They were there for a reason. Either they had something to prove. No, either they were proven useful, or he wanted to make sure that they didn't outshine him. 45 positions certain people for a reason. And it's not to the benefit of anybody other than himself. Because yes, he loved that taste of power, but let's not forget, this person will be considered a despot. And despots, especially authoritarians, they will cause confusion within their structure to make sure nobody tries to threaten their rule.
But you have a lot of cats that have fallen behind them in this space. And so that's been the ultimate point that I've been trying to make, is that if they treat surgeons, world-class renowned surgeon, black men, and other highly educated, but I mean, Ben Carson had more education than this guy had. Right? And so if that's how they treat Ben Carson, if that's how they treat Michael Steele, if that's how they treat Colin Powell, what's left, man? Because Colin Powell was a general, right? Ben Carson was a surgeon. Michael Steele was the chair of the RNC. It don't get no more powerful than that from a position standpoint for black men on that side of the fence. If they're getting treated like that, if Candace Owens didn't get an invite to CPAC this year or last year, and they got her outside, you know, with her lips poked out, pouting because she can't get in, what makes you think you got an opportunity or a shot over there coming in from the manosphere in Atlanta?
Yeah. Who was it? I'm sorry for interrupting, but
yeah, Mike
Sherrod Brown said it best. I hear what Mike's saying.
Mm-hmm.
Mike is right there. I mean, because what you want is to be accepted by a group who made it very clear what they think of you. You think that by being an exception, and everybody wants to be an exception to that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Certain individuals want to be the exception to that rule. I'm like, no, it doesn't work like that.
You can read his post, sir.
Yeah, he said, I know you heard about Steve Bannon ignoring the January 6th subpoena and being charged with a contempt. Yeah, I saw that, Wacky. Yeah, I saw that on YouTube showing that. Yeah.
All they got to do is put him on a no-fly list.
Right.
Put him on a no-fly list. Where you going? You
ain't going nowhere.
Will they?
What you saying,
now that's a sick person right there, right there. Who was it?
To my Steve Bannon.
Yeah, I believe it was his name. A certain gentleman named Craig B. Hewlett, a writer and author and analyst and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
He explained that there's a lot of mentally ill people in that was in 45's cabinet. There are some people with some questionable or with questionable judgment, questionable sensibility. There's a lot of sick ass folks in there.
He was organizing white men on a global scale. If you look at Ukraine with Sloboda is basically a right-wing Nazi-like group in Ukraine. Okay, he was training them. He was out there all over Central and Eastern Europe, organizing cats in Poland. He was in Latin America organizing some of those quote unquote white Hispanics. He wasn't playing around. He was trying to organize a global white men militia. But you got cats in here that are playing around like it's, it's all fun and games. We just gonna link up in Atlanta. I'm like, yo, man, them cats on that side don't like people who look like you, man.
Right.
Like I said, they want to be accepted. They're trying to prove that they're the exception, but like as if you're going to be an individual. But then again, they don't see you as an individual. They see you as part of an entity that is a target of their contempt, ire, and fury.
See, they don't know that some of these guys in the South, some of these right-wing militia groups, them Afrikaners, the Boers that were in in South Africa, as well as some of these right-wing Canadians or right-wing British cats, were trying to link up so they could take over one of these Caribbean islands. That was only like what 10 years ago. They were gonna steal some boats and sail their way into one of these small Caribbean islands and take over and kill all the black people there. But they don't see color though, right? All right, man.
Yeah. I mean, I don't understand the concept of just meeting up and talking about that, then traveling. That didn't make sense. And shouts out to Keep It Techie. Yeah, that didn't make sense either. And I'm glad what's his name? Alonzo broke it down over at Kudos, like explain. He did it over at Wackies too, but he went in depth and we just shook our heads like, man, you just exclude certain people. But it's that camp, man. I get it, like the sycophants, and it's hard to talk to those guys. And I see why Teapot was trying to promote that. And I think Jason got upset with that. And that's one of the reasons he challenged that. They don't like to be challenged. And he did a great job with that stream with him. So he had to stand on in his points. But I had to co-sign Jason. I'm glad he came over at DeAndre's channel. And Cerulean, we talked about it. And DeAndre
has a channel?
Yeah, he has a channel. Yeah, DeAndre has a channel. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
all right.
I was over there with Cerulean, and then of course Wolf, aka Namer, was over there. We talked about similar things. So we discussed it. Yeah. It's just like I've said before on this channel, it's the same thing. And they'll come through later, but I know they're busy, but I'm just saying I laid it out like, yeah, man, that's one of the problems that I have with it. Like, you exclude the guys that you thought you was cool with, but it's going to lead a further divide. I get what they're trying to do, but why you want to be that conservative like those boys in the I don't like calling white minister. I call them mainstream minister because they want to be on TV so bad. But it's bad enough that the right side of, I would say, in politics is being, y'all being attacked for saying some stuff. But it's really well deserved because, number one, you just want to force that stuff in people's throats. Like that's bad. That's bad enough. It turns a lot of people off. So yeah, what Wacky said. Remember, Steve Bannon owned a very racist online editorial called the Breitbart, yes, and where he was in a way promoting white supremacist ideology, hitting with the coded words, exactly, facts. And YouTube kind of co-signed that.
I don't think he owned it though, because the original owner was Alan Breitbart, but he passed
Alan
away.
Breitbart.
He took leadership, but not the owner. He didn't own the ownership. He had the leadership of it, the position.
Right. Yeah, Alan Breitbart owned that, and yeah, Steve Bannon was probably, I would say, second. Head after. And people forget. YouTube promote those kind of channels years ago, but at the time they was trying to clean them off. But at the time, everybody had their own voice back then. It ain't like politically correct it is now. They're trying to get away from that because of the image. I would say Google, because Google don't want that backlash. For number one, they just wanted to be, let's be fair, and they'll lean to one side, but 9 out of 10, you're gonna have individuals think a certain way. It's hard to talk to him. Yeah, he was on point, keep it techy. So true. And contrary, if Steve refused to show up at the committee, then he has something to hide concerning his role of January 6th. I don't see why the conservatives in this space don't see this. Wacky, they're not, man. They're just too hard-headed, man. They never learn. It's like I said about that, the in denial dereliction in the space, man. They think they're better than everybody. What is the value in the system like this are you trying to run with, or is it worth it? And I said it's not. Not at this point for a black man. I'm going with Cerulean was saying. It's not worth it to be a black conservative nowadays, because what is your purpose of your policies, man?
Yeah.
What does it mean to be a conservative? Is my question.
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
Like I asked, what does it mean to be a liberal? What do these labels? What do you mean by that?
Well, they couldn't define, what a Marxist was. They kept calling me Marxist V, right? And
right.
And I asked them,
wow,
what does that even mean, right? And he couldn't explain what Marxism was as a philosophy, right? It's really just a philosophy in itself. It's a critique of capitalism and the social structures of Western society. That's really all it is. But they try to make it seem like you are this bad thing. And I'm saying, who told you that was bad? Who told you that? Where'd you get that information from? And they never really can cite that because they only heard Tim Pool or Brandon Tatum or some other yo-yo saying it, but they don't realize that it's just a philosophical view of capitalism and the social structures that come out of that system. That's all it is. If you read Marx's work, and he talked about slavery and talked about black people rising up, that the ability for black people to organize their labor and overthrow the slave master was a predictable outcome of slavery. That one, the conditions were unsustainable long term, and two, that black men's labor was being exploited because black men didn't just pick cotton. That's what they tell you in the movies, but in reality, they built all the infrastructure. Electricity, running water, all of these sort of things, railroad, transportation. Black men did a lot of things, not to take any credit from black women, but I'm just putting the focus on black male labor and black male intellectual property being stolen from them. Tells you that sort of system is not sustainable, that people will eventually respond to it. And that's all Marx was saying. But these guys in this space will make it seem like he was this Luciferian person. I'm like, yo, man, where'd you read that?
Exactly. I mean, he had his little business and everything, but I know people go by his, his wealth and stuff. I'm like, I want to say to him, like, and have you really studied his ideology, man? Like, I mean, he was more socialist to me than communist. I mean, that's what I got from his philosophy. It's really part of socialism, half of it,
It's a false equivalency. It's the fact of the matter is, take fascism for example. When you think of fascism, you think of Mussolini. You don't think of the people who wrote the doctrines. You don't think of the people who coined the terms and everything like that. When you think of Nazism, you think of Hitler.
Yeah.
No one talks about Friedrich Eckhart.
Yeah.
Or men like him who penned some of the stuff and some of the conspiracies that was influenced by influenced Nazism.
Yeah, fascism. When you think of fascism, I think of Mussolini, and some people do think of Hitler by accident. I understand because similar ideologies, but you're right. Most people think the Italian guy, what's his name, Mussolini, but it's
Benito Mussolini. Yeah. There were some other people I forgot to mention who wrote the doctrine.
Right. That's a whole nother topic I would love to discuss. Yeah, that's a beast.
But the thing is, they want to associate communism with Marx, when the truth of the matter is he is not responsible for that. And the reason why is because they're trying to say that is because they don't want to deal with Lenin. Because remember, Lenin and his group started communism. I remember Dr. Richard D. Wolff, he's explained the difference between socialism, social democracy, and communism. And where they all come, what's the natures of all these things.
Right.
But they don't want to. They want to just
say
that, they want to associate Marx with communism, something he would not have known because he had been long dead when Lenin was reading his stuff and was reading his works and trying to bring his own philosophy from it. The Soviets had their own.
No, please continue. I'll go right after you. Please continue. I'll go after you.
No, it's okay. You can talk. I'm done.
No, because you're really going in the right direction when you talk about Lenin. And Leninism came after the fact, right? Leninism is what
Lenin came. So did Maoism and Stalinism, and other things.
They all studied. They all studied under.
They all studied Marx, but they took their own form of it because there was no solid direction. What is communism? They just thought of it on their own. Marx did not necessarily mean communism. His critique of capitalism is what it is. The Communist Manifesto, they took that and brought their own brands of it, for instance. I don't know if did he write the Communist Manifesto? Was there something called that, I believe? Or am I wrong?
I mean, you're right. He's a part of it. It's a combination of things, but he got it from the African communalism. And then they call it communism. He studied the world. A lot of those dudes that wrote it, they understand why. Lenin was, you're absolutely correct.
Danke schön.
Yeah, Danke schön. Yeah, all them guys. And
I said Danke schön. It means thank you very much in German.
Oh, not a welcome. You're welcome. Mm-hmm.
I thought you was gonna say Volkswagen.
No.
Nah, you know what Volkswagen means?
Far from
the people's wagon.
Yeah.
No, Volks is German for the folks, or as in people. Volkswagen means people's wagon.
Right.
I said Danke schön and thank you to.
Yeah.
I do remember.
Yeah, but the thing here is this. No, the thing here is this. The labels are not properly placed. They're mislabeling of these terms and using them interchangeably. It's like that's completely out of context. Calling me a Marxist and then blaming me for what? Like, what am I doing wrong by critiquing the system?
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, it's no different than
you want to uphold the system. Yeah, you want to uphold the system, but the system is failing right now. We saw that during COVID. Look at what's happening in Benton Harbor, Michigan. A predominantly black city that has lead, astronomical levels of lead inside the water. You can't drink it. You can't bathe with it.
Also,
that's
Flint.
What happens. Well, Flint was before Benton Harbor, but Benton Harbor.
Yeah, that takes a kid. Yeah, I hear what you mean.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's all over the country though. If they're finding it in Ohio, they're finding it in Indiana, they're finding it in Tennessee and Kentucky right now. High levels, high concentrations of lead in the water. You can't even drink it. You shouldn't be drinking it. And they spent all this money. They just approved of a budget like $759 billion for the military, but they won't even spend the $30 to $35 million to replace the lead pipes in these cities where Black people live. And you think that that's a good system? That's a sustainable system? And the response is, well, maybe they should move. Move where? The whole country has this problem now.
That's a let them eat cake type of response, man.
What are you conserving at that point, though? If you're a conservative, what are you conserving at that point? What's the preservation of it?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to,
you hit it right on the nail.
No, I didn't mean to hijack.
No, you doing good. That's the reference where I was saying in number 2, the whole discussions about the American nigga factory mindset of these dudes, these Negroes, but yeah, by Dale Jones, but that's the mindset they're on. And I'm referencing what Jay Sean was saying in that teapot thing. That's the stuff discussions we're talking about. It all culminates what we're saying about how they meet up. They use the matrix as a buffer, right? And then they use the I'll say Cerulean's word, derelicts in this way. Yeah, it's true. And then like the sycophants and the things like that. But the praising of their idols, man, like Trump and whoever, it's kind of wild. They don't study people because everybody's beliefs, like what did Kuda say? Yeah, it changes, but not all the time. Some people stick to them, long term. Yeah.
This is what happens when I can understand the like what Mike was saying about people accusing him being a Marxist. You see people on the left when the roles are reversed, you got people on the left accusing those on the right as being fascist and whatnot, just to label them that, because it's a part of mudslinging. It's basically like people just throwing all kinds of labels at you just to see what'll stick, because they have no way. It's name calling. They don't know how to. They can't argue with you intellectually, so they got to destroy you through slander and whatnot. But then again, you have individuals who are also, especially talking heads on both sides, who make it a point to stir things up. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. But the thing here is, fascism does have an appropriate label in this country because of Jim Crow, right? You have an apartheid state, largely white people determining the outcome and the future of Black people's place within society. Through policy. And so
I have my own people have their own experiences with fascism. Because because first of all, like I said, I'm East African, Eritrean to be exact. Eritrea, the southern half of Somalia, and Libya were all Italian colonies, so we were all subjugated to direct fascism, especially when Mussolini came to power. So we had to endure is similar to what it was endured to folks in South Africa, as well as also in Rhodesia, later Zimbabwe, during white rule over there. There's similarities to that, just like there were similarities to what happened to ADOS folks in the South under Jim Crow, or the Black Codes before that.
But you realize in Africa and in Europe, they copied the American playbook, right? You had
absolutely
people from Rhodesia and apartheid South Africa actually come here in the 1930s and 40s to study Jim Crow in the South, and in fact in Georgia. They wanted to see how were they able to keep the niggers under such control. They wanted to do it.
In fact, it's amazing you bring that up, because I can say that when Ethiopia had the big coup of 74 to depose Haile Selassie I, many of the co-conspirators who switched to Marxism, what compelled them to want to complete that, is like many of them when they went stateside for training, because prior to the coup, Ethiopia was a U.S. ally, especially during the Cold War.
Yeah,
but many of those officers who were below a 1-star general or whatnot. Most of them were like quasi was half generals or at least colonels or whatnot, or lieutenant colonels. Many of them had gone to the States for one reason or another, usually to study for further training and education in the military, except for one who was working there, who had spent time in DC as a military attaché for the Ethiopian embassy. They all had experienced racism there. At the same time, you saw the Soviet Union mocking the US for its racism and Jim Crow. And in fact, when you had the civil rights movement going on, the Dixiecrats in many of these southern states were falsely equating desegregation and social and racial harmony with communism, stoking fears of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you see where all the dots being connected on this discussion right here.
Right.
You see it right now with CRT.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, CRT?
Yeah, critical race theory is what they're arguing now, right? You know,
Yeah. That's the whole point of that meetup. You know, they use conservatism. They use that. They said they don't believe it's a good concept to talk about critical race theory. You know, they
I
anti
never
that.
understood the concept, honestly.
I mean, neither, but you know, I understand why they going against it. But you know, but some people just want to have a little discussion on it. But you know, it ain't no theory about. I mean, you know, race exists in all.
Yeah, but the question is, who you having the discussion with? You can't have an open, honest discussion with people who have ulterior motives. That's why.
Right.
I don't watch debates anymore, because because a lot of the talking heads in those debates, they're there just to score brownie points. I remember Professor Wolf. He said when he was asked, "Would you ever have a debate with Jordan Peterson about communism versus socialism?" I said, "Sure, I would." But he also said, and he slumped and he said, "But I also realized a lot of debates are completely pointless, because what it is just a bunch of talking heads trying to score brownie points for their side and whatnot."
Exactly. I agree.
It's not about. These discussions are not about. I'm sorry. Excuse me, Sir O, for interrupting, but
go ahead.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I apologize. Yeah, but the point is that you're not about solutions or trying to find out the truth. It's about finding out who's right and who's trying to win the argument.
Right.
It's not about coming together and fixing problems, because a lot of people are benefiting. It's like Cicero, cui bono. Who benefits from this demise? Who are the benefactors from such things? Because every leader still has certain benefactors. And certain people who stoke these fears, who stoke this the upheaval, who are just stirring the pot, they have benefactors. Everybody, those who benefit, you got to ask who's benefiting from this upheaval, from the disharmony and everything.
Yeah, beneficiaries. Yeah, and that's what they have, and they pick a side. Like, you know, Jordan Peterson, I've heard his speech. I told that to Kuda, yeah, but I'm not a fan of it. I've heard his stuff years ago. It was certain MGTOW guys kind of forced him to apologize. I remember a scene like that.
They destroyed. They did it. They didn't call him a cuck or anything. They just intellectually destroyed him. But
I saw that.
But what really made him change his mind is when men's rights activist by the name of Karen Strawn.
Right.
She lit a cigarette out of frustration in the midst of it, and she gave example after example that destroyed him. And that was the clip that got the most views, if I'm not mistaken, because she had promoted and improved herself. She can hold her own. And interview, he was compelled to apologize, but that apology was just to, like, you know, salvage his credibility, because here you are, you poked a group, you poked fun at a group, and this group showed its teeth, and they showed that they could they can intellectually hang with you, or show that you are not their equal and that you are actually beneath them.
Right.
I don't consider Jordan Peterson to be this premier guy in terms of like
intellectual hack is what he is.
Yeah,
he's an intellectual hack.
Yeah, but I don't. Yeah, right. I understand what you're saying, but I don't consider him to be someone of authority in that area of expertise. I think the problem, when we have these sort of discussions, is that there are no credible candidates that they can actually bring to the forefront that would actually espouse any of their ideas. and I'm saying to the people in the manosphere, the quote unquote conservatives, they don't have anybody. Like, they don't believe in nationalism for Black people. So then, what are you conserving at that point, right? And so there are Black nationalists. They are the conservatives. These guys are costume. Their avatars.
They're cosplaying.
Yeah, they're cosplaying, and you know they're talking the philosophical talking points, but they're not actually living that lifestyle.
Right.
And so a lot of that is just, it comes off as really fugazi.
Yeah, it's just for show, and that's what you got people like that. Yeah, like Name said, you got some people do it both sides, but usually they want to go to the right to prove a point, which is kind of understandable. Why I've met dudes like that, and like they said, the term grift, you know, and that's just what it is. You know, it's a hustle. You know, that has the most money. You know.
In fact, I remember a certain MGTOW who brought up about this. No, he's not Black. He's actually Latino. So he's dealt with both racism at the hands of both Blacks and whites. But he talked about that you have these antagonists, these talking heads. Their job is to antagonize and poke fun at the opposite side. And the people on their side and their camp will get behind them. They'll get behind them until they say something that goes too far. A certain individual, I remember, not naming names, but I will refer to him as the supposedly ex-Jack of Spades, and I'll explain what a Jack of Spades is later if anybody's interested. But he went as far as to say that there should be an exemption regarding the alphabet community when it comes to age of consent and whatnot on the Joe Rogan podcast. He also did this on another podcast. So he ended up, and this is at the height of his fame. And he basically stepped on a claymore and blew both his legs off. He didn't shoot himself in the foot. He blew both his legs off, and his credibility was completely destroyed after that. He was like removed from the CPAC conference after that. But like I said, you have these individuals, and oftentimes, if you look in the back, sometimes these people on opposite sides of the debate are actually in cahoots. They're gaming us all. And by espousing their rhetoric, they're hoping to attract new recruits to their side. So you're asking yourself, why are people listening to shit? Because people are just susceptible to this. Not that many people have been taught to be critical in their thinking. Not in this country or any other country.
No, they're indoctrinated.
Facts.
Exactly.
Their program. Yeah, that just like that.
And the talking heads are always going to be replaceable. Every talking head is replaceable, regardless of race, gender, whatever.
Right,
You're
right.
only useful to the side until you cross that line. And once you cross your line, you're finished. You're like a used tissue.
Yeah. I don't want to say use condom, but pause.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I remember somebody used that term where I'm from a long time ago. So we're like, yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. But you know, that's the reality. Like you said, yeah, they if you outlive your usefulness, you up out of there. You know, they ain't got time for you, you know.
And it's entertainment.
Yeah,
it's the entertainment value, because it's all for the writing. Because remember, heat. This is about creating as much heat and animosity. That's where the money is. That's where the ratings are. Are either of you familiar with a gentleman named Dan Carlin by any chance?
I've heard of that name. I'm familiar with the name, though.
Dan Carlin. Are you familiar with the podcast Hardcore History?
Hardcore History. Never heard of it, but is it pretty good?
Oh, it's pretty entertaining. If you can bear it, it's just some of those episodes are quite a marathon to listen to.
Okay. Yeah.
But they're very insightful, very intelligent. He's a graduate from the University of Colorado with his majored in history, but he was in the news business, radio show host and whatnot. But he has two podcasts. One's for history called Hardcore History, which is one of the premier history podcasts. But he has also another one about social issues called Common Sense. In the last few episodes, he's talked about the June 6th insurrection, the pull out of Iraq, and the pull out of Afghanistan and everything. and he breaks it down in a very political way because he considers himself a political and social Martian. He's not for either side. He calls out the bullshit on all sides.
Yeah.
In fact,
That's what I
during
try to
the
do. Yeah.
in fact during the was it prior to and during the campaign, the 2016 election campaign, he explained everything for what it was. Explained this is not a good regime. He was just warning people, but he was also explaining to people to think for themselves. But nobody does, and he had to deal with the dogpiling from Twitter and whatnot that he had to take some time away from the hardcore history, the common sense shows, and focus on hardcore history due to the toxicity of social media and the backlash he was getting for his views by both sides.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That correlates. Yep.
And it sometimes gets too far with safety concerns because, like a lot of people, he has a family.
Mm-hmm.
And the worst thing you want is something like doxing, although that's not a crime, but people could dox you, and you actually know you could end up receiving threats and whatnot.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to get technical, Google can dox you regardless. They got your information. I mean, people don't even understand that, but that's just a form of hacking. Just information that now they're trying to screen. It's understandable, like security reasons. But yeah. Oh yeah. That's why I'm not mad, because they gotta have that protection, from other, hackers. I get it, but still, you can't just. But hey, that's what you sign up for. If you have an account, you read the rules. Hey, you put yourself out there. It's a risk. And me and Nino talked about this over at Rashawn. Yeah, that's so true. That's so true.
Has anybody ever seen the documentary on Netflix? There was a documentary I once saw on Netflix called Terms and Conditions, where it talks about the whole thing about terms and conditions you see on anything you sign up for in the internet. But not just in the internet. You also have to consider this for those of us who are in the gaming space.
Yeah.
Because the terms and conditions also affect us there. Terms and conditions in anything whenever you're using certain apps. Mm-hmm. And that related with the Social Dilemma documentary that came out regarding the problem with social media.
Yeah.
Those are worth insightful. I got to give a big shout out to Mr. Z about those because.
Yeah. Operation Earnest Voice. Shouts out to Cerulean about that. That's what divides these little communities and things like that. He said that happened to him when he was in that the Truther thing back in the day, in the 1.0 days. And I said, and we talked offline about it. I said, yeah, I read. It's a good read. It's a good read, and it's exactly correlating what you're saying with the information. You kind of just very careful nowadays. That's why a lot of people don't really. I'm not saying cam up. I'm just saying like showing yourself and be bold, because when Tommy was running his mouth about, I understand the women problem back then, but a lot of people got emotional and came at him, and what happened? It's a risk and safety, because when you put yourself out there as a figure, I tell people, if you want to go that route, and I told this to Angerman, whoever, that's your ass. You got to stand on it. Now I understand what the meetup represents, but you're putting yourself out there. Once you're exposed, are you that person? And I think Nino said that over at Rashawn's. I said, yeah, if you're that person, you're that person. I think the general said it best yesterday. He said, I just want to shake their hand. Are they really that conservative about what they believe in? Are they just doing it for show on panels and stuff? I'm curious too. I'm not mad, and I don't want to see no one get hurt down here. I'm just saying, just be careful, because a lot of people ain't gonna co-sign that. You know what I mean? Because now you're dealing with the world, reality. This is what they believe. Because now you deal a whole nother arena. You just got cameras.
Pussyfoot. You got a lot of people who gonna claim that they are masters of the dick legging, but they're gonna be pussyfooting about it.
Right.
Excuse my friend choice of words, but it had to be like that.
Yeah.
No hard booting, it's gonna be soft shoeing. Mike, are you appalled by the choice of words I'm using here? Mike?
I you know, at SIRS, man, we really go deep into it. So
Yeah,
it's-
okay.
it's all good. But the thing here is,
Mhm.
you don't need to fly anywhere, you know, to have a
No.
conservative conference. And so my perspective is that when we have these conversations, it doesn't take catching a flight, quote unquote, you know, to prove anything. Because in tech, I work in tech, and I've been in tech for a long time.
Mhm.
You leave your politics at the door. That's kind of the rule of thumb.
Right.
So I'm not sure why anybody would think that you can. I mean, Silicon Valley, for all intents and purposes, is a liberal mecca. You know, on the West Coast. So why would they think they can change that by having some kind of like conservative meetup? Like, as someone who works in tech and been in tech a long time, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It just seems like it's clout chasing, you know, for something. You know, it doesn't have any value. You know, if you can write code, you can write code. What the hell does that have to do with you being a conservative?
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I mean, that's just my perspective. I don't know. I wouldn't be caught dead there. You know, that's just me.
Yeah, same here.
I've been to Atlanta.
Yeah.
You know, the Black Christian Church. It don't get no more conservative than that.
That's it. That's about it. You know, and you got to talk with them about that. You don't even bring them up, but they doing it for the wrong reasons. It's an agenda, you know, trying to help. I don't want to say Oblivion's little birthday, but hey, you know, I ain't gonna be a part of that because I know what circles they hang around. So I'm not really invited like that. So no, I ain't gonna get no email. That's a good thing.
I gotta give what Mike said about, you know, if you can do tech, you leave your politics at the door.
Facts. There you go.
I will say this: there are certain parts of the world where you can't even have such conversations at all. In places where there is no actual freedom of speech, you got to be careful who you interact with, because that next person could be an informant, and next thing you know, you're going to have security officials show up at your front door the next day, or within a matter of days, or within that hour.
Yeah, I mean, Saudi Arabia is a
fear. Oh, good example.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia is a conservative state. I don't see these guys flying over there to have that conference, though.
Oh, they ain't gonna do that. They ain't got a heart to do it.
You can't do that in Dubai. They're not gonna have that. They're not gonna go to anywhere in the Middle East. You can't even go there to certain parts of Latin America, for that matter. Now, without getting followed, now without being monitored.
Or should I say, in European countries, yeah, like in Eastern Europe, like them places, Russia, you know, if you want to get technical, yeah, or North Korea, you can't do that. Now, South Korea,
especially if you're a certain skin color,
yeah,
you're going to be drawing some suspicion right there.
Yeah, just like in Japan, DeAndre said it all the time. Yeah, are you really that patriarchal? They'll have no idea, man. They have no idea. Japan's got a lot of history, you know.
Hey.
Yeah.
Nah, man, you know, conservatism, lace front beards, you know, all that type of stuff, man. It's all fashion statement. It's all a fashion statement.
No. Wait. This is the second time somebody has mentioned the term lace front beard.
Yeah, you got brothers that do that in America doing that. Yeah, lace fronts. People get them all the time. You can do research on video. And fades too.
I've seen lace fronts. I've seen dudes getting, you know, hair pieces and lace fronts and shit like that for their adult
beards. Yes, beards. Yes, I see that mustache and all that.
Yeah, but you got the young MAs out here. You know, these sort of female rappers out here getting lineups and stuff, man. So it's not that inconceivable that they would have
the dudes that get.
What happened?
Wait. I'm just, my head's starting to get dizzy just thinking about the whole lace front beard shit. I'm like, just shave. I'm just like, I mean, I'll be honest, I can't even grow a beard, but I shave everything off because I don't look good with. I'm patchy as hell, so I just shave things off because it's more convenient for me that way.
Yeah, you feel more aerodynamic.
Yeah, well, I keep a soul patch. I keep a soul patch and a little stubble on my chin, but that's about it. Because it makes it because I got to work with what I got. I'm not going to try to fake with it.
You know what I'm saying here is that there's an avatar of masculinity in the Black community that, you know, every 4 years some other new component comes with it. Before it was the
Curtis, yeah, just like with the hipsters and shit.
Then it came down to then it came down to the you know, cats are rocking chains, you know, from, you know, to their wallets, you know, hanging off their belt.
I remember.
Yep. Then it came down to tattoos. Then it came down to, you know, grills and bandanas and tattoos,
cornrows and earrings.
Well, that's a little bit different because I mean, you know, you could take it out, right? You could take that out, but
yeah.
But I'm saying here that Black men are looking for their masculinity in all the wrong places, and I'm sorry, but you're not going to find it in Atlanta at a conference. It's just not going to happen.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken, if I'm not mistaken, but as far as
Uh-oh.
I thought it was me.
Yeah, that he cut out. Yeah. But yeah, they trying. Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
Okay.
I say something.
My question was because we're talking about finding our masculinity and shit. Y'all trying to find your masculinity and shit. I have to say yours because I'm the outsider looking in here. But isn't Atlanta associated with the LGBT community, with the alphabet community?
That's kind of what we were saying earlier. That, you know,
they are a little bit, but if you go to Midtown in that region, that's their little they territory. But Buckhead, you see a few of them, not as much, but they do get discriminated and get killed down there too. Don't let them lie to you on television. You just got to come down and see it. There's crime. Hate crime down here big time, but they don't report the ones that's average, you know, but the ones got the money, yeah, they get protection, but the ones is like in the lower, in the mid class
and everything,
they're done. They like bottom feeders. I hate to say it's a lot of classism in Atlanta too, you know, I can tell you that.
Yeah, when I was there,
I would not be surprised.
When I was there, most of the people I saw homeless were Black men. So
yeah, we got a homeless problem. Yeah, it's 4% homeless problem down here. Only reason it's like that is because there's so many jobs to do and people can't find them a home in place. So yeah, the women is try to help them. That's like Black and white women try to help them, but then the guys just don't want to go back to work. It's just usually the way it is. A city like that, it's understandable. And my dad's trying to say it's the snobs. Yeah, you could say snobs, but there's a reason behind it. It's class. And it took me a while to realize why I used to work 2 years ago. I tell people that was normal, you know, and I'll never forget it, you know.
Yeah, but it's just sad to see millennial Black men,
you
know, begging for change and
right,
their brother up. That shit is sad to me, man. Like,
yeah, it is.
You know, Atlanta's a hustle culture too. As soon as I came out the airport,
right. It is.
Everybody's always trying to sell you something, you know.
Panhandling, panhandling,
yeah, a lot of that. But I'm saying a lot of millennial Black men homeless is a big problem. It's just not acceptable for a place like Atlanta with all the money that flows through there. Mercedes-Benz Stadium, you know, the Braves and all these other sports franchises and how many different rappers down there got, you know, got money and stuff. Everybody moved to Atlanta and buy cheap property and stuff like that, man. It's not really an excuse as to why so many young Black millennials are just walking around homeless and stuff. So it's like,
what's the property market like over there?
What are you saying?
The property market there. You said there's a lot of people. Is it rising housing or something like that?
No, the housing,
Go
The
ahead.
housing
Housing
is
market.
not as bad. It's reasonable, but you just gotta find a skill. If you got the credentials of a job, you can get those houses in real estate. Real estate's not bad.
Ah,
Yeah, it's just it's certain
it's
jobs. Yeah, yeah,
okay. I get it.
yeah.
It's not always about the prices. It's
it-
about reputation and
yeah,
who
yeah.
you know and everything,
Yeah,
recommendations and such.
yeah,
Mm.
that's how Atlanta is, and especially in the tech, they're looking for jobs like that. They're trying to fix the homeless problem, by the way. I think this next governor, whoever's going to run, is going to tackle that and the healthcare. That's the real issues. That and the healthcare, and a combination of other things. So
How many of those homeless folks do you think are veterans?
It's a third. I would say half, and some that's not veterans. They come college. Most of them's college and veterans. It's Vietnam veterans is older, and people my age that went to I would say Iraq War. Our
Iraq, Afghanistan, yeah.
all that, yeah. And then you got some that went to universities like Emory and Georgia Tech. They went to colleges and they just had debt problems, and then they come from other places too. Yeah. We got a lot of
So they
transplants.
relocate to a lot of transplants because they're hoping that they can find better prospects there.
Well, because Atlanta has one of the best economies in the South. If you look at a map and compare it to, let's say, South Carolina's,
Charlotte, North Carolina's, and all that.
Well, Charlotte, Raleigh. I would say Raleigh is probably the next to come behind Atlanta. But if you look at most of the major metropolitan areas, Atlanta is the most vibrant, right? Atlanta would be to the south, what NYC would be to the north. And so anytime you see a city that has their own Federal Reserve, you know that something's popping off there.
Absolutely.
Financially speaking, there's some money driving through there. And so you don't put a Federal Reserve in Wyoming. It's just not the business. So I'm saying that with all the money that flows to Atlanta every year, Magic City and all that stuff, man, there's no excuse as to why they can't put, they can't create more housing, more affordable housing down there for brothers. I mean, I hear women go down there all the time, but when it comes to brothers, I was coming out the airport and just driving around, even in Atlanta, in Atlanta proper, the metro area, it was like, damn. This ain't right. This ain't right. Somebody's got to do something about this. Yeah.
And I think Stacey Abrams, if she runs, she's going to tackle those issues: the homelessness for the veterans, the VA problems they have, the colleges, and the tech. She's going in the right direction. But this government we got, she said the healthcare, but that part he's failing on the Republican side. So the Democrats got her back all the way through. So yeah, she should be able to win that. It's just I don't see anybody going against her. They ain't got nobody. So you know how Georgia's gonna be, because it leans towards like a New York style type politics. So for the next 4 to 5 years, I see that pattern years ago since 2007. At first I didn't want to believe it because it was a mix between a few conservatives and the Southern way, but Georgia's changed. It's got so liberal. Since I was a kid, it was conservative one time, but now it flipped over time after the 90s. So you know how that is.
Well, the economic power is in the blue areas anyways. And so, outside of Atlanta, you don't really, I mean, there's not that much, economic power outside of it. I mean, unless you want to talk about like Boeing or the military industrial complex down there, that makes sense if you want to talk about that. But if you take that out of the equation, Atlanta is pretty much the the center of the gravity for everything that's happening down there. So
I mean, if you go to counties like I live in now, they support the Democratic policies instead of Republican. Now everything's going to be blue in the future. It's hardly any red idea pushing their counties now because they're shaking their heads because Trump decimated the red cities, and I would say counties as well. He fucked that up, man. Like the people just lost faith in him. But hey, I see the pattern. It happens. I mean, you're right.
I remember. Can y'all hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. I remember a certain individual if I, Dinesh D'Souza, I remember in an interview he did, he said like Reagan built the Republican brand. Bush Jr. managed to destroy most of it. So I guess 45 just brought it down to just brought it all down. He burned the whole thing down.
I wouldn't say he burned it down. I would say he exposed it for its weaknesses. Because if it was easily captured by somebody like him, it was right for the taking. And so they were losing their momentum primarily because they were losing the demographics. This started with the Reagan administration. It didn't start with Trump. It started with the Reagan administration. They were losing it every single election cycle. The more Latinos and Blacks that were coming in, the Gen Xers and whatnot, and then the millennials, it was like, oh, we have to do something about this because, if the numbers and the trajectory stays the same, we're never going to win elections ever again because we just don't have the numbers anymore. That the conservative movement didn't have anything to offer other than white nationalism. That's not enough. If white men are losing their jobs in Ohio at these factories like Ford and GM and whatnot, and Carrier, you can't just sell them conservatism because they need to feed their family. And you look at the suicide rates in the Midwest, where
absolutely,
you can see.
I'm glad you brought that up.
The opioid overdoses, and white men just committing suicide.
Right.
That's you can't sustain that long term because they're looking at their place within society and they're like, this isn't what it's cracked up to be. I'm supposed to be privileged.
And let's not forget, there's a lot of those people who commit suicide. Plenty of them are veterans. Because even in the military, they're talking about the high rate of those being discharged or those who are still in active duty who are killing themselves.
Yeah. So I'm saying they were losing the numbers, and that's why it was so easy for Trump to come in and make these promises, and a guy from New York who's wealthy somehow can have a symbolic connection to all these underbanked and poor white people in the Midwest and places like West Virginia where people's teeth falling out their mouth because they don't have proper health care. And they were banking on that this guy was going to bring back
and meth
jobs.
Right.
And unfortunately, he couldn't do it. And so, in fact, he exported more jobs. He made the situation even worse for them. So, look at the farmers. Look at all the farms that went out of business because of the trade war. They couldn't sell their soybeans and pork, because pork sells big in China, and so they had to kill all their livestock and basically sell off the farm or just lose the farm altogether. But for lack of better, description, that was the makeup of the party, and that was the outcome. If you look at the left, you will see that most of your economic power in this country is coming from the left. California, it has the 6th largest economy in the world. New York has like the 7th largest economy in the world. Right? And then you start taking into consideration all these other economically powerful and viable states like Massachusetts, and then you start talking about Pennsylvania with their steel mills and the universities and whatnot. Same thing with New Jersey with Princeton University, and everywhere that the economic power is viable and moving in momentum, it's coming from these blue areas. And so I'm not pumping them up to promote them. I'm saying the idea of conservatism doesn't really have anything tangible anymore to offer to the average white male.
Well, except for certain places like Texas, they're holding on to it as strong as they can, but they're losing it even there because it's becoming more. The thing about Texas is out.
Maybe you got some feedback on your end.
Oh,
Texas is growing outside of what even white guys thought it would be. It's growing outside of what even I thought it would be. It's just not its own state. It's becoming its own little mini world because it's so global. when you really look at Texas. And I'm like, it's becoming something that they can't even control anymore. It's
Well,
becoming,
yeah, 5 years from now, Texas will be a majority minority state, according to the census.
yeah. And the thing about it is, it's becoming like, it's not just becoming black and brown no more. It's becoming like African ADOs, Mexican, Africans have a big foot in Texas. Indians are deep, Asians are real deep. So like this whole globalistic, I don't believe in I don't know if I can believe in conservatism anymore, because what are you you really have to ask yourself, what are you conserving? And when it comes down to these guys, it's all about money. But if that money does not have you can get all these cash apps. You can buy F550 diesel. I mean, these are nice cars. I like them. I'm not hating. But what I'm saying is, what does it matter in a capitalistic society where they're telling you, well, in this society that we're coming into, this like circular economy, where they're telling you, wow, because he's not going to want to own that Ferrari long term. He's going to sell it back. It's going to go right back into the economy. So we live in a circular economy anyway. So I don't understand this conservatism that they're talking about, because we live in money comes and money goes. They're just trying to like conserve and become barons. That's what they really wanted. That's what they really want to become, is barons.
Yeah, robber barons.
yeah, that robber barons. Facts.
So Obadiah, if you play that first clip that I put in the back chat, that kind of explains.
Oh, good evening, Misha. Yeah, this one. Yeah, let me pull the share. Let me pull the share. I'm gonna say fair use. Hold on. Okay, let me get the share. All right. What is considered won't tell you. All right, fair use, folks. Oh, okay. It's Mike's, my fault.
It's the so-called Southern strategy.
Start from the beginning.
The racist party.
Start from the beginning?
We don't say the word.
You want to start from the beginning?
Yeah, you have to.
Okay, go ahead. Oh, I remember this. All right, go ahead. Let me start this.
The Republicans have pulled an interesting trick on this. The Republicans now present themselves as the party of labor. And it's very interesting, because they are the most anti-labor party in American history. Just take a look at the legislation, like the tax bill, red line. As I said, first time in a century that billionaires pay lower tax rates than steel workers. That's the party of labor. Okay. But what they've done since Nixon is understandable. I mean, by the time of Nixon, the Republicans recognized they are they're both business parties, but they are the party more dedicated to the right to corporate power and the very rich. You can't approach people and say, vote for me, I'm in favor of smashing you in the face. Doesn't work somehow. So Nixon was the first to really understand that we've got to appeal to people on different grounds. It's the so-called Southern strategy. Right. We can be the racist party. We don't say the word racist, but we follow policies, so it's understood that we're basically a racist party. We can tap white supremacy that runs deep in American society. The Democrats were supporting civil rights acts. Nixon realized it's open, not a secret, that we can win the Southern Democrats by opposing civil rights. Okay. You get to the mid-70s, Republican strategist Paul Weyrich realized that if the Republicans pretend, stress pretend, to be opposed to abortion, they can win the huge evangelical community and the Northern Catholic vote. They all switched on a dime. Reagan had been one of the big supporters of what we call pro-choice. George H.W. Bush, the same. All became anti-abortion. That's now a kind of a mantra of the party. Guns, all going to be in favor of guns. Anything except the economic issues. Turn to anything else, but not the actual economic issues, the ones we're pushing. And that's worked pretty well. They've been able to develop a kind of a dual constituency. Prime constituency is great wealth, corporate power, the one they work for. Then there's the voting base. The voting base is mobilized on so-called cultural issues. Yes, we'll stab you in the back, but you won't notice it because we're in favor of the issues that you like in your traditional practices and so on. You want to have a Christian nationalist community? Okay, we're for that, you know. But how long this scam can go on, I don't know. Trump was a master of it. He was a political genius. He could hold up a sign in one hand saying, I love you, I'm your savior, and the other hand, stab you in the back. That's a good trick. And he carried it off brilliantly. You know, owns the party. The rest of the party's terrified of him. They have to go to Mar-a-Lago and shine his shoes, you know. But that's one of the reasons why people like, say, Martin Wolf of the Financial Times and others are very concerned about whether the United States is going to move to its, he calls it autocratic, others might call it proto-fascist system, which is that kind of thing. Mobilize the population on something else.
There you have it. There you have it.
Namely, you were saying?
I didn't say anything.
No, you were saying fascism being thrown around, but the way Noam Chomsky is articulating it, he's not all that far off, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, let me take that off.
But when I said about people throwing around, understand you have the cry bullies, the concern trolls, and those individuals who say it. But when somebody like Noam Chomsky explains it, yes, I see your point. Another person who talks about labeling people who labels certain people's head as fascist would be Chris Hedges as well. If that's fair enough.
Right, in the same neighborhood with me. And I say I love Chris Hedges. He lived in the same neighborhood as me.
Oh, you kidding? Okay.
Interesting.
Did you ever met the man?
Nah, Chris Hedges is significantly older than me, but he went to Harvard. But he lived.
He went to Harvard
wow.
Divinity School.
Yeah.
You know what? That's the funny thing. He mentioned being the son of an ordained minister. He went to Harvard Divinity School, and he's also an ordained minister. But what he did was he infiltrated the evangelical church. So he's certified to teach creationism. But when they realized what he was, they realized, don't debate this guy. This guy knows his shit.
That's why they call me Pastor. $40. Hashtag AME Zion Gangster.
But yeah, like guys like that, that's like a scholarly type dude, man. Yeah, I've heard of Chris Hedges. He ain't nothing. That's what.
He's got some good books. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Let me check. But in the meantime, let me check my settings.
But yeah, you know, you gotta. There are a lot of very intellectual guys.
But yeah, I mean, he's right. He's right about Chris Hedges guy. Yeah, that dude's smart. It's a lot of dudes like that. I mean, when you have that scholarly mind like that, yeah, do his research.
Because Chris Hedges put in a lot of work. He still puts in work, right? He still teaches.
Yeah.
Still teaches at the prison.
He's still a stand-up dude about that. He also introduced Cornel West to some of those inmates, and Cornel West decided, you know what, I'm gonna help you with that. But what I do want to mention is also, I remember watching a TED Talk from a few years back. It was by a gentleman named Rich Benjamin, where he talked about white flight. Because we're talking about redlining shit, but understand some of the whitest towns in America. Like what Noam Chomsky talked about, they supporting, you want a all white neighborhood? Benjamin actually went to serve in these places. And he is a slight man. He's black. He may be black, but he's a slight man. He's like, he's very diminutive. And he talks in a very, very non-threatening way. He's very disarming. And the TED Talk he gave, as well as I think the article, if you can find that article, he explains what is really going on. And it's also an aspect of redlining in a sense.
Yeah. It's off.
No, it's just one of those things. I think when you really think deeply about the sort of ideologies, it's interesting to see that black men would fall into something like that, because black men are the ones with the least amount of privilege and power in this country. And so I'm trying to understand what would be the gravitas for something like that.
The chance to drive an F-550 and coattail into, because unfortunately, man, let me tell you something, because I can speak to that directly, because I fell into that, and I often, because Sir Abdai will tell you, man, I openly speak of my ignorance. I don't mind of it, because all the growth for me, and I fell into that black conservatism because it seemed as if they catching brothers at the right timing, and that's one thing that Trump had timing. It's almost like shooting a jump shot. If your timing is right, you can get it off on any defender, and that's what Trump had. He had a good jumper, and he had good timing on it. He knew how to release high, and that's what a lot of these guys are doing. They're catching guys at a low point and hitting them with a high point. Of you the man, and they're hitting with all this conservatism, and you make this much money, and people owe you this, and they owe you that, and then it starts to be coattailing, jockey pulling, and making you feel like you really like, oh yeah, and to pump you up. It's almost like, you play sports and y'all hype each other up before y'all go out there to go against the other.
Right.
Yeah, and it's almost like the same thing. It's almost like the same thing, man. It's I see the need for it, but I can see where it becomes nefarious when they start telling you how to vote. Cause they doing the same thing the black church did. I remember at one point we were there about God. Then it became NAACP meetings and this is how you're going to vote. And it always was kind of like that, but then it became the main point, to the point where that took over the whole objective, and the morality lost, because black people we can thrive no matter what political. I don't think a political party even really. That's just I never joined Divine Nine, is because I never truly believed in any political party until I found myself against the ropes. Then I tried to say, I'm going more conservative. I don't believe in these women doing this, these women doing that. And that's what this whole gender war stuff is based in. You're going to be conservative because you're going to keep these women from doing this, these women from doing that. And they catching a lot of brothers that have been through a couple of little traumas with, in relations. And they're using it to gain political access. It's crazy. Same thing the Crips did with Eazy-E. Same. It's all the same, man. It's all the same.
Yeah. Well, what you're saying is so many words. Like I said, we was talking about early in the stream. I was talking about the dereliction part that Cerulean was talking about, the in denial and things like that, praising idols, and we talk about the meetup. It all expound on the whole point. And then the Matrix, that's just a buffer they use to try to use as well. And we completed it. So we summed it up by what that meetup was about. I mean, it's just it, and the thing I look at it was, look here, I mean, I said, what's the value of it? Have a system like that. If you're only conservative to one group, what's your plans in the future? You know what I mean? But you know, Pastor, you broke it down. What's going on, man? What was it? Malik X, welcome to the panel.
All right, peace and blessings. Hey, can y'all hear me good?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, peace and blessings. Yeah, peace and blessings to the panel. Yeah, I know one of the guys on here, the guy with the two wolves. I've seen him on other shows, so I know him.
Hey, big brother. How you
What's
been?
going on? What's going on? Yeah,
I'm good. I'm good. Good to see you, dude. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, I'll see you on BGS and sometimes Officer.
You're finally mostly on Charles's. Especially on Charles's. Somebody's got to crack the jokes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been listening to the show for a while now. I was sent the link to it by a friend. I was talking about politics and stuff like that. I've been collecting some books lately, mostly African Black history books, and one of the books is about politics. It's actually called The Trigger by a guy named David Icke, which is basically about the true story of the 9/11 attacks and who was really behind it. Basically, as you guys already heard and probably know, our own government was behind it, but the way they were behind it is something totally different and darker. Like I said, the rabbit hole of the government goes deeper than the president, because the president that doesn't have the true power. The true power is an entity behind it called the hidden hand. It's gone by other names too, but that's who controls the country and runs the country today.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it wasn't necessarily our government. It was a offshoot of our government that serves a much deeper government. We don't want to talk about that country or those people, but those people definitely knew what happened, and those people. There was a large insurance claim that was made for 9/11 prior to 9/11 happening. And 9/11 was a very big economic boom actually for that city, because they were actually having a lot of economic problems. That's the reason why New York was running a business plan where you can move to New York and not pay taxes for 25 years.
Yeah, but that people that you're talking about, he's saying the same thing. It's the same people on the opposite side. It's you can't blame one side. Like the people that control them, that control the CIA, that's them. So they're really the same people. They try to use that trick. You can't fall for that, because the reason Bush took that Jadakiss song, he told on him, and then they kind of blurted it out off YouTube, and I'll never forget 9 years ago, because we were speaking out about that like decades ago.
What, you mean the song Why?
Yeah.
He
was going in on it, and he didn't get big because of that, because they kind of had to censor him in a way. See, at the time, this is when Google and I would say YouTube at the time, they was seeing channels like that, and that's why I lost my first channel based off that. And then when you get in deep talking about that hidden hand, it's a combination of a lot of people, but it's that one group, but they all have that agenda. But it doesn't really matter at this point, because you got them fighting amongst themselves. Now you got to look at Edward Snowden. You got to look at WikiLeaks. It's all connected, man. You know, and what Malik and you guys are saying is really the same thing. I've got pushed back. I got pushed back since 2012 from that, you know, and that's the truth. That's why I'm kind of blacklisted in a way. That's why I'm not up there with the Angry Mans and those guys like that, because they're never gonna talk about that. They know the truth. They just ain't gonna talk about it. They're very careful. That's
no, the book I'm reading. This thing, the hidden hand, is that's one name it's gone by. What it is, it's a bloodline of people, politicians that have been chosen as pawns.
Right.
It mostly talks about Bush. It calls Bush Father Bush. That's what he calls him in the book. But Clinton's a part of it. Every politician, past and present, has been a part of it or been chosen to be a part of it. So it doesn't matter who you vote for. It's what they manipulate goes. That's how it's been going for all this time, for centuries, for millenniums and everything. It's like he just talks about the blood rituals, the sacrifice rituals, children and all kinds of stuff, sex abuse, all that kind of stuff. It's just really dirty. This world is. The book is called The Trigger: The Lie That Changed the World. Also, there's a Facebook post. Some white dude. I still got it too, because I messaged people with it, so I saved it. It's a dude he's married. he usually had lunch at the trade centers every morning at 9 a.m. But his wife told him or set it up where he had a doctor's appointment that morning, basically as if they knew what was going to happen. Because look at this, he made after the trade center destruction. He made, because basically I think he was the owner of the trade center. I think he owned a big property. He was one of the owners, but he made 4.55 billion off that after it happened.
Yeah,
Not surprised. Not surprised. Not surprised at all.
That's what I was.
Oh,
Okay, I'm sorry.
peace, Mike. Peace. Yeah, he had to hop off.
But that's what I was meaning about. I was talking about they took a whole new insurance policy out on both of those, on all three of those buildings, 1, 2, and 7.
Yeah, the third building I never showed. Yeah, but there was a third.
But did you know in '94 they did the same thing?
The bomb,
almost.
yeah,
the same thing. It's a repeat of '94, and they ain't gonna tell you that. That's probably in that book that you just read. I'm not surprised. I've heard those stories before. What's it called? The Trigger.
Yeah, it's by an author named David Icke. I got it off Amazon.
Okay. What do you feel about them coming
It's called
forward?
The Trigger, the lie that changed the world. And like I said, 4.55 billion is a big insurance policy. It's the biggest insurance policy I ever saw.
It is.
I'm familiar with that name, actually. I've seen a few of his lectures, but yeah, go on.
Yeah.
What do you feel about them coming for the last original?
No. Not what he feels. Wait, Pastor. It's not what he feels, it's what he thinks.
Okay.
We are men after all.
All right. What do you think about them coming for the last original trade center in Dallas?
Oh, I didn't hear about that. I know we had a trade center in Dallas.
Oh yeah, I'll show it to you. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me.
Well, if they're coming for it, I guess so.
Well, they've done a lot of bad trades down here. They need to get rid of it. They got to get rid of it. They really need to get rid of this thing.
I'm thinking if they're getting rid of the last trade center down in Dallas, it's because they want to. That's just another link in their hidden agenda. Maybe it's cashed out long enough, and they just have no more use for it. So they're gonna I don't know if they're gonna bomb it or nothing, but or if they would bomb it, but I guess they're having it torn down. Maybe I guess. Yeah, David Icke's got lectures. I've heard. I never heard of the guy. I just saw the book came on. The book came on my search when I was on Amazon looking at books. It came across as a link, and I clicked on it. I said, "Oh, I want to read that." And I haven't read it. I've been putting off buying it because I was buying other stuff like either music or other books or the Black History books. But I finally bought it because, like I said, I was on vacation one week, and I took some money out I'd saved, and I loaded a bunch of cash on my debit card. Walmart debit card, and I started shopping. So
I see this on Barnes & Noble. They gave it a 5.5. Okay, yeah. Trigger. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's over 700 pages. Like I said, I got.
Damn. I know it's on Amazon too, but I saw it on the Barnes & Noble rating. I see we got one here in Georgia. I might able to find that.
I bought it off Amazon. I said, I've just started reading. I'm in chapter 3 now. I'm just starting reading, but the further I read, it's good, but it's dark and it is sick.
So it came out 2 years ago. Wow.
Okay, yeah, and he put out something before that. I think early 2000s, right after the trade center, something else called something else because he puts reference title. He puts titles to his other books in this book.
He wrote about the 90s, about the 2008 banking crash, the war on terror, transmission agenda. Okay, Michael. Yeah, I know. Yeah, cashless society. Yeah.
That's the one.
This is it, though. Sir, it's right there in the back. You see it?
Hold on, let me.
No, I don't see it in the private. I don't see it in the private chat. But
oh, okay.
So this is the World Trade Center in Dallas. Now it is a major trade area in Dallas. Major, and you see how it has all the flags throughout the inside of it, and a lot of things go on in here, and eventually I feel like so much dirt has been done in North Dallas where this place exists, it's going to come down. It has no other choices. Look at it, same thing. See the Twin Towers? It's going to come down. It's going to come down.
So do you think the Hidden Hand is going to plan a plane bombing attack on that building too?
I think because, like, if you notice, Dallas has already flirted around with the plane thing when we had the plane flying to our IRS building. You remember that?
Okay.
I'll show it
Yeah.
to you.
There's a lot of things in the news I didn't see, which is convenient because, like I said, even in the book, in the trigger, they talk about the media. The media is basically told to broadcast what they want you to see, not always the truth. I mean, they talked about the wars after the Desert Storm, the war in Iraq. I mean, David Knight gave details, bloody details.
It's $24. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
I can cop that.
Yeah, that's what I paid for that for mine. No, Ike details stuff that happened in the war that you didn't see on the news, and stuff that it was basically all the wars are unnecessary. They just the 9/11 attacks. The 9/11 attacks basically. First thing before I bought the book, the first thing I saw online, of course, probably guys don't know. I mean, it's not important, but I'm a big wrestling fan. But there's a buddy of mine who does a podcast, and he had a friend of his on his podcast, a buddy who's also an author who wrote a book. I bought his book too, and he talks about the 9/11 attacks. So that's what prompted me to go to this book when I saw it. I forget his name. Like I said, I got the book in there, but yeah, he was talking about the 9/11 attacks, and he even said it was called a think tank. It was a think tank designed by Bush, Dick Cheney, and some names who I never saw in the public media, but they were high-ranking political government officials, officers. They had all kinds of college credentials, degrees, and everything. But they all created this think tank years ago, and so 9/11 was executed basically as an excuse to manipulate wars on terror, unnecessary war. Like I said, it's all part of the agenda and the system. You know what I mean?
So I'm glad you said that. So Texas handles this. So New York was part of like federal, like United States money. Texas kind of handles this money a little bit different. So they had the same issue happen in Texas where 10 years ago, a man flew a plane into the IRS building because he didn't want to pay his taxes.
Okay.
Right? So pretty much this is a way to like burn the books. Like, we have book burning. What if you could burn the books literally on finance and taxes and finance? What if you could burn the books on finances? Forget intellect. Burn the books on the money.
That way they don't trace the transactions and know where all the money came from, where the money went. The trail goes ahead.
To me, that's a true book burning. Forget burning a Harry Potter book. Burn them damn books. It's better than filing bankrupt.
You've had people. I can show you. I remember the French Revolution. Locals would just invade like government office buildings, and anybody who had like financial taxes or outstanding IOUs and stuff like that, they burned all that information. When they broke into the justice offices, anybody who had an outstanding warrant, they burned all that because they were so sick of the regime at the time. So this is nothing new. The book burning or destruction of certain types of documents and whatnot. What was it during when regimes are falling? They always decide to destroy all the paperwork because they don't want to leave a paper trail whatsoever, because they know they could be indicted for crimes even now. Oh, by the way, Sir O.
Yeah.
I hate to be a bit of a downer, but I have to leave right now. But thanks for having me. Appreciate
not a problem. You're always welcome, man. Yeah.
Malik, it's good seeing you, brother. And Pastor, please I just ask that you bless me and I leave even here with a clear conscience. Amen.
All right.
Amen.
Peace, bro.
Bless you,
Peace.
bro.
All right.
Hey, Wolf,
Right,
what's your name again?
Neymar.
Neymar. Okay. That's I knew some of it. I know that. Okay, Neymar. Okay. I'm gonna try to remember that. Neymar. Okay. All right. Cool.
Neymar, Wolf, it's all sent to me. All right. Later.
No, so a pastor out in Dallas, Texas, that trade center must be more privately owned because the New York World Trade Centers, which were built years ago, I guess they became more famous on a more famous scale because
Right.
it's world trade. They trade not just within America, but they trade overseas too. So they
Yeah.
traded probably Iraq, Afghanistan, Saudi Arabia. Because remember, Bush and his family, they were into oil in Saudi Arabia, a terrorist country, which is where Osama bin Laden came from. See, after the think tank was created and they bombed their own country, Al Qaeda and Osama bin Laden became the pawns / scapegoats. It's like we're gonna make these guys the pawns. They'll place them where we want, and then when the time is right, we have the excuse with the help of the media to kill them, and that's what they did.
Well, what did Texas just do? This is why I see the same thing. They did the same thing. They're running it right back. What did Texas just do due to COVID and what was happening in with the Taliban in Afghanistan? They just brought all those people into Fort Hood, right? Right into Fort Hood. They flew them right in. A couple of them they're going to keep in training. I really see the World Trade Center in Dallas coming down in the next 10 years because they have to. It does the same thing the other one did. So why not? I mean, and especially if you want to spread the wealth, and that one building consolidates so much wealth, especially for the city, the state. I mean, Dallas is the financial cap. I mean, Dallas is actually the financial capital. Austin is just the political legal area, and Houston is where they get it from the mud, and they bring it all to Dallas to be converted into money. Then it spreads out to Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Kansas. It starts spreading out like that. That's so it's got to happen, and it's going to happen. I mean, it's just going to happen. Something has to happen to bring that building down or to get control over it.
I mean, yeah, they can try all they want to, but I don't think. Well, Dallas has great impact. Don't get me wrong, the music and everything else, but I don't think they would hit Dallas like that. The only thing will hit was probably San Antonio. Like if you want to go nuclear, I think Big J was saying that on his channel. That's what they'll hit before they hit Dallas, because Dallas will probably be like the last thing they hit, because that's like the jewel where the money is, because then they'll start another nuclear war. So I don't think America's going to risk that or the hidden hand, because it's bad enough people online, they trying to censor people first before that even happens. But but Google and YouTube, they ain't gonna allow that information to go forward. I mean, it's kind of like a stalemate, but it depends on what president you get that's gonna go for that agenda. But that'll be probably 5 to 10. I'll give it shorter than that, 5 to 10. If things do get bad, it's COVID, they can let loose. But the problem is those countries ain't going to war with America like that. The only one I can say will do that is North Korea, because they got the weapon play. Russia ain't the same. I'm trying to tell you, Putin ain't that same guy. He can be replaced any day now. They looking at what he's doing. Just like they did with the Bin Laden thing. He was nothing but an agent. I hate to say that. They used him and then they eventually got rid of him. They used the SEALs as bait. That's sad, but hey, And some people say he died 10 years ago. Some people say he died 10 years ago by Gerald Celente. I remember that years ago when he said that on YouTube. And they didn't say much about it when he said it. It was a lot of people. I used to listen to Eric John Feltz. I remember David Icke. Some people pronounce his name Icky or whatever, but all them guys, they were saying that Mark, what's his name? Mark something. He used to talk like that, man. Now you don't see their channels no more. When Alex got flagged, yeah, they took him back. Yeah.
The lizard man.
Yeah. They took their asses off, but that's why you see a lot of censorship. When Trump came in, he kind of destroyed the damn near the left. That's why you have one-sided on the right. That's why you got this more right problem. Most people are moderate; they don't want to hear the truth. So that's why I mean by early in the stream about the dereliction in the space, man. When people talk about different things and the meetup and conservatism, the whole topic is about that mindset, man. What people are on, but hey, can't control. But you're right about that book. I had to check that out. The Trigger.
No, yeah. Can I ask you a question about Trump though? What if Trump actually did what they wanted him to do? Because him closing down on liberalism, just like and I like how Dave Chappelle did it, right? It was very diplomatic. It was very diplomatic. He said, I'd rather have a conversation with you, right? So if you shut down the liberalism of the insanity that these people actually say and do, then you cut down on a lot of the liberty of the average American, and that's what's happening.
Right. And that's what he did. You know, he used the conservative card as a hustle too, because I understand why he's not going to run again, because they ain't got nothing. You know, Republicans are decimated, man. Like what he did, he just exposed them what they are. And that's why you see a lot of censorship on the internet. So yeah, he's trying to create his own website. And that's what others was doing for years. But, you know, welcome to the club. But, you know, his followers.
He was trying to run in 2020. He's trying to run in 2024. No,
But
the thing
ain't
is,
gonna happen. Yeah.
the hidden hand controls everything, even the internet, Google. The thing is, Trump is also under the same control. He's been doing what they have manipulated him to do, or told him to do, through I guess words of certain hidden hand ranking officers.
Yeah.
They have no choice but to do what they're told to do. If they don't,
Yeah,
do
the
it,
algorithms, they power. That's how they control them, through the algorithm.
they'll be removed or killed. So
Yeah.
Trump's doing this way. Like I said, the insurrection was also a chess pawn, a pawn. So you know,
Those could have been a lot of crisis actors.
Yeah.
Except for that one. And then it could have been a lot of crisis actors with a couple of real civilians thrown in there. But the crisis actors know how to crisis act and get the real civilian to overreact, which will psychologically put them in a position to get hurt, which will prove whatever point. Be like the wag the dog kind of scenario.
Well, killing that cop, I don't think it was acting. A cop got killed, and you know you're supposed to pay when a cop gets killed, but you know,
I don't think that's a smart. That's imminent. That's pennies to a bucket.
Yeah. So I guess when it comes to the hidden hand, even killing a cop is basically it's like it's not the cop was a politician or a threat in any way. He was just wrong cop at the wrong time. So
yeah, wrong place, the wrong time. It happens a lot.
I noticed. I mean, they've arrested people who were in on the chaos, but the one who actually killed the cop, who actually physically killed the cop, hasn't been prosecuted. I know I haven't heard any prosecutions for that cop's killing. So he's been lost in the shuffle.
Yeah.
But certain people they got on camera, like the one dressed like with the antlers on his head, the real dramatic acting one. He's been prosecuted. He's been arrested. The guy that was sitting at Pelosi's desk with his feet up, he's been arrested. And you know, so maybe they were still investigating cases of people. I guess the ones they caught on camera, they're getting arrested. You know, but like I said, I ain't heard nothing about the person who killed that cop, because even though it was a crowd, it's just one person or two people that killed that cop. They might have ran away, and see, there's been nothing said about them.
Yeah.
So the ones they want you to say they're getting arrested, that's also chess pawns, you know. So they figure, okay, yeah, we're gonna get them, all of them are gonna pay. No, they're not, because the one that killed that cop, or the person that killed that cop, are probably out there right now, sleeping comfortably in their own home bed, or out somewhere having a beer, or wherever, you know.
Yeah.
No, they could be anywhere.
Yeah. I mean, George Floyd was done by design too. I can say that, because the Ahmaud Arbery, they took him out the news, and the boys that did it in Georgia, they never spoke on it again. But when George Floyd, he didn't have that fentanyl in the system. That's another lie that they told too. It was out of they was trying to, but they ain't found nothing on him. Like when he got killed from the neck, from the shoulder, that's how he died. He suffocated him, and it was like a couple of cops on top of him. And yeah, it's on top of it's something like a ritual when they do that. I'm like, yeah, I knew he was gone. And then that's how the riot ensued. And then the top knows that, you know, I ain't saying the world in their infrastructure is not. It's kind of like the Roman Empire, like within, because America's considered what you call DeAndre said, the fourth Reich, which is true. They don't have enough power. So the more they control us, our people, or whatever, wherever we do, they follow. You know, the hidden hand say, all right, we got to control this group of people because they're powerful. We need them, but we need a longer empire. They're trying to rule like 1,000 years, you know, like Rome. But that ain't gonna happen. I think Mike V was trying to say they won't even last to 300. Was if it's possible, it's possible. You know, if you want to serve them in the military and that culture, I mean, be my guest. I mean, that's if you really make it that far. And I think the general said that so many points on several streams. It's very possible that if you do make it, it's only a certain brass that's in them circles. And I think Cerulean said the same thing. You know, they don't play around. Yeah.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean that cop was sentenced. Yeah, but it still wasn't severe enough because he's still alive. And the other four the other four cops who were an accessory, they're going to be tried down. Their trial's coming up. Yeah, so I saw that.
Yeah,
so.
but the main guy, he's doing a lot of time. He ain't getting out. So I haven't heard for him no release. I just don't see that. You know, they don't want that. Like I said, America don't want to look like the bad guys. Even they act like they're the good guys and trying to say, "Oh, we didn't do this. That was somebody else." You know what I mean? That's how they do it. And like you said on the news, that's how there's a reason why they do that.
Yeah, well,
it's an image thing. They don't want you to look at them. We're the good guys, but deep down they're the most villainous people of all time. But that's how a villain does. They play the protagonist role or the dragonist. They try to say, all right, I am not involved. But the average person that's, you know, I would say blue pill wouldn't understand that. You know what I'm saying? He's on the other side of the mindset. But it's kind of hard for people to understand. That's why people get it conflated with the red pill stuff. No, red pill is the whole system, how you see it. Blue pill is just a society that hidden hand controls. They love blue pill people. They love fairy tale type people, or what you say, incels and things like that. That's the culture they want. It's like Disneyland. Yeah.
Oh, now that you mentioned Disneyland, guess who's one of the names who's part of the bloodline in the Hidden Hand as well? They mentioned it. I was shocked. I said, but I was shocked at the first. But then I said it makes sense. Walt Disney himself.
Yeah.
He's part of the blood. I'm like, oh my God, what you on Disney? Makes you not want to buy or watch Disney movies now.
Yeah. Or ESPN. Yeah. They bought ESPN too.
Look at Disney now. Disney has monopolized. They bought up 20th Century Fox. They bought up Marvel. They bought Marvel Studios. That's how Marvel
ESPN. And don't forget about ESPN. That's why I watch ESPN as much. Yeah. That's why I stopped. No, I've been knowing that. That was about years ago. They bought that. Yeah.
I haven't heard that. Okay, no, but I'm saying that's how Marvel got all the characters back now, because when Disney bought Marvel, Disney swallowed up 20th Century Fox. The ones that left is Sony. And now I heard from a friend that Sony is supposed to be going bankrupt. So Disney might be getting Sony soon, because look at this. If you look at the end of Venom, Let There Be Carnage, post-credit scene, you see Venom watching TV, and a news thing comes on, and it's Tom Holland and Spider-Man, and Venom licks the screen. So I think Venom's going to be added to the MCU universe now.
Yeah, but that's why I stopped watching ESPN, because I know Disney owns a part of their shares, and I shook my head. I saw that years ago when I used to work 3 or 4 years ago, and I was like, yeah, they wasn't playing around. They've been doing that, and I think they did the Marvel thing. They try to do Sony in Japan. That's going to be very interesting. That's going to be very, very interesting.
I'll think about it, because I've heard Sony's going bankrupt. I've heard Sony. I thought Sony was stable, but Sony isn't stable no more either. See, Disney. I think when Walt Disney started his thing with that, it started as a theme park. Then now it's grown into this big conglomerate. It's $1 billion conglomerate now. So they got deep pockets. I mean, they got deep pockets.
I mean, Japan, I mean, they had a share of Sony, but it's in California. But what's hurting them is LA. You know, they messing up their products, and I think Disney wants to buy it off of Japan. That's going to be interesting in the trades, what they're going to do, you know. But I know Bill Gates ain't going to go along with Disney. Nah, he's too powerful. He's Microsoft. And he's in Africa, you know, getting part of that as well, because he knows about that tech shit. That's why Steve Jobs had a hard time against him. I mean, yeah, he always want to go into Africa getting those minerals and shit.
They've been trying to cancel Disney for a long time, and if Microsoft starts putting out more actual content for Microsoft, made a couple of movies, right?
I mean, they got a couple stuff in the video games, the Xbox and the TV, because they got the tech on them right there. But Disney, what's hurting them is that a lot of people ain't looking at this stuff. So Disney's got to compete with certain areas. Like, yeah, they got Sony, they got PlayStation, but PlayStation ain't gonna last forever. So they're gonna realize, all right, we're gonna drop PlayStation, probably give it to somebody, because I know how they are. They'll do the TVs, the Sonys, and the accessories, but when it comes to actual company like PlayStation, for example, or Japan, they may sell it to somebody, you know, that's reasonable, kind of like they did with other things. You know, all business do. They do that with Tumblr. They did that with a lot of stuff, you know. That's how you move forward in the tech world. So everything is so digital, you know what I mean? The hidden hand has something to do with that. You know, you share a piece, here's your piece. You just got to compete so they can control it, you know?
That's true, yeah. But Walt Disney's got more money than Ted Turner. Remember?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Ted Turner. Yeah, he's right behind them. You know, and he gave up. He still got TNT. They ain't gonna get that off of him. So Disney's good. They got ESPN. They got ESPN. They don't need Ted Turner. They got ESPN.
So Ted Turner still owns TNT and TBS.
Yeah.
Okay.
ESPN is ran by Disney. Yeah, you didn't know that? That was years ago. They bought that. That's why they rich. I'll tell you why they rich. If they go up and get corrected,
I just know about the movie stuff they did.
But if you study the actual media, like the sports and stuff, they got ESPN. Look at Stephen A. Smith and them getting those contracts from Disney. You can't even say nothing now on ESPN. It's so backwards right now.
I've heard in the Marvel movie part with the X-Men with the Deadpool movie. You know how cruel the Deadpool movie was, the first one, all the curse and everything in it. They're saying if they make another one now under Disney, it's gonna be watered down. It's not gonna be as good because they're gonna clean it up for the kids.
Yeah.
And see, you can't mess with Deadpool. You just can't do that. I mean, it'll flop. It'll probably shoot him in the foot, but they don't care.
Yep. Yeah, I gotta check this book out. It's called The Trigger.
Yeah, The Lie That Changed the World.
Lie That Changed the World. Paperback. Okay.
That's what I got it on. Yeah, it's a great cover. Like I said, this what I've been reading. It's good. And I said, and people talk about conspiracy theories. That's not a conspiracy theory. That's facts. And see, I can see that. Because see, there's always been I believe there's always been a power behind the government that we can't see or we don't know about. But see, that book gives you great detail because, like I said, that guy put together all kinds of notes and evidence that he's, gotten a hold of, and interviews he's done, and people he's talked to, people who are willing to talk, even though it's dangerous for him. Like I said, they also, I'm getting another book by an author who's actually killed because he wrote the book. He was killed by. He was actually killed by cops. The book's called "Behold the Pale Horse."
Oh, William Cooper. I remember him.
Right.
Yeah, he was killed by the CIA. Yeah, he's killed by CIA and NSA. Yeah, they killed him. He said the same thing about his own organization. Him and they it's the same vein. It's the same people and the same people that killed him and how they created I don't want to say Israel in 45 days. It's the same vein. Because once you start talking about that group of people, you kind of collapse the world in a way, but you can't have a revolution. I'll tell you a secret, because a lot of times if black people ever give up this military, I think DeAndre said this on the channel, the whole shit will fall apart because they don't want that, because number one, the billionaires don't want no bloodshed. So they kind of like, all right, we need control. They use money as power, right? Leveraging the women, right? Yeah. But the men got to make sure everything is protected. Yeah, the military is the backbone of this country. It's how the Roman Empire was, but it's within. That's the only way you can beat it. You can't beat it with a gun. You can't beat it with anything else or anything, because religion is man-made, how they created. But you got to have a mind to say, all right, they do exist, but how you going to move forward? You can't be arguing about feminism and gynocracy all day, but the plutocracy, they're the plutocrats, right? They do exist because they have power. They're the hidden hand of the plutocrats because they understand, they designed it. That's why a lot of women back away from feminism. If you notice, they fighting each other in these spaces, or the operation of Ernest's voice. He knows about that. David, they all know about that. They trying to back away from the talks now because see what Trump did, he kind of opened up what America's really about. The countries can't do nothing, so they're basically slave to it. you know. And what you telling me about that book, yeah, he's probably been wanting to do that for years. So the stuff he's saying, yeah, that's true conspiracy. Yeah, that's something I wouldn't put on the YouTube. That's something you can keep to yourself, you know, because not on Patreon, because they'll strike your shit down. You know, I've seen people lost accounts.
Yeah, so look at this. I've got like several backup channels. This is my main channel. I got a backup channel which has 90-something subscribers.
Yeah,
I was gonna start reading some of my books online, and I would read that Trigger online. You know, I'm not a big channel. I mean, I might get flagged anyway, but I don't care.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, people need to hear this. I mean, you know, I know you got a book out. I mean, but I think the book still reach the amount of people that it needs to. And then some people who hear it don't believe it. They don't believe in conspiracy. They figure, oh, yeah, that's lies. That's bullshit. Yeah, the government's corrupt, but you know, they don't realize how corrupt it is. Because it's like no matter who you vote for, nothing's going to change unless they say so. And say they're not going to change it because how they've created the society benefits them.
Yeah. See, they on survival time. That COVID thing bothered them too. They lost some people in their circle as well. They ain't gonna tell you that in reports as well. And the news people was cryptic, and I didn't know that. I said, "Damn!" And they older too. So they want that young blood. There's a reason why children is the rulership. You know, even if they pick you out of the lineup, if you support that, you know, that takes like, I hate to say LeBron James and them guys, them types. And see, they got that money too, you in that circle. Ooh, you know, and I understand why people love KS. You know, I mean, he's in those circles. Me and Nino talked about it on Rashawn's panel. I said, yeah, but you know, when you're in Atlanta like that, yeah, it's class. It's very class. And the hidden hands behind all those people that's in those positions, even in the sports world, you see it all the time. Politics, we already know, but when it goes down to mid to lower level, yeah, it's like a pyramid scheme. You know, it's hard to attack them in a war. You got to be stealth with it. That's the thing, and that's why you don't broadcast it like that, especially on YouTube, because YouTube is no end. You know, that's why you kind of integrate it. But you got to be a little contrarian, but you got to be careful because with certain people, you know, but yeah, that's why people have those offline dark web conversations. But, you know, but you're right. Yeah, that has some facts in it. It has to. A book like that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, man.
Yeah. Yeah, what I'm saying, well, yeah, it's true. Yeah, the thing is, like I said, you know, I'll probably read it online and anyway. I mean, that's just, you know, just see what happens.
Yeah, I don't think you'll get struck down. You know, it's just the stuff I've heard him say in that book. I mean, it's a good read, and he's breaking down the detail. You know, as long as you don't say the guys behind it, you know, the true plutocrats behind it. Yeah, they'll shut you down and bar you. Now, the other people, they create that garrison state. Now, that's a misnomer. That's the distraction. You know, they work together, but the trick is don't fall for that game because they'll put you in that little hole and they try to control you. That's how they get you. See, that's what happened to Eric John Phelps. When he went in far, he flipped. He wasn't always like that, you know.
Yeah, I think there's the reason why people like him and Cooper probably were killed because they were on that side of the fence. And the thing is,
but Eric John Phelps ain't killed, but he flipped. You know, he joined the other side. He was doing the same thing Cooper was doing, but what got him, he got mesmerized in Rome. It was a wrap. It was a wrap.
No, yeah, Dad. Like I said, I think Cooper was in too deep with he was in deep with something.
Yeah, he was in deep. Yeah, Cooper was. Yeah,
he must have been deep in the core because he exposed, I think, classified information, all kinds of shit. That's why I can't wait to get that book. And like I said, I haven't got it yet, but it's coming. They're saying,
yeah, it's a common book read. The Pale Horse, everybody read that. I think every celebrity read it, and they know the truth. The reason they're quiet because Bill was executed by the same people that he used to work for, and then the CIA, man.
So yeah, if I were to get that book and read it online, somebody probably come after me.
Yeah, they can. I mean, just don't try to broadcast. I mean, you can. I mean, you take that risk, but Google nowadays, you know, feminists try to use feminists as a buffer. But in reality, if you try to expose the whole thing, yeah, they can come at you. Just don't try to break it down into fragments. I mean, you know, some people ain't gonna believe it at first, but over time, those views will go up. Trust me, if you're into that, you know. And I
Well,
try not to be. I try not to be that channel, but I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, because I
it's
co-sign that as well.
it's
Yeah.
like this. If you want to protect yourself, you got to be willing to challenge them. And the thing is, you got to be smart. Okay, I don't have no military training, but with the money I'm saved up, I could buy me some guns. That'd be my first defense. So if I and watch my back. So if I know somebody follow me or somebody, like I said, if they approach me, yeah, you know what's up. You just got to kill them. And what you do is when you kill them, don't kill them, just leave them there, laying there. Take the evidence with you and dump it somewhere. Like find a big cliff.
Yeah.
You know, the ocean. Yeah. So you know, that's one way you can combat them. And then, like I said, if they're hunting you, you just gotta be smart. That's my thing. It's gotta be really, really smart. You gotta outsmart them. I think Cooper, like I said, at the end, the CIA came after him hard and probably found him somewhere, you know, and he just couldn't get away, you know. Because see, if I'm gonna do that, if I'm gonna flip, even if I write a book, I'm gonna go in hiding for a while and prepare. So you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't. I can't wait to get the book. I mean, I should get it in a few days because it got shipped. I'm supposed to get it between like the 21st and the 26th. So I'll probably get it either maybe this weekend, maybe Saturday, or sometime next week.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good book. That's been around for a while, and I think every celebrity read it. I think the rapper named Nori read it. It's a bunch of people read that. They ain't gonna tell you publicly they read it, but they read it like they told it on the interview. I was like, wow, I've heard of that book. You know, I seen it in bookstores, Amazon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I ain't never heard of it until I saw all this stuff.
Yeah, Bill Cooper, he's on YouTube. Some of his stuff is still on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, you can find a lot of that stuff, but you know, they try to downplay it. Eric John Phelps got a lot of old stuff talking about the same people that you're talking about. But you know, I mean, it gets lost. It don't get flagged right away unless you have a whole channel talking about information beyond that. That's where they get you. You know, I don't think they're gonna get you with these books like you're saying. No, that takes time. They build a case on you in a dossier about you. That's what they do. I do know that because when they flagged the group, like what you call it, Hebrew Israelites back in 2012, that was a sting op, you know, and then he was telling me about that. So yeah, Cerulean told me about that too. You know, that's going on. You got a lot of agents in every sector that Earnest Voice stuff. That's very real. Yeah. That's a good read when I read that information. I said, dang.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm probably one of the few people who haven't read it yet. So I'm gonna join that few. I'm gonna read that. I read my books page to page. You know what I mean? So I gotta read the whole thing. So
yeah, you can take some notes, man. Learn something, man. Jot them down.
Like I said, even right now, the trigger is enough because the trigger, boy, that shit is sick. They said some of the rituals, some of the blood rituals they do. And look at this, they recruit these people out of college. And look at this, in the beginning of the book, he mentions a movie. The movie was a metaphor message right there. It's called Eyes Wide Shut. That's what he talks about. Eyes wide shut. Basically telling you that, you know, you got your eyes open, but you're still blind to what's really going on. And it makes sense because years ago there was a movie that came out. I saw it because of this actor I know who's on the hit TV show Dawson's Creek. It's a white actor. It's a movie, a college movie about young college students, and it's called The Skulls.
Yeah,
I don't know if you remember that, but the Skulls, you know, it's fiction. The Skulls represents, that's the name of the fraternity.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, from Yale. Yeah.
That recruits students to the Hidden Hand. That's where it's from.
Yeah, I seen that movie Skulls. Yeah, that's based in Yale. Yeah,
I didn't know that. Yeah.
Oh, I knew that. I knew that. Yeah, it's a well-known group like that. They do exist, but the problem with them was, and that movie is based off, it didn't get a lot of attention. I seen that on Xfinity like years ago when it first came out. Like, yeah, that movie was something else, man. And that just shows you about that fraternity. But that fraternity goes back when they, you know, I would say like the Buccaneers and the Skulls and, you know, Crossbones or whatever. But yeah, like they did have slaves, but the original ones were dark skinned, but the ones that the whiter ones later, that they was barbaric with they stuff in Yale. So it's a lot of conquest. before the revolution, after the revolution, French and Indian War, if you want to get technical like that, I think Eric John Phelps breaks the same thing too. He's still alive and he talks about it, and I think he has a different channel, breaks that down about those fraternities, but they all support that same group that we're talking about, the hidden hand or the plutocrats. They the ones got that power. It's the same people. It's just, I'm not surprised. Even the Garrison state, it's the same people. They just try to pretend all this damn. No, it's the same people. They just use different names and they hide. If that dies, they go right back and then they start again, create another Garrison state. It's done by design for a reason. There's a reason why this country is the way it is. It's based off Rome, but New York is the daughter of Babylon, not the whole country. It's the city of New York. If you study the scriptures, you know that's what it is. It's a lot of confusion in New York because you got too many cultures. I don't think Pastor understand that Dallas is just a small cog of the piece. I don't think it's it. You know, they don't care about Dallas. They really care about the military base like San Antonio and Colorado and things like that. But New York is like the mecca of daughter of Babylon. They'll hit that before they hit those places. I mean, I'm just saying nuclear wise. Because that's the power base, you know, the empire, and it folds. It's within, you know. Some people can uprise. You ain't gonna see that until 2024, because I don't know. People are scared of 2024 because the C virus done did a lot of damage to people. You know what I'm saying? And that's their way to say, okay, that's our great reset. You know, you already had the great reset, but it's gonna be, this one's gonna be another one. See where you at.
Yeah, because now I've heard that Skull Fraternity in real life was called Skull and Bones, and they said there's a YouTube video of some of those sick rituals, and somebody filmed it. And I think you need to watch it because I think David Icke talks about the link in it. Thing is, when you listen to it, you hear a very creepy cringy that makes you squeamish. It's a blood curdling scream, and I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to watch that. I mean, I might, but if it's on YouTube, then that's proof right there. And also, something I saw say about lost my thought. I think I mentioned it there. Cooper, yeah, like I said, he was deep. That's why when he flipped, you know, he was in too deep. That's why he flipped and had to kill him. But like I said, thank goodness he wrote the book. But with the skull, they said in real life at the Yale or one of them, or even in Princeton, I think, or Harvard, one of the universities, there's a secret building in the back of the yard that's covered with trees, but that's the building where they perform rituals at. So the building exists, you know. So see, there's a lot of shit that's hidden that's not so hidden anymore, because like I say, you know, people like Ike and Cooper who have written the books about it, you know, they're bringing it to light. But to bring it to light is to court death, because that's the risk. But I think if enough people were to read it and think a little bit, or like think about it, you know, and believe, you know, yeah, the people can actually overthrow the hidden hand, or you know, turn the country around. You know what I mean? But it'll have to be literally a worldwide mass revolution for that to happen.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. It takes a small group to have a counter like them. I mean, the masses, they'll kill each other. I mean, it can be a revolution, but it'd be Armageddon. It'd be like blood everywhere. But in this country, it's going to take in small fragments, and you'll start seeing it. And next thing you know, the brush fires will come. And a lot of people ain't built for that, because you got a lot of them, like I said earlier, are yes men, you know?
Yeah.
And that's what I see in these spaces with this meetup is based off that. Like, you have an agenda trying to think like those people from the top. That's what we don't need as black men. You know, the pill stuff, I get it. That's what you call philosophy, the red and the blue. Black pill was added from the TV shows. But yeah, that's what you're dealing with. In this topic I was talking about, is there value in the system like this? And I said, is it worth it? I said no, because what's the point when the place is about to collapse? You know, people try to say it's inevitable. Even the general said it on my channel. It was inevitable. He's in the military and going for retirement. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Something else. Oh no, in the book, a lot of the names besides which they mentioned, names are recognized. They said President Roosevelt was part of it, Eisenhower, and also the Rockefellers, which I've heard before in commercials and the media. Rockefellers all of them are part of it, are part of the same bloodline. All of them are descendants. I'm like, God damn,
Yeah.
this is ridiculous. I mean, this is really crazy. This is basically it's out of hand.
Yeah.
And it started centuries ago, eons
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah. 18th century. Yeah. I used to have a book. It's a basic book by Freemasons, but they didn't go in depth. I mean, they just talked the history of it. They didn't want to expose the secrets. They just did that to play around. I used to get it in Barnes and Noble. I was like, oh, okay. You know, it was a bland, counter. That's how they do. They hide the real information. You can get books all day, but 9 out of 10 to get real information, they stop you from reading it. You know what I'm saying? Because you can read the books. They don't really care for a trigger like that. But if you go in depth and if you're smart, I said, man, he can influence, the children, to revolt. You know what I'm saying? And it's not easy because you're a target. You just one person. Now, if you had a group of guys, imagine small number, like you can say 144,000. Everybody thinks that's big, but technically that's small against a million. Or 2 billion or something like that. Think about it. That's a process, that takes, years to get to that level. And a lot of people is waiting on it in 2024. Because after Frank's question, well, I'm talking about the future elections in 2024, because I don't know where people are going to be at in years from now. So.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. No, I think the key to probably countering the hidden hand is if we would buy these books, if parents would buy these books and teach it to their children, so then the next generation comes up, they'll know and have an idea and be prepared.
Yeah, that's the key. That's the key. These books, teach them how to survive, and that's what I do. Just gain the knowledge, learn about them. Even on panels with these agents that do these sting ops, I tell them, like, look, you're just gonna have to stand firm, and and don't try getting that spat with them. But I get it. I get when people talk about that stuff. It's understandable.
Yeah.
Oh
well.
Yeah. Let me see what's going on here.
Oh, it's just us two now. Okay, the pastor left.
Yeah. Yeah, I had like 26 people in here, and then it dropped to 7. So I already got the conversation out of the way. It's been like 3 hours.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I came late. Yeah, I mean, I worked during the week. I worked during the day now. I almost didn't come on. I was tired. I was just gonna go to bed, but I got this new headset off Amazon too. This better headset.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm finally getting to try it out. And it's good. It's better than the first one I had. The first one I got is all broken up now. Both sides of the thing broke. I was taping them both up, but I couldn't adjust my head thing no more. And plus, this headset has got a bigger mic head too, so it's better.
Oh, a headphone jack, a microphone jack. Oh, okay. I started out like that. Yeah, I'm on my I got a headset too, got a jack on it, but I'm using a microphone. Yeah, I'm using a condenser.
Well, yeah, it's a wired headset, USB microphone.
Yeah.
Yeah. I show the box came out of. This is the.
Yeah.
This is
that's
what
a
it
good
is.
one. Yeah, that's a good one.
I'm on my laptop, but no, because I have 2 computers. I have a laptop and I have a Dell desktop. And on my Dell desktop, I have a Samson G-Track Pro podcast mic.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. I got the HyperX Quadcast, and I got a couple more USB mics. I got the Blue Yeti Nanos. I got the Red X. I mean the Red Onyx and the Black Owl. And I got the Razer Mini. I got the Razer Mini too. Yeah, that G-Track's nice. Yeah.
Actually, I had a Blue Yeti before years ago. I mean, I still have it 'cause I just put it back in the box. But I found this Samson. I got it both from Best Buy. The Samson.
Yeah.
I read the modifications on the Samson. It was better. It was better than the Blue Yeti. And it was 100.
Yeah, it is in sound. Yeah,
It, wa-
it's
it
got the
was
guitar thing. Yeah, I know exactly what
it
you're
was
talking about.
105. I bought a Samson pop filter for it off Amazon to match. So
Yeah,
that's all I have.
I've seen the boom arm on that thing. I saw the what you call it, the attachment. Yeah, I just recently looking at that. I was fiending to get it, but I saw the Blue Yeti Pro is nice with the XLR. That's like the best one. But I understand the original Blue Yeti. They got so many colors. But the Nano's nice. The Logitech bought them, and the Yeti X. I mean, Yeti X with the windows and things like that. They're decent mics, but I'm using the Quadcast. Yeah.
Now the Blue Yeti, the Blue Yeti X, is that better than the Samsung?
I would say no. It's good.
Okay.
It's good on software. It's got RGB lighting. You can do it with the app. Now the World of Warcraft has those voice changes with the that too. They have a version like that on Best Buy as well. But the G-Track's still the best one. Yeah, it's the best USB. But there's a lot of good USB mics too. That one, Elgato. I think Thai City's got the Wave 3. There's a couple people got the Quadcast. I got this one, the red one. I ain't got the one with the RGB one. That one's like what, 160?
Yeah. When I bought mine, mine was 105. Now here's the thing: there's some mics probably better than Samsung, but they're really expensive. I remember, those long. I see them on TV. Those you call those long. I guess they're called long something mics. I forget what they're called, but
the Shure's.
Yeah, they're like
the Shure SM7Bs. Yeah, they're popular. They worse than the Yetis now because YouTube uses them. The big YouTubers uses the Blue Yetis in those, and 80% of the people, I think the reviewer said, the white guy was saying, they don't really care for sound like that. They just, only a handful of people use USB mics. They use cell phones and the headset thing. Yeah, it's true on these streams because I've noticed that.
No, this isn't a USB mic. This is a mic. I think you have to hook an amp up with it to the computer. It's that big long. It's that big long. It's that big long mic. It's not long, but I know what it looks like. I've looked it up. I typed the words and finally the image came up. It's a mic. It was like they could be like $600 to $1,000 for these mics.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
these are these really, really big, expensive mics. So those are probably better than what I'm using. But the thing is, for the price I got mine's fine because people say when I use that one, the podcast mic, when I use my Samsung, they say I sound like I'm on the radio. Really
that's a good one. It's good for deep voices. The G-Track, Samsung did a good job. It's a lot of them. There's another. I'm trying to get this dynamic one, for Fifon, the new one, because it's got the attachments on it, and it's a dynamic USB.
Yeah, I didn't buy an attachment with mine. I mean, I know there's a special arm you got to buy for mine, but I don't know if I can put it on mine because, like I said, I have a desktop and there's not a lot of room for that. But I like to get it, so I would have to sit up, all the way on it just to, to be heard, because I could, But I'm gonna look into it because I might. I still have the box for it, I believe. Yeah, I think I have the box. It's over in the corner there somewhere. I would take the box and I would look up the specific, the boom arm that it's got to assemble together.
Yeah,
like I said, I've already got a pop filter, so I'm straight. So
Yeah, I got a built-in pop filter in this mic I'm using now. This is like my current mic I use streams. And sometimes I use different ones. Now I have used the Razer Mini. It has the Super Cardio one, the small one. I used that on the Labor Day stream. Sound good. People liked it. It sound good. It's a mini microphone. It's by Razer. Now Razer got a new dynamic mic. It's the V2 Pro. And that's a good one, the Siren V2 Pro. And I saw that. I said, damn, but it was sold out. It was like $149 in Best Buy. They sold that out even, people bought that real quick, and then they got the X version of that as well, the condenser. But the other one is dynamic. The other was condenser. It looks like the Razer Mini. They try to model at it because they're brand new. But they have another dynamic mic USB. It's Razer Elite. Not the one Pro, but they got the Elite. The dynamic one.
Okay, the Razer Elite. Okay.
Yeah, it's so many microphones you can just get, and but the ones like dynamic microphones, I think Kuda mentioned this too, with the
Yeah.
XLRs and things like that. Yeah, you can get them. And when I found out about the Yeti Pro, I saw a review earlier in the hours on the East Coast. I was looking at Booth Junkies. He said he did a redo. He said, yeah, the XLR has a little hissing. That's because that microphone picks up a lot of stuff, and it's a condenser for a reason. Because if you use the XLR, you got to use a better interface with that. You know, it's kind of funny, but it's best to use USB on that one. But yeah, the G-Track is nice. You got 3 polar patterns. You got the bidirectional, you got the Omni, you got the cardioid. So
Oh yeah. So you go there, and it's got its own volume button, which I turn up to the center, not too
Yeah.
high, not too low. And it's also got its own self mute button, so I can hit mute and not hit mute on the screen. So I
Right.
can mute it and you wouldn't know it. So sometimes I do that.
Yeah, I'm the same way with my Quadcast. I have the mute button on the top. I have the red one, but the RGB one is like what 160, and this one I paid 150 for this in Target. I got this at Target. Target, the red one is popular because that's the cheapest one. Then on sale on Best Buy, it's like 120, something like that,
Oh,
125.
yours 150. Yeah. See, yours is more than mine. So yours must be better than mine. I don't know, or about the same.
Yeah, they're both good. Don't get me wrong, but this one has a shock mount, built-in pop filter, just like the new one. They got the S. Now the Solo Cast is alright. You know, it don't have a headphone jack, but this one has a headphone jack. I have a headphone Stinger, a Cloud Stinger on mine. It's a HyperX, and it sounds decent. You know, I can hear my own voice on that, so I sound good even on the playback. You know, I sound good on the live stream. So you know.
Yeah. I don't go live very often unless it's for a purpose, especially, you know.
Right.
if
I schedule mines. Yeah.
Yeah. No, when I go live, I got 2 friends. Well, I got one now because one I haven't heard from in over a month, but he has some personal issues going on. That's why he lives in London.
Oh, okay.
I had 2 brothers. I was doing a show called Wrestling Topics at one time. I did like 8 shows, and then my buddy in London, he stopped. You know, he was a fan. He subscribed to me. I asked him if he'd like to be on my shows, and he said, "Yeah." You know, and it was cool. It was 3 of us. It was me and 2 other brothers. That's what I've been trying to do is build my own, you know, all black panel. You know, to try to get a brothers out there. So, but he stopped showing up. Like I said, he had some personal issues. You know, personal stuff that's going on. So I understand that. I mean, he still follows me on Twitter, and I message him, but I never hear back from him now. So I mean, I hope everything's okay with him. You know.
Yeah.
But I want to go live. I come from a community where it's a lot of trolls, a lot of racists, you know, or as I like to say, a lot of crackers, you know.
Yeah.
So I've kind of, you know, I've blocked all of them as I can. But a lot of times when I go live, they'll come to my channel, my show, and they try to, you know, troll my chat or spam. I just ban them. So you know.
Yeah, I had a few trolls like that before my channel kind of grew in subscribers this past couple of months. But in April, it wasn't like that. You know, I had a few on the way before I had the microphone and stuff, and I had to chop some heads.
Yeah, well, the wrestling community is known as the YWC. That's where I started. I'm kind of sorry I started it now, but I would like to say
I'm familiar with that community. Yeah, they rabid, man.
Yeah, that's the problem. So I mean, but I say I'm a wrestling fan. You know, I'm dedicated to that. You know, I like talking about it. You know, but you know, I just talk about it. You know, like I want to, instead of, you know, trying to go here and there and getting trolled and doxxed and shit. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just bad, you know. Like I say, no, I've been doing my own thing now. So, like I say, I only go live if it's a really a purpose. You know, you got people going live just for bullshit for 8 hours. You know, so I don't have that kind of idle time.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a good 8 hours, a good conversation with a person like me and DeAndre or what you call Cerulean, yeah, it's worth it. But sometimes I stop it at 8 and 9. You know, that's like if it's a good conversation. I usually stop around like 4 to 5 or something like that. That's my max. But if it's a good conversation, I can extend it like 5 or 6, something like that. You know, yeah, man.
The longest I go on my shows when I was doing my shows, I go like an hour. That's it. I go for an hour Because
Yeah.
when we talk about topics and when we talk about everything, ain't no sense in going on and going and talking. Like I said, so I only did it on the weekends because, like I said, I work
Yeah.
during the week. I work day shift during the week. So I have a job. I think half people on all the shows on there don't have jobs because they're on there during the day and at night and shit. And I'm like, do you do anything else?
Yeah. I mean, during the day, I just don't be on there like that. You know what I'm saying?
No,
I
I'll
be
be
in
at
the
work.
class.
I mean,
Yeah.
I have access to it, but I wouldn't set up a show. I mean, I could join the stream, but like I said, even if I join the stream for maybe for a few seconds, because at
Yeah.
work, somebody come on my desk and see I'm doing something else, I get in trouble. But that's why I'll be on there like that. I'll
Right.
watch or I'll listen in, but a lot of times I won't try to join. Listen to something
Yeah.
on my phone. I want to break, or
It's true.
What's going on, UD?
What's good? How you feel? How's everybody feel tonight?
Good.
All right, peace and blessings, brother. How you doing?
I'm good. How's brother doing?
I'm all right.
I'm good. Yeah, man. I just finished the underrated music talk. Read about the late great Stevie Wonder. You know what I mean? So feel as somebody learn about the culture and stuff, music and stuff like that.
Right.
That was Stevie Wonder was bad, man. A lot of people don't know Stevie Wonder was co-wrote his own songs, co-wrote some songs even back in the early '60s. But they was not mentioned because how the record label was back then and stuff like that. Even he was writing some stuff. Even the mid '60s. That's when the late great Marvin Gaye and even him. That's where they was like with the Motown because they was fighting for their own creative control because they was like stifling them and everything. And that as we see, Marvin Gaye went on to do what's going on. But even back then, even in the '60s, the late great Marvin Gaye, he was making hits too, stop producing too, and that's what Stevie Wonder for the soul. And also he did a lot. So I feel that it was like time to let people know about Stevie Wonder. I know people probably know, but a lot he did a lot. So I just feel like put something out there so people could talk about reminisce and stuff like that.
Yeah, Stevie Wonder, he was the man. Yeah, I'm a fan. I got his stuff. Yeah, I like old school music.
Yeah,
like old school hip hop, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm. So that's what I did. I did a New York hip hop part 1 on my underrated music talk. So I probably will do another one. Part 2, I don't know when. I gotta see what time I'm gonna do it. And so I know you like it. Now I know now, so I'm gonna be surprised. I'm gonna send the links out to your brothers. You want to come on the panel. Let's talk about. Try to bring some. I want to bring something different to the space. Something. Something inspiring, something that.
So that'd be cool. Yeah, if you do an old school hip hop show, yeah, I'd definitely join. Just link me to your channel. I'll sub to it.
All right, yeah. Definitely. Well, let me get going because I got to get early morning to do some food shopping. Y'all look at my refrigerator, look very empty. Say when you going to feed me. So.
I hear that. Yeah, I got you.
I hear that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll just you keep up the good work, and I'm gonna share your lots. Just keep up the good work and everything. And I'm gonna allow me what your brother's doing and everything.
All right. Appreciate you.
Anytime. Peace.
All right, peace, brother.
Yeah, that's UD. He had to come on. Oh, dang.
Hey, link me to his channel, or did he leave a link to his channel?
Hold on, I'll get it for you. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me see for a minute. Cause
I'm sub to that, brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in the chat and then also put it in the back chat.
Yeah.
If y'all want to sub to him, hold on.
Oh yeah, I sub your channel too tonight, so
Oh, appreciate you, man. Yeah, I do these discussions sometimes, but the Friday special madness the next week, I'm gonna talk about something totally different.
Okay, I'll try to make that one too. Like I said, I'm off on weekends, so
Yeah,
Friday nights.
I usually stream on Thursdays. You know, just
Okay.
people can listen to like the playback. They can see the streams if people want to slide through, because I try to get back to these series too, because I usually, and it extends to the weekend, because I don't usually stream like Saturday like that. I usually stream on Sundays. You know, that's where I mostly stream. You know, you can catch me then. So yeah, man, like I do this like the open discussions thing because I'm familiar with things like that. Hold on, let me find UD. Where is he at? Where is he at? Was he on? Hold on. Oh dang. Yeah. Wait.
I wanted to tell you, no, on this headset microphone I'm using, I got a mute button for this one too, a self mute button for it too.
Yeah, I got one too on my Quadcaster Cloud Stinger, but you know, if I'm not using the mic, I can use the headset as well. You know, that's the thing. Yeah, I've been using this mic since August 3rd, and I used it on a female's panel once, and then they was excited I got one because I've been wanting one in the months. I could have had one in the summer, but I wasn't focused on doing that. You know, doing these streams, I needed something to keep me going.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I see. I see. Put the link in that chat. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's his channel.
Okay.
Copy that. And I'm gonna put his stuff in the chat. If y'all want to subscribe to UD, here you go.
Oh yeah, the Undefeated Darkness. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Subbed. Put the bell on so get notified. There we go.
Yeah, there you go. I got so much subscription on here, it ain't even funny. Yeah, man. Okay. Back at it again. Yup. He's a happy Scorpio season. Yeah, you can say that.
Oh, I'll put the link to my channel in the private chat too.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, my last show actually, I did another show, a Wrestling Topic show, about 2 weeks ago with me and my friend and a dude I know on Facebook who actually runs a wrestling promotion. He lives in he lives in Memphis, Tennessee. So I did a show with him. So it's famous again, but he, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're fun. I mean, you know, like I said, and there, you know, which this is how you do a stream, you know, the right way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've been doing these for a while. The longest I did was like 10 hours. Like a lot of it's good conversation. If it's a good panel, if you put some points in, and if the topic is good, that's how it gets longer. That's the trick, without the effery. But it's a lot of information was dropped. That's how my channel is, because usually I get the general and Cerulean and DeAndre. That's it. Before they came, it was me and Rashawn, we talk about different stuff.
Yeah, and I know
prior to
civilian.
that.
Yeah, I know civilian. That's Officer Charles. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
He's-
I know him
he's-
from Officer Charles too. Yeah.
Yeah, Charles I met through BGS. See, I met a lot of, see, thing is, I got introduced to the black community just by talking around. I've been in the conscious community,
Yeah.
and so I met BGS. I met Charles, and actually I talked to some brothers who actually hardly ever do shows, but I've been talking to them for like years though.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen BGS through the recommendation of the algorithm in 2019, 2 years ago. I knew who he was.
Yeah.
And then
that's-
I met Charles through BGS, saw
Yeah.
his channel, subscribed to it, and then I saw DeAndre and Cerulean. You know, that's how I know them guys from Charles. Yeah, all them guys. James Kills, them guys. Yeah, out of that circle.
The thing
Yeah, I
is,
saw him again. Yeah.
yeah. When the hangout stopped and changed, I haven't seen him doing shows anymore. I think he changed his format.
Who's that?
No, BGS. He still does shows, but he doesn't do them like on the scheduled weekend. Like
He does BGS Igmore and the Black Gnostics. He's still
I understand,
around.
a lot
Yeah.
of excuse me. No, he's still around. Just the same brothers I used to see on his panels before when I first met him. I don't see anymore.
Oh, it's this young kid named Truth. I mean, he's got a lot of young yes men. I was saying earlier in the stream, I feel sorry for them, but they don't think for themselves. But the ones like it's Charles, I think it's AB. Sometimes you may see Namer. Who else you'll see? You see it very
before,
yeah.
but it was other brothers. I remember a guy from New York. He used to have a picture right there with a baseball cap. I forget his name though, but it was I was young if I saw him. Yeah, good. Yeah,
I think okay, now I know Bishop used to be there.
Yeah, I think some of them just leave the platform.
Now if you're talking about Ty City, he's got his show called The Logic Sphere. That's a good one.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Logic Sphere, okay.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
I think I might have
He's
subbed
from
to him.
Dallas. Yeah, he's from Dallas.
Oh, so a lot of the guys the older guys on this panel got their own channels too now.
Yeah, they doing their own thing, just like Charles is doing. I see him a lot on Art of New Style. Yeah, BGS does it periodically. He has shows called Shatterpoint. I've been on one of those. I've been on that one, and then I've been on the other stream with him. They was talking about politics. I was on there for like a while, so you know. Yeah, I've been over at Art of New Style multiple times earlier this year. I met him through the Brain Trust, so you know how that went.
Yeah, see, I should have this the community. I should have been in before, even when I was, but you know, I had to do the wrestling. So, but see, little did I know how dirty that community was. So I didn't.
Oh, it's still dirty. Yeah, I remember it way back in the day.
I was still having fun. What it is, you had guys on there that would do actual work. You know, they'd be your friend, turn on you, be your friend again, turn on you. It was just bunch of idiocy that went on there.
Yeah.
Thing is, the reason they turned on me is because an issue came up in wrestling. About racism, about this shirt that came out. There was a black wrestler named Jordan Miles. WWE made him a shirt, and he thought the shirt was racist, and I agreed with it. So and plus I saw a guy who did a video about it. It was a white guy named Brad. I did a response, and I got all kinds of heat, but I stood my ground. I didn't take the video down. I didn't deter nothing. But then that's when I learned who my real friends are. And see, none of the people were my friends. They're your friends as long as you agree with their white narrative. You know.
Yep.
That's how it was, but you know, so I mean, I mean, I've been doxxed. Two of them have called my house twice. One of them called my house a third time because my dad said if he calls again, he's calling the FBI. I got his name and his picture, and I even got his phone number. Because he targeted another buddy of mine, and the buddy saved the image of his phone number. So I took it, and I got some video footage of him, you know, threatening me, you know, to expose my information, which I have in my back pocket. So I could send that to the excuse me. I could send that to the FBI Cybercrime Division.
Yeah.
No, because it's blatant harassment. That's all. That's all it is.
Yeah. Yep. Man, that community is rough anyway. So
Yeah, I'm pretty much out of it. I mean, I was watching, listening in, and people send me links about what's going on, but I'll sometimes glance at it and then I'll just say I don't give a shit,
yeah, that community is so rough. I remember back in the day, people used to dox the hell out of people over there.
They still do.
Yeah, that's why I mess with them. Yeah, they take that.
But I've learned to play the game. I've doxed a few of them too. Actually, the ones who doxed me, I doxed them because I got their information too. So
yeah,
I'll do it for fun, but I'll keep.
Yeah, some people retaliate, man. I understand. I try
Yeah.
to tell people, man. Yeah,
Yeah, I retaliate. They can't scare me out of my opinion and what I feel and how I want to say it. I'm gonna say I'm gonna say what the fuck I want to say, and I'm gonna say it how I want to say it. That's what I was feeling. The
Yeah.
reason it came after me is because I called a white dude a cracker, which is what he was, because that's what he sounded like every word that came out of his mouth about Jordan Miles. Basically, he was downplaying Jordan Miles' anger towards the shirt, as
Yeah.
saying he's a whack job and he's this and that, and no, he's not a whack job. He just saw the shirt for what it was. The thing is, if that dude was black, he probably understand more, but he's not black, and that's the thing. See, the other side will never understand how we feel. Like I said, you had to see the shirt. The shirt had his name on it, but the way it was shaped was like it looked like a mouth with teeth and red lips, like you see in the old days, of them, making clown pictures of us,
Oh yeah, the blackface.
a
Yeah.
black face and the red lips. Yeah, that's what the shirt looked like.
Yeah.
That's what he saw, and that's what I saw. So I agree with him. But see, the so-called other YWC YouTubers didn't see it that way. So when I made my video, and like I said, that video is still up on my backup channel. It's got 1.4K views.
Mm.
And I didn't make it for views. I made it because I was pissed. I mean, the thing is, I responded to the dude's video. I play his whole video in my response. I got a software where I can I can make two little screens. I can make myself talking, and I had a screen of his video. And what I do is I just pause it while it's playing, and I respond to his comments. That's what I did.
Yeah.
So that's what I do with a lot of videos sometimes. So that's what I did when I respond to it. The video was like over an hour long. Like I said, it got 1.4K views, and people think I did it for views or to stir up some shit. No, I did it because it's how I felt.
Yeah.
I didn't do it for any kind of fame. I didn't do it for money. I mean, I don't get paid off YouTube. I'd like to because it's so much fun. I like to get paid. But the thing is, to get paid off YouTube, you literally have to sell out because, like I said, you got to do a partnership where. And the thing is,
Yeah, I don't monetize on here either because I've seen
Right.
people lose a lot of money, and I saw this at 08 when they had the partner AdSense. A lot of people barely get paid on it. That's why a lot of people left back in those days. That's
no,
why
the
they
thing is
so
not
quiet.
that if monetize it and they change something, you can lose your channel. They'll delete your content, all your content.
Oh yeah. I've been knowing that. That's happened.
That's why.
That happened.
That's why I'll
That-
never. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, that's why in 08 it wasn't like that, but over time it changed, and that's how they decimate your channel. And I try to avoid at all costs because I ain't trying to lose my channel with that. Even if you're not monetized, that when you're monetized, you can't say what you want. Yeah, that's how they got you. Yeah, you're right.
Right. See, that's what I'm saying. See, and I don't say what I want. Whether it's curse wise or whether it's subject wise. So see, I ain't trying to sell out to the corporate machine. That's where that hidden hand again. That's where the corporate machine comes in. See, that's how they control you. They'll pay you.
Yeah.
And they don't even pay you much to start off with. You know what I mean? I think you get paid if you're like a celebrity. Because see, celebrities have big YouTube account. Start with the YouTube, and they'll have a high sub count, and they'll get paid.
Unless you have like 1 million or more, like the PewDiePies and the Marquise Brown. See, they did it naturally, but the ones that want to sell out and do the reaction videos, you got to do something spontaneous that'll put you to the top. And that's what a lot of people is sitting. You know, the only way your channel will grow, you got to be that. You know, and then when you really sell out, that's when you get the big money, and then you don't have to pay none of that back. You have to have merchandise.
Yeah,
And that's the sad thing about it, but you have to get into it.
There's one YouTuber. He's a wrestling YouTuber also, but his name is JD from New York. He's got a high sub count. He's got like a sponsor.
Yeah,
he's got like a big intro on his computer and everything though, so you can tell he's getting paid too. So you know, but you know, that's I don't want to be there. I want to make it. I want to get 1,000 subs, but without that, you know, right now I got 690. I've been stuck on that 600 for like years. I started doing this in like 2015. See, I discovered a channel, set up a wrestling fan. I would be looking at wrestling videos, and I came across a channel where this black guy was talking wrestling, and he was doing this is back when he had Google Hangouts, the old Google Hangout format. He would do shows with Hangouts, and people on his show to talk to wrestling. And I said that's perfect for me. I would love that. The thing is, I had the resources. I had 2 computers. I even have a camcorder that I use in my car to film my videos a lot of times. I'll sit in my car and film my videos. I have a 1080p JVC brand webcam, which I've had for like over 2 or 3 years. I bought it. I had some extra cash, so I bought it at Walmart because the Walmart had one play for under $300. So I bought it, and I was, you know, I bought extra battery for it. So you know, I said I could do my own channel, but I started being on this other channel, and I was having a blast. I was having a blast. Everybody was nice and friendly. Like I said, this is before the trolling and the doxing came later.
Yeah.
So, and the channel I was with, well, it's still around, but the guy I think he runs it hadn't done a video in over a year. So I think he's doing something. It was a channel called Into the Arena. That's what I said. The guy that hosted it was a black brother by the name of Don Banks. So we became fast friends, and you know, but he did some shady shit, which I didn't understand why he did. That's what got me into the dirty part of the game, because I had to retaliate, but it was basically retaliating on nonsense. So
yeah,
I don't do that no more unless I have to, you know. But you know, I'm on my own now. I'm doing good. I'm meeting people like you and these other brothers, conscious brothers, you know. And I ain't asking for no help. I like to come on the panels and talk, get to know people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know, I'm more different than everybody else. I'm like blacklisted. The stuff I said back in those days, I lived through from this channel, and then I'm glad it's still up, and I'm not even that monetized. I'm not even worried about it because they check your what you call it, the tax stuff. That's why a lot of people ain't monetized now, because now they want information about your income tax. That's another reason why I'm not doing it as well. That's not no one's business.
Yeah,
you know,
I'm not putting that information online. See,
yeah,
that's not a form of doxing in a way to me.
Yeah, Google wants that so bad, but see, they're too evasive. Yeah.
The thing is, I know, like I said, I'm not trying to chase clout for my channel. I like coming on panel with brothers who talk about some of the same things I like. You know what I mean? Especially conscious wise. You know what I mean? They think like I do, and see, that's what the white YouTubers hate.
Oh, they definitely hate that. Yeah. Well, they don't come on my channel because I knock their ass out of the ballpark. You know, I have a reputation for my past and the name. You know, they steer clear from this channel. They said this dude ain't playing. You know, they know who to mess with. They know who not to mess with. I understand the game. Yeah. Even GMT has a channel that's similar like that, but it's like fair game. You know what I mean?
Now, one of the guys you have on your panel tonight, this guy named Arthur, the Blue Lion.
Yeah,
he's associated with that schools, so that's why I didn't come on. Earlier. I mean, we didn't have any issues, but you know, I'm gonna say right now, I can't trust him because he still associates with certain shady people on here. So, and the thing is, since you had him on your panel, I just hope through him you'll get acquainted with some of them individuals. You know what I mean?
Oh, I don't mess with him. I mean, he's cool. I see him. We talk in the chat in different, I would say, manosphere spaces. I don't go where he goes at. It's kind of different. You know, he's kind of like, I'll give you an example. He's like everybody else come through here. You know, they just pass through. They don't really be on panels. Because if I have like DeAndre Cerulean, they won't come on the panel. They're scared of them deep down. I don't know what it is about Cerulean and DeAndre on Thursday nights or different panels.
He's too smart, and plus he's a cop.
Yeah.
Now, see, if I were to talk to Cerulean in the backside behind the scenes, I can talk on Facebook and tell him what's happened to me. He could probably tell me what avenues to go after him, but I haven't done that. You know?
Yeah. Cerulean, we talked offline after that 9-hour live stream we did when him and General was there, like comrades, right? Yeah. And he told me a lot about the sphere and the spaces that he's seen back in the day, and we had a deep discussion. And after that, he had to go to work, and then that was that. Because I told him Sheila's live right now, because he'd be over there at Sheila E's channel. But yeah, he comes here frequent. Now it's him, but that's because of DeAndre. Because I had DeAndre the longest. DeAndre don't play no games either, so a lot of people just don't like DeAndre. That's what's really told me. Yeah, and then YouTube, because y'all's aura, man. They don't come on these panels like that. It's only a handful,
Well, that's good, like I said. So I just don't want them white devils mixing in with these circles, see, because then I ain't gonna have nowhere to go after a while. It's harder to find space to go when I have to associate with them or talk with them.
Yeah.
Because when I did that video against Brad about the shirt and everything, although one guy actually told me I should take the video down. I never took it down, and one guy I know flagged it twice, but it's still up. So
yeah, they ain't gonna flag my shit because I ain't going for that bullshit either. You know what I'm saying? You get blocked or banned. That's it. They can give me a dislike and move on. I think they kind of steer clear of my channels. I don't mess with dudes like that. I tell them up front, because I ain't scared of these white folks like that. Especially on YouTube, they already know my reputation. Yeah.
The thing is, I was friends with a lot of them. That's the problem. I was friends with them. So,
you can't. It's
kind of hard to shake that white stain off my neck now.
Yeah,
but I'm doing okay now.
The white people that I know is the ones I grew up with. I only had a handful growing up, but online not so much. Because when I was on that Hebrew Israelite sector, we was chopping their heads off. We was calling Esau and everything else. We ran them off the block. So they know who I am. So they steer clear from me. Because I can tell my audience is mostly black and different ideologies. I have a diverse group. Yeah, my channel is diverse as well, but I'm not like really white friendly like that. I'm just keeping it honest.
Oh, that's good. That's good to know. So that's good. I ain't gotta worry about seeing them
because you don't see them in the chat like that. Because when you see a lot of blue wrenches, they get nervous. That's what DeAndre's doing. Yeah, that's true. Because mostly black, I don't really give everybody a wrench like that, willy nilly like that. I mean, it's usually in these darker spaces. That's it. See, the white sectors, I don't really care much. Because that's not a real community. There's other white communities don't mess with them. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna last on they won't last on YouTube. So there's other places like what they say, Rumble. I mentioned other networks like BitChute. That's where they go. See, they already lost Reddit.
Yeah. There's one crack on BitChute who basically exposed my information a little bit, or he basically became he went into a troll account on Facebook and kind of set me up because I believed who he was. He made believe he was an account. He had Martin Luther King's picture on it and called himself D-Bomb, but it was him. He was an enemy. So we taught him became friends. He basically found out my real name or my slave name because I had my high school. I had my high school. My high school identity or my high school thing on my Facebook page, which I shouldn't have. That's how I got my real name. So that got around. That's how I eventually got the phone calls to my house. So that's where the attacks, were going. But I don't talk to him now. Like I say, I got his information too. I'm not gonna say his name, but I got his information too because I don't want this getting back to him. So, because if he were to see this, he would definitely do a response video or start sniffing around. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's just like he came on a few of my streams, but he be in the chat. He never hits the link though, because if I have Cerulean or anybody the general, he is not coming up here. That's just usually the way it is.
Oh, okay. So, but he just
Yeah.
came on. He just came on tonight because I guess he
For
felt
the
he.
first time, because
Oh, good.
I
Okay.
guess he wanted to speak to me, but I don't think he's gonna come on again because he saw Namer and things like that. It depends on the people I have, because it's not always like that. No, because
Yeah.
sometimes I don't open my panels. Like every Wednesday, I do the history streams. I do a lot of stuff.
Yeah. The thing
I
is,
talk about different things.
I saw Namer. That's one I recognized on here. I saw Arthur's symbol. I'm like, okay, what's he doing? Okay, whoa. Okay, because it's through Arthur that these other people can creep through these communities. That's good that you know that y'all got it on lock. Got it on lock like. Got it
Yeah,
on
because when they
lock
see
like
a
that.
lot of blue wrenches, I know they skywatch, they dip, and they be like, "Oh shit, let me back off," because I have a reputation. They know who I am. The white folks know, like, I don't mess with that dude, because if they know your name in the algorithm, yeah, I don't mess with them like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't be over there like that. I don't care for them. That's why I don't allow that, because I'm one of those dudes they don't mess with. They'll mess with somebody that ain't smart. You know what I'm saying? And they probably follow guys like SKC and the so-called SY dude. We call them trims over here. Shouts to DeAndre and Cerulean for that because they're transracials. They don't think they're black. That's the mindset they're on. That's their audience. And I've noticed that in the teapot debate with Ragnarok, you know what I'm saying? Then he's not allowed over here either. So, he knows I'm not a welcoming type. See, they mad because mainstream Manosphere is damn near dead because you got a lot of us brothers is brainwashed over there taking their spot, but they ain't gonna be around in December. I'll tell you that, because that sensitive information that DeAndre gave me and Cerulean gave me, I'll just shake my head. I'm out of it. I just let them have at it. It's gonna affect certain spaces, not just the management, but it's a combination of dudes that's extremely radical. So yeah, it's cops in these agents in these spaces. They're monitoring. They've been doing it. So yeah, it's a very sensitive information. Yeah. I mean, I'm good because they know I'm not a threat like that anymore. It's different.
Yeah.
They're on some different wars right now. They're trying to get rid of feminism, but in the way it's created by the men. But see, they don't want the women to find out because you got these channels, them growing, and they're trying to knock them loose. So it's very sensitive. It's very sensitive. I ain't gonna get into detail, but they know what's up. They know what's up. They know what's up.
Okay, well that's good. That you got cops monitoring the chat too. That means that those trolls will never come around here. Okay, good.
Yeah, they
this is
monitor
where,
the chat.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So this is where I'm gonna hang from now on. So I'm gonna whenever we do a panel. It depends on the topic. I'll come on if I can contribute. But if I can't contribute, if I know that I won't come on. But I'll be in the chat. And I'll say what's up. So this is a circle I think I belong in now. The black circle.
Yeah. No, my circle is like kind of small, tight. I mean, I do get a decent audience. I get like at least 24, 26 people according to this stream tonight, because usually it'd be like 18 to 20 people. One time I started out like, I'll say 0 to 8, but I did start out like 8 to 10 for a while when I got the microphone, and then all of a sudden I got like 14 to 20 some people, and then it got 26 tonight. So I already got the views that I needed, but the playback is what matters to me. People watching or not,
Yeah, even on my channel, I get a good I get good viewership. It's not big, but I get views if I do a good video. But I just I got over 300 videos on my channel. So like I said, it's all wrestling. On my other channel, Professor X, the Overseer channel, that's where I'll do the Black Power movement videos. Black Pride. I talk about the Black Pride. That's where that's where the video I did on Against the Die is. It only has 97 subs, but I'm so proud of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
See, if I do any drama, I put it on that channel. I don't put it on my main channel because I don't want my main channel to be trolled or flagged.
Yeah.
I mean, last phone call I got, I was at work. That's when he seems to call when I'm at work. So I answered the phone. He called, talked to my dad, talk about threatening this. He got evidence of me doing videos, fussing at people and saying this, that kind of thing. So ever since that video I did, it's like I'm a threat, and they don't want me saying that or saying what I'm saying. They've attacked me because of that video.
Yeah.
So, but that's what I get for joining that community. I mean, I just went there for the wrestling. I didn't really go there to make friends. I mean, yeah, people were nice and they thought friends. You know, I started talking. It was fun. See, I was so green back then. I mean, it was just fun. Everything was fun. I was making friends, talking to everybody left and right. I didn't care. I was having too much fun. But see, I was blinded by having fun. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I should have started blocking at these people before I had a chance. But when I got caught up in the personal drama situation, which was, like I said, that's all. And that's what all that drama is bullshit anyway. When I got caught up in it, you know, I didn't stop. So, but I should have. And I made some new friends, and I should have made those friends. That's the problem. See, don't know what kind of people they are.
Yeah.
And I found out one of them's bipolar. He takes meds. See, that's how crazy he is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a lot of crazy people on YouTube.
Well, people even warned me about it, but I didn't listen. And the thing is, people who I know in real life saying, "Be careful with that online stuff." You know.
Yeah. Oh, this guy's a brother. Colton Huggins. Okay.
Oh, I know him. I know him. He comes from that community too. That's his name is well, I won't tell you his name, but he knows what I'm talking about too, because he was caught up in the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, he talks about wrestling. I just subscribed him. He's got a decent channel. Yeah. She doing an audio test. Oh God. Do this. Oh, I got 4 people in here. Oh yeah, that's usually normal. Yeah, because I was down to 1.
Yeah, because you had 40 viewers earlier, I think.
Yeah, that's how I have a lot, and then it drops up and down because everybody's got strings. I'm subscribed to Ty City and everybody else. Who's Eric Melendez Battle? You know him?
Yeah, that's God and Huggins. That's him.
Oh, okay.
Yo, what's up?
What's going on, man?
Nothing much, man. Man, I've been going through a whole lot in that white YouTube wrestling community. I wasn't here for all that. Oh, you was about to say something, Malik?
No, I had already been told them about that. I just didn't mention any names, and don't mention any names. I was telling them we don't want them creeping up in these circles.
Right, exactly. Yeah, man, because I wasn't even here for all of that. I'm supposed to here to focus on my content because I had told Classic Ruby, but I didn't mention their names and stuff. And she told me she dealt with this stuff and she focused on her contact, not worry about other people. She had talked to me about it and stuff and already explained about, what's going on and so. Cause I was on this guy's panel. It was 2 guys, another guy that I was cool with. I showed them 2 things: the original Abraham Lincoln and Yaku, who created the white race. And they didn't take me seriously. They started laughing, saying WF and a ball of sacks and stuff. Like, come on, this is serious. This is important. And how I know this is from this man on the right. And I did some research because we was on our friend's panel, and he got the book, and he showed us the book, and that made me say, "Oh, I gotta do some research. I'm gonna learn about this Yaku dude." And I got so fascinated with it since then. Usually, I start watching YouTube videos, start thinking about the dude. Like, it's mind blowing. Like, the public school system is not going to teach us that, because I did not even know this until 31 years old about Yakub. Because it was a guy named Sean that was the author of that book, and his last name starts with A. He's a Muslim, and I had told a few people about Yakub, even the guy I was cool with. Then I also told about Abraham Lincoln. I said, you know, Abraham Lincoln is black. He said, oh my God. And you gotta understand, it's a Wikipedia, no, not Wikipedia. It was on Google.com and described what Abraham Lincoln looked like. He's dark skinned, he's a Moor, and he's a Mausolesian, means it's like 3 races mixed in. If I got the word right. Yeah, I got the word right. And his mom is Nancy Hanks, and she fell in love with a slave named Limas. If I got the name correctly, I think it's Limas or Lemus, because he was a slave and stuff.
Mhm.
And I wanted to know who is that guy pretending to be Abraham Lincoln, because I seen this ever since I was in school and also at the Lincoln Memorial. Like, who is this guy? Like, if somebody tell me, I'll be blown away. And also the backstory about him, whether if they had told us in school, is it going to be that same backstory? Maybe it's going to be a different backstory. Maybe the backstory of him doing something satanic and stuff. Like, this is like all these years, decades, centuries we've been lied to. And so even a guy, dark-skinned dude, had explained who the original Abraham Lincoln was and stuff. And he is younger than me, and I'm 32 years old. Like, this is so shocking. Like, and I accepted it quickly. Even with the original people that a guy Bigfoot told me, I accepted that. And, like, wow, this is so amazing. Even my sister's father knows this. And I never walk away and I never say, I don't want to hear it, I don't believe it and stuff. I listen. And I really, really, really had a clear understanding and stuff. Then I really had a clear understanding about the ancient Europeans and stuff. Like, they came here because they came from Africa. And same thing with Asia too. Because I already know that the original Asians are dark-skinned people. The original Hispanics are dark-skinned people. The original Indians are dark-skinned people. Like, wow, this is so interesting. Like, this is real knowledge. And all of them came from Africa before they were spreading everywhere to Europe, Asia, Australia. I did forget about Australia, because the Aboriginal people had moved to Australia. And there's still some in Australia. I don't know what location. I think it's by the islands or something.
It's Southeast Asia. It's down where Polynesia and all those people. And the Tasmanians was executed. Like, I did a piece on, I think, the history of Hawaii. It's on my dark history playlist. Yeah. I do those like every Wednesday. Like, you know, I'll do one about South America next week. That's the one I will
Okay,
do.
I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna make sure I'll be tuned in.
Yeah. That's like Wednesday. I do those a lot on Wednesday, the history topics and
Okay,
show
good,
links
cool,
and
yeah.
things like that. Yeah.
Those panels I might not join because that's me at work night. 'Cause I be up
Yeah, I know that's not gonna be an open
Yeah.
discussion. That's gonna be like I'm gonna be talking and reading off stuff, and that's it.
Oh,
But
good. Okay,
then,
cool. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
So,
I usually do that anyway. Yeah, they usually
so
close.
basically, that's a one-man show for you. That's a solo show.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
easy.
cool. Okay. Yeah. Good. Okay. Yeah. So
I usually go like 2 to 3 hours, and then I cut it, and then I usually do the open discussions. That's where I talk to the people and subscribers and things like that. The people that's coming through.
Yeah, that's on Fridays, like now, like I said, on during the week, the middle of the week, basically. I get up at 6 a.m, so I'll be in bed
Yeah.
usually. So I wouldn't come on anyway.
Mhm.
Yeah, I usually stream on like every Sunday, but I got one Halloween special Sunday chill. It's like an addition, so it's a little different. So
Okay.
yeah.
Absolutely. It's like like you gotta like these. I gotta be careful because Malik X already got on me on being in rivals panels and stuff. When I speak my mind, the exact opposite. It's like they switch it around and stuff and start assuming. Because I've been a victim of this. And I already seen a post on Facebook with with white people with tails and stuff, and they get their tails cut after birth. Because I had talked to a Muslim sister about it, and she was a nurse, and she saw where the babies have tails, and I don't know if they use scissors or not when they cut their tails off after birth. I gotta do some research on that. Then one guy had a few guys said that I call their people rats. Then with Dragon Ball Z, they also switched up because I think this was on Arthur's panels, one of his panels that I was in, and they got so mad. And you have to, it's like Dragon Ball Z, the Saiyans are based on black people. Like they can fight, but when they lose, they powers increase. Like black people, like the sun. Black people can handle the sun and the moon. Like the Saiyans can handle the moon and stuff. And they really they strength is incredible, and raw speed and power and stuff. We are events, something that they don't have, and they are jealous and envious because of that. Absolutely. Like they have a jealousy and envy towards that. I wish I can go in deep with them, but it's like, oh, he's crazy. He don't know what he's talking about. We get your information for this guy because I get this all. Oh, Eric is a racist.
Right.
Eric anti-right. Eric is a racist, but he had white people on his face. Okay, I admit to that. Yes, I do. That's why I stopped posting wrestling pictures. The reason why I did that, because I should have done this early, because they did Bianca Belair dirty. They played the race part on her. It was at SummerSlam.
Yeah.
And she finished the match for 20 or 25 seconds when she did the rock bottle and stuff. And it was a rival that I knew, because Malik X knows this dude. He didn't address the issue why they did Bianca Belair dirty to play the racist card and stuff. Like he acts like nothing had happened. Just like the Jordan Miles t-shirt. Because I told Pastor Ruby on the panel on Brothers World Order that about the Jordan Miles t-shirt, and I had said that it's racist, look like blackface, look like Mr. Popo. and I sent her the video. I sent her the link. She said the left side is sensitive, on the right is racist. She watched the film. She said she can't watch it no more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then these people, half of them were on me and Malik X's side. The other half thinking that, this shirt, that shirt ain't racist to me. This guy, the guy, because I don't want to say his name. He said that it's a stupid marketing idea, and his own people, our own people, attack him. Like, whoa, this is some sellout stuff. The sellout move, the sellout card. Front of my face. Like, whoa. Like, something ain't quite right. Even with this girl that I really support, because I used to talk about her a lot. I used to talk to Malik X and another brother go by the name of Mega Magic. And I think Arthur too, about Tranisha, what she been going through, that they set her up, that she's fighting custody for her daughters and stuff, and they keep giving her out warrants that's like not true and stuff. Like they set her up. Like the people that she knew and had lawyers are trying to put Tanisha down, not to get her daughters back. And they seem not to understand that, she's arrested for, aggravated kidnapping and child custody interference. That she was messing with the system, but she wasn't messing with the system. Then about this guy, I don't want to mention that guy. He's a wrestler. That he stalks her. He got people that's doing the same thing, and he was plotting to kill Tranisha. Tranisha had told this white lady, I won't mention her name either, saying that this guy is plotting murder me and cover up that I commit suicide. And they fired her. And this was in 2009 when she was in TNA. Like, her life was on the line. And the lady did not fire him. So she fired her because they played the race card on her because she's a dark-skinned black woman and she looks Asian. That's what they did. You can talk about, wrestling. I understand about, wrestling is fake, but there's some racism and some politics and stuff. Like, there's a few people, like my cousin Sean and JTG, about a black wrestler. A black wrestler is not going to work hard as a white wrestler, not to be equal to a white wrestler, because they want a white wrestler to be the face of the company, but not a black wrestler, because The Rock wasn't the face of the company.
No, he wasn't.
They wanted, someone that has fair skin, like a Stone Cold, a John Cena, a Hulk Hogan, and we lost respect for Hulk Hogan.
Oh yeah, that's a whole nother. Yeah, I can't stand him.
Yeah. Then this
only person I respect in their stock is a villain is Ric Flair. He's consistent. That's it.
Right.
Yeah.
If you like Ric Flair, do you know about the plane ride from hell?
Yeah.
Okay, I lost respect for him after I heard that, because that thing with the studios now, he had a business doing that.
Yeah, I know he's not as perfect, but I would say all the people outside of wrestling, he's more consistent than them guys in real life. I heard stories about him. I said, damn, I didn't know he helped a lot of certain players. Yeah, he has his little ways, but he had a little. I think there's some stories about black wrestlers kind of co-signing. Yeah, it's because of money, But the white wrestlers like Hogan, yeah, that's the one I don't fuck with. I lost respect for him when he tried to do some snake stuff against our people, man. Like I just couldn't do it. You know,
Of course. I mean,
it's only a few white wrestlers I kind of get into nowadays. I don't really get into the whole the debacle of things like that. Now Triple H, that's another story. You know, he's got the boss's wife of his, his butt. But yeah.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, I ain't watched wrestling since, I would say, to be honest with you, 07 when Chris Benoit killed his family. I couldn't co-sign that. I just couldn't do it.
Oh, I know that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love wrestling growing up. The thing is, I was a Hulk Hogan fanatic at one time, but once the sex tape came out, which I did not see, but I heard he was talking on it and said what he said. It's like this. He's been on a campaign apologizing ever since. And the thing is, she's so phony. And I've been saying that. I say this almost every video, whether it's live or in my own videos. I always say it. You're not sorry you said it. You're sorry you got caught. But the thing is, he's not sorry because he wouldn't have said it in the first place if he wasn't taught that. But if he wasn't taught that mentality, and these white devils out here now, they are taught that mentality. Most of them are taught that from birth.
Right.
So I'm not shocked. Like I said, I dropped him after that though. Like I said, I did a video on it. I did a video on him and everything. I even told him on Twitter, and after I said what I said to him on Twitter, of course he blocked me because don't like hearing the truth about yourself.
Mm-hmm. I remember. Yeah, man. Absolutely. Like, you correct him. I did correct him years ago, and he blocked me when I had my first Twitter account. Because I wasn't into it until a few years later. My memories, it's not photographed like it used to be because, I've been eating the wrong types of foods and stuff. Yeah. And Hulk Hogan, I used to look up to him, but today, as a 32-year-old man, no. Not at all.
Well, the thing is, as kids, if our parents took more initiative, they would teach us not to look up to these people at all, any wrestler, because the role models ought to start in the homes. So, and if they taught their kids about what they're looking at, I don't think no kid would idolize any wrestler because, like I said, you don't know him. And the thing is, when you see them in 30 and 40 years, when they're in on crutches or in wheelchairs for life, or walk with canes, or they're in the hospital, having surgery. Like I just found out one of them has been in the hospital. He lost a ton of weight, so he must be healthier now. But then others don't fare so well in their golden years. Then when you see them, and sign autographs, they use a picture of when they were young and invincible. At least they thought. You don't see a picture of the real them, and they look toe up from the floor up. A lot of them, because they got bad knees, they got cracked hip, had hip replacements, cracked hips, got stuff in their back that's bad. They, a lot of them end up walking with canes and everything. So
yeah,
see. They're not invincible because, like I said, like you and me, they're going to get old, and this shit that they do in the ring, this shit that they do in the ring, it tells on them all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kane is in good shape.
Yeah, and he's a mayor. He's a mayor of Knoxville, Tennessee. Oh boy, what does that tell you? That's how far politics has fallen.
Yeah, and oh, you was about to say something?
No, you know what I'm saying? That guy Kane, he's now a mayor of his hometown. He's a political figure now. Now, when somebody as simple-minded as a wrestler can become a town mayor, something wrong with the country.
Right, and also I think I saw this on Facebook. Or YouTube or Instagram, that Kane has a flag on the right, which is the Confederate flag, and on the left is the American flag. Huh?
Oh, he has a Kane's got a Confederate flag on his house now.
No, I think it's at the office.
It doesn't matter whether it's at the office or the house. No, well, I'm gonna say this right now. Then Kane Cracker. He must be anybody who's got who's got that flag, whether an office or in the house. You one of them.
Wow, and I thought he wasn't racist.
I think some of them don't claim to be racist, and they'll be nice to you, blacks, but they'll they know how to cover it up mostly. Like I said, if he's got that flag, yeah, that flag represents that mentality.
Yeah.
Isn't that right, O? Oh, you there? It must be.
Oh.
Something else.
Wow. Wow, I'm so stunned. And when Mark Henry did that interview, I think it was in 2015, because I had watched the interview when they was talking about racism in wrestling, racism in WWE, and Kane said he loves everybody. That he don't have a problem with people of color. In 2021, I see a Confederate flag on the right. Whoa. Wait a minute now. I never see King holding no Confederate flag. And same with Undertaker. I remember you said about when you was on the on live with Kid Stacy and Saigon. I remember saying that the Undertaker wasn't racist. And I think you said about, well, he could be a redneck because he's from Texas, and Texas is a Republican state. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like I never seen Undertaker hold no Confederate flag. But if I find out that he is, I'd be like, whoa. What? The Undertaker I know wouldn't do that. I thought he was down with every color. And and also get along with everybody. Good grammar, good socialization skills, positive attitude towards people, respect, caring, loving, all that, Oh, he said he will be back. So he has something to do. He said, I will be back. Like, whoa. Okay. Like the honor. It's like, yeah, this man is a veteran. This man had won WrestleMania until 2014 when he lost to Brock Lesnar. That was his first loss because the original plan that he's supposed to lose to Randy Orton. And Randy Orton didn't want that because he has so much respect for The Undertaker. I was watching canceled WWE moments. He's supposed to break The Undertaker's streak at 25 years old. And if he did, he would brag on and say he's the youngest person that broke The Undertaker's streak at 25 years old. And he's on the Legend Heroes list. Update the black t-shirt. Undertaker, April the 3rd, 2005. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. It'd be interesting to see. very, very interesting if he did break the Undertaker straight. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But anyways, I don't know if I'm gonna have Clash of Ruby next Wednesday, this Wednesday coming up. I don't know. Because I really have to tell her about what happened on Friday. Because Friday, I wouldn't stop laughing. Brother, nigga, call me by my real first name and stuff. Salute, like professional. Want to be professional. Then I brought you up about the bad files. I made an error on that and stuff. You know, then it was so funny when he said, what was it? Talk fucking normal. Don't worry about the issues you had with me. What's your issue with me? Oh my gosh, man. You're not them. You can't never be them. Because I live in Maryland. He lives, 2 states away from me. I'm just gonna say that. Like, oh my God, man. I never see a black man want to be so professional. Then I couldn't even talk about, I was about to talk about it and stuff, then explain about what's gonna happen and stuff, what's for the good harmony, peace, and equality. Like you see that? Like, oh my gosh. Oh my freaking goodness. Like, this is not what it didn't go the way it was, the way it's supposed to went. It didn't go down, not up, and stuff. I already know about talking harassment and such and such. That's why I told these dudes, when y'all gonna have females on your panels? Because I already had 2 females. Tanya. First was Tanya. Second was Classic Ruby. And Classic Ruby, she was telling me about human psychology. Yes, she did. Then she I already told y'all. And she also talked about people with disabilities and stuff. Then I also told her about people doing streams. And they don't focus on certain topics. They want to get back with the drama that's way out of line and stuff. Like, if they repeat the same thing over and over again, I told my friends that they repeat the same thing over and over again just to gain views, just to gain subs, and gain more clout. That's what they do. It's like that's like they are part of this. Like, they are part of this just to get buzz out of it. The more buzz, more population, you know, the more population, the more you go higher, you know, the more you go higher, the more you become a star. The more you become the star, the more you become a higher up, a hierarchy. Uh-huh. And that's how they want to do it, you know, just to be all over just to be the top of the throne, you know, want to be like the King of Kings, going to get that throne, going to get that championship belt, going to get that briefcase. That's what they really want. It's like they want to be part of the industry. And there's some stuff behind the industry. Let me show you an example. Remember when Cardi B used to say, I feel a little shaky, I feel a little, I don't know. She was possessed. And Shaq did like a Then the announcer stayed on you get the rock. And he did like then I also seen two white guys. I think one of them was a news anchor. And one of them was a reverend broadcaster. He said, I'm passing out. I'm passing out. I'm passing out. No. Yeah, shoot, my speech. I'm passing out. I'm passing out. And he kept going on and on. And he said, God. And before he said that, when he's about to pass out, he did the Masonic handshake. Yes, he did. The freaking like, whoa. Then I also seen this. I seen, what's that? Is it Draymond Green? Is it Draymond? And they was in the press conference, and Draymond did like this. Then he lied and said that the side of the TV screen frozen. Technology. If I left something out, just let me know. Then I see Eminem doing like this. When it was at the football game, and the two white announcers was talking about his album Berserk. Eminem said, live TV creeps me out. Like that, they doing the MK Ultra. That's what they doing. That then I seen because I was trying to tell Ruby. I already explained to Ruby about the clones and stuff. Because I compare clones to mentally handicapped people. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And I've seen a black news lady. She said, she said, uh, she said, uh, she was struggling. No, she wasn't struggling in her work. It was a remote control that was like messing with her brain.
Yeah.
Like why is mainstream is doing is using remote control to break the freeze the person while the person ain't moving. Even with Al Worker, when the white lady said about the Holy Ghost, he did like this. Then Cover Up say he was saying about he was staring at the camera 5 or 10 minutes. How long he's gonna stare at the camera? Then when it was at the hypnosis, he did not move. He did not flinch. Like, whoa. This is like Hollywood is like a mental institution.
Yeah.
Mental institution is Hollywood. It's like I'm seeing the same thing. I seen it in movies. Like they really got control of celebrities. If they speak out, they have to be on MK Ultra or be in some hypnosis.
Right.
Like when the person acts crazy, they have to be on medication or have to be forced to use the knee on them to calm them down and not to function properly. Like, damn. This is what they do. I did not even know this kind of stuff, what they be doing in Hollywood in the industry.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it would be in the mental institution, but Hollywood,
Mm-hmm.
that too?
Yeah, rituals and stuff. Yeah.
Wow. Rituals like the fraternity and the sorority. They do the exact same thing. They do secret rituals. They do hazing, just like in WWE and NFL.
Yeah.
And stuff. And they start complaining about the hazing. The order to be in that fraternity, the welcome you with open hearts. You have to pass first it had to be the hazing, then it had to be the rituals.
Yeah.
And then it had to be the initiations. Because Dr. E.M. Smith had talked about this. The initiations will be doing dinners.
Mm-hmm.
I glad I didn't go to no university. Because if I was going to the university and pick that occupation, pick that class that I'm going to be interested in, that's in a higher level, they're going to freaking drop the mail on my door room and say I'm part of the sorority, I'm part of the fraternity. I'll say sorority, fraternity. I'm like, oh boy, I'm going to get hazed. They're going to do rituals. I'm done.
Yeah.
How can I get out of this fraternity? Because I have no interest in being in that fraternity. Then the fraternity, what they also do, they into that whitewashing stuff, like the white geeks and stuff, and the white Romans,
Right. Mm-hmm.
and stuff. That's what they worship. They don't want to like talk about their real history, but want to talk about their whitewashing geek philosophy and the whitewashing Roman Empire.
I'll
and
say
stuff.
the Roman Empire philosophy. Yeah, that's heavily influenced. Greek is kind of like mixed in with the Greco-Roman Empire, but Rome, yeah, that's the heart of it because they stole a lot of stuff from Egypt too. But
Yeah, that's true. I forgot the guy's name because he was part of the fraternity, and also Gene Deal was part of that that fraternity, and he did talk about the fraternity and also talk about the Skulls and Bones. Titus O'Neil ain't gonna talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know why he ain't gonna talk about that, because he ain't gonna snitch.
Yeah. Yeah, they
And
part of Yale University, that Skulls fraternity group. Yeah. Mhm.
yeah, absolutely. Like, oh man, so Titus is with the Boule, but the people in that white YouTube wrestling community ain't gonna talk about him being the Boule.
Yeah.
Because however, it's like, oh, Titus, I mean, however that, oh, once you in that white YouTube wrestling community, we can't, if you want to be with us, you can't talk about the Illuminati and the secret society, but you can talk about conspiracy theories as long as not secret society like.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if they do that. But the other communities, certain communities, they do.
Yeah.
Because they already talk about WWE is also part of that, just like the mainstream. But most of these wrestling YouTubers don't even talk about this a lot.
No, they don't. I mean, it's on very certain circles in the sectors, and I mean, they're very careful because you got a lot of agents in these spaces, especially I would say from YouTube, like when you do formats like these, and because everybody's screening people, which is sad. Because back in 2012 days, you can get away with it, but you couldn't now. It's finesse. It's like the sports world.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Even Arthur knows this. Even though, even though him and Malik, Arthur try to be in good graces, even though it's the truth, but still hang out with the wrong crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely knows this about the 9/11. I already commented earlier that it was an inside job.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't even notice at 32 years old.
Yeah.
Like, I've been lied and been fooled the whole time. Nobody had never approached me saying, do you know 9/11 is an inside job?
Yeah, I've been hearing about that since I was like on YouTube, and prior to that, after it happened, when I was younger, I didn't understand at the time. I mean, I saw the buildings, but when I got older in my 20s, I found out about it. People kept talking about it for years and didn't believe them. And now you're seeing it now, it's unfolding. Everybody start reading those books.
Right.
You know exactly what you're talking about. Mm-hmm.
Right. So you learned this when you was in your 20s, and I already said when I was like 32.
Yeah. I mean, people find the truth in different years. I don't judge people, because what I do is like I'm amazed, and that's a good thing that now, because after this pandemic, man, like people learn a lot of stuff about people, and they were shocked. Yeah. Oh, it takes time.
Right. Yes, it do. It do take time.
It's a lot of process to build, and then you look at the world different. So
yeah. And they got so mad at Arthur for that. Like even when me and Malik was on this guy Gino's paddle, we already had said what Arthur had said about the 9/11 was an inside job. And I thought all these years earlier, that I thought the Muslim terrorists had something to do with it. But find out it was, WWG that had something to do with it. Like, whoa, dang. Like, it's predicting programming.
Mm-hmm.
So all this is behind it, even with Hollywood. And it's like they can't go after Hollywood, but they can go after normal people with the SO offenses
Right.
and stuff, but can't go because they can't be touched.
Mm-hmm.
Because I did not know any of this about Hollywood like that, like I know now. Like, whoa. So Hollywood is not the best place. Then I thought, when I was younger, I thought science fiction was science fiction. Turns out to be is real. Like, I found out that at 31, 32, that there's some safe shifters at Hollywood. And I think I seen it in Big Head Scientists about those safe shifters and those reptilians that come from other planets that look like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and stuff. And they kind of like Reptile for Mortal Kombat, but the exact opposite. Because Reptile had stayed in his human form in 3 Mortal Kombat games, plus Ultimate and Trilogy.
Yeah, you talking about the reptile, the character? Yeah.
Yeah.
He's from another planet. Yeah, that character I remember, and his look and how he looked rough in the game when they remastered it. I say, man, he looks terrible. Yeah, it's pure form. Mm-hmm. And I think Shao Kahn was like, he had a dragon face for years. You know, I didn't know what he looked like when he took off that mask. I said, oh shit! In the comics, I was like, wow, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, wow. It's like that's what they do, but it's kind of like something similar, but it's the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Like I seen a dark skinned black man, his tongue came out like a reptilian. He had looked back because he thought something. It was something that had dropped, and he had turned back, and his tongue was a reptilian because he had the suit on while he was holding his black mic.
Mm-hmm.
Like, whoa, this is crazy. Wow. Like, they really know it now. Like, wow, you have to accept to believe
Right.
that dark-skinned black man is not absolutely human.
Yeah.
Like, that is super shocking.
Mm-hmm.
Then I see Molly Cyrus' eyes. Her eyes freaking change. Like, whoa, it's like she was a comedian, but it was a reptilian in her body. I don't know if it's they create a reptilian out of her or safe shift her to remain as a human. Maybe it's both at the same time. Like, whoa. And I thought I was gonna be in Hollywood. Oh no. Like all the stuff they exposed, the cloning. And the clone is kind of like a mentally challenged person that can't think for themselves, but they can act like you, be like you, walk like you. And there are like DNA duplicates and lookalikes and doppelgangers, yeah, which is true. And trends, yeah, which is true, yeah. Mm-hmm. Like, wow. Like Dave Chappelle. Find out Dave Chappelle, we look at the pictures, the original one is normal, is real, human. The second one is not. The nose is
Yeah.
bigger than the originals. The lips is bigger than the originals. The ears are bigger. The eyes are broader than the original. The neck is like kind of like the wrestler's neck off of WrestleMania, according to the first cousin. And he almost talked like Hill, but the tone is different. Because his cousin has said that David always want to be skinny because he moves fast. Like, wow, like, oh man. Because I share a post in 2018 and I ain't look at it as much. But today, yeah.
Yeah.
Then they can make money off of the clone until the clone the clone kills off and stuff, and it visually gives it to the Illuminati. That's why
Yeah.
you got to be careful of these contracts, these blood contracts. When you sign them, there's no way to get out.
No, it's lifetime. It's like family. You in it. It's like part of their family. So yeah, I kind of just let them have at it. We talked about that like early in the hours. So,
Yeah, absolutely. Dang, it's like wow. Like I
Yeah.
really learned
Yeah.
how these contracts works, and we already know it can be very controlling. Like the contracts, most of the contracts said that once you sign it, you can't talk about Jesus.
Yeah.
And I did not even know that. So what's Jesus they supposed to talk about? Desiree Borgia?
Yeah. Cesare Borgia.
That's part of the contract. Like you have to say Desiree Borgia and blah blah blah. And I seen it in commercials because I was a Mormon and they be promoting and sponsorships and advertisement to the Desiree Borgia and stuff. Even Malcolm X had nailed the priests when he was incarcerated about the original Israelites and stuff.
Yeah.
And he said you don't know what they are, you don't know what they look like. We don't even know who the Israelites are. And Malcolm X had put him in his place.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's like they don't want to admit that. Hollywood ain't gonna admit to that either.
Oh, of
'Cause
course. Yeah, the truth is hidden, but the more they dig, the more stuff they, have,
yeah, like those WW movies. And I was trying to tell them, but they don't want to hear it. When I was on the panel with them. Like you gotta understand that they not absolutely white. They are dark-skinned black people. And Hollywood is good at doing that. And they only also good as, have black people like celebrities that's based on a true story as biracial people. Like that movie Aaliyah that was on Lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the actress was, she was black and beautiful. She was good looking. I mean,
Yeah.
but the acting, I don't know. But she was good looking though.
Yeah.
And Damon Daz, the guy that played Damon Daz, oh, he was the Prince Charming. I don't know if Damon Daz wasn't no Prince Charming in real life.
Nah, Dame Dash, he's a music guy. He's married now. He was married twice, but he had to he's doing something different now. He know rap is a young man's sport. He does the fashion and things like that. He never went to the other side though of the top because he saw how bad it was. You know.
Right. How bad it was. He'd been married 2 times.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
he hasn't. That's why you don't see him up there with Jay-Z and them. So
Mm-hmm.
you know why.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
he knows.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Like, I don't know the dude's name, but I know the ladies love that dude, even though he's a light-skinned, biracial, mulatto dude. And that guy wasn't that tall. That guy was. I mean, that guy is tall, but Damon Dash wasn't tall like that guy that played him
Mm-hmm.
and stuff, and never be all that Casanova like that smooth swagger talk like.
Right.
I never seen Damien Daz ever talk like that to the ladies. Like that. What that guy did on Aaliyah. Then you got the guy that played R. Kelly. He looked like I don't know, Omar Epps and Trench.
Right.
That guy don't even like act like R. Kelly, don't even match R. Kelly's voice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, the acting, I don't know. He said to Aaliyah, I'm missing an arm, I'm missing a leg.
Right.
Oh God. Missing an arm, missing a leg. That's that's like a sitcom.
Yeah.
What do you mean you missing an arm, missing a leg to be with her?
Right.
I don't know if R. Kelly have ever said, like I'm missing an arm, I'm missing a leg, or I'm missing a spine, or I'm missing a head, or missing a heart.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I don't know who that actor is, but I thought you look him up. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then the guy was about to fight R. Kelly, Aaliyah's dad. He looked like I don't know, the guy Carl Lambie, Bokeem Woodbine, because he almost looked like Bokeem Woodbine and sound like Carl Lambie. You know Carl Lambie that played Martian Manhunter from Justice League? But he had that grin on his face. Like he was about to go and KO R. Kelly. like he was about to like laugh because he couldn't keep a laugh while making a grin at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And the mug, oh my God. But for real, because I did not even know that her parents has sacrificed Aaliyah to be in the industry to do something that a normal child would not do. But in the movie, it's the total opposite. Like they mad at him because he's dating an underage girl. Like these based on a true story movies are tricky and they be missing out stuff.
Right.
And also it's a lot of lying and deceiving and deception. And also to take people out when they remember the time when they was at. Just like what's that guy's name Arabian? Because I did not know he was part of the NWA. And he got so mad because he was there, I think it was at the skating ring. And he was there earlier. The scenes that he supposed to be in. Like you should have had someone to play as me, knowing that I was there. Arabian Prince, that was his name, Arabian Prince. Because it was like, I don't know how many people that was in that group before it was 5.
Yeah, Arabian Prince, he was pre in the beginning, and after that he kind of left. Yeah, NWA kind of fell out when Ice Cube left, and that was a big blow. And you saw how that went. And Jerry Heller, he recently passed away years ago. I remember his death. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Absolutely. Then then some of the scenes I had to point out when Tupac did a song Hail Mary. Hail Mary didn't come out in 95, it was 96. And it was way after Eazy-E's death. Like, whoa, why he's doing Hail Mary early, which is supposed to be in 96. Like it didn't make any sense. Like he was Michael Fairley in 96, not 95. So that was an error that they did. Then another era is when Dr. Dre had called Eazy-E before his passing. I don't know if that's true or not. Then then I even noticed that before I say anything about it, that Eazy-E had AIDS, and he said, "I'm not a faggot," and the doctor said that he had about him having straight sex with a woman. Then I found out that wasn't the case. That it was a scene where Suge Knight used the needle. It was a contract. Eazy-E got knocked out, and Suge used the blood and the needle to inject Eazy-E with AIDS. Well, unfortunately, that Ice Cube and Dr. Dre may have something to do with it.
Yep.
Because it can't be just Ice Cube. It has something to do with the negotiations and also the get big and stuff. They want to take somebody that was close to them in order to get bigger and as Suge Knight, close to Suge Knight. And find out that Ice Cube did an album, Lethal Jackson, had something to do with Eazy-E getting killed. Even he wasn't the only one. It was, we already know it's Dr. Dre and Suge Knight that was involved. They was involved with Eazy-E's death. Then
Actually, hold on. Dre wasn't involved with Eazy death. Suge Knight possibly had Eazy injected. That's what BG Knockout and some others were saying on Vlad TV videos.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, Dre.
Yeah.
Dr. Dre wouldn't do that because Dr. Dre and Eazy were best friends until
I mean, they close. So I won't put it past him because he know about Suge. They don't even like each other. I would say like Suge and Dre don't like each other, but I wouldn't put it past Suge. But who knows now? Jerry Heller wasn't behind it either because he was cool with Eazy. So it's possible it had to be Dre or Suge because they only know what happened. That's the sad part.
I wouldn't think Dre would do that since they were best friends. I mean,
Yeah,
Suge,
but the thing about where he's at now with that money, because once you on the other side, you know the secret, you know the depth what happened to Eazy. He can speak it, and then Suge's in prison, so he can't really say much. Now they could say something a lot about Vlad, but Vlad knows the truth what really happened because I don't know what Dre told Vlad off air. Man,
okay.
Yeah, see, if I get what you're saying, no, he would never do that, but I wouldn't be surprised if they forced him to do it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
The thing is, Suge's in prison, but Dre, at least he's a billionaire, or at least until his wife served him those divorce papers, which is now a topic now. And served him divorce papers at his grandmother's funeral. That was kind of wrong.
Yeah.
But I think the day Dre made that deal with his Dre for Beats headline or his Dre for Beats headphones thing that deal he made with Apple, for all those billions. That's what he became.
But I'm just looking after Eazy's death. Why did he get so successful? But then, like I said, that Hidden Hand had something behind that. Because if Eazy wanted to go like that, why they had to use Dre and Suge like that? But Suge knew what happened. He just didn't want to say nothing. But then he got in trouble running over a gang member.
And amongst other things, amongst other stuff he was doing, because he was known for beating up people and everything, and like that. When Dre became successful, even before he died, the only thing is when the Chronic came out, Eazy had won a lawsuit. He was getting 25% a copy every time somebody sold a copy of the Chronic. That was like forever for a while.
Yeah, and I think Suge took the Masters. I do remember that. And all that stuff.
Like I said, remember Dre left Death Row, so he left with nothing to say, and Aftermath it didn't last long, so.
Yeah,
I think Dre became successful only after, like I said, the headphone deal. I mean, he was still a good producer because he was always a good producer. He could make beats and he could produce in the studio. But I think it once he made that deal, that headphone he made, brand name,
that's a different beast.
Yeah, that's So yeah, so
I'm not saying his struggles, but no, he had money stashed. He was bouncing around, but somebody was guiding him out of the Death Row, the Aftermath. It's just obvious. I'm like, why did you bounce groups and you didn't make no money, but you got money on the side? They was giving you these deals, but that Apple deal, oh man, that's a whole nother.
Yeah, well, that Apple deal, he could have retired after that. I think he pretty much has. He doesn't need to work no more. He just does whatever.
He just writing checks now. He's in the cut.
But however many millions his ex-wife's going to get, I don't know. She may try to take him to the cleaners. I mean, who knows?
Apparently, she's trying.
Apparently, she might succeed. She might succeed. Why here? Because But I'm just saying it doesn't make sense either. Why is she leaving him? She was with him for like 20-some years or 10 years, at least 15 years.
Yeah. 10, 15.
It doesn't make sense because she didn't even say why she leaving him.
Absolutely. Did he have an aneurysm?
Or what?
Yeah, he did. Dre did. He had an aneurysm.
And I think the reason is that.
Yeah.
I think the reason is because they wanted his masters in publishing.
I don't know. I didn't know he had aneurysm. When did this happen?
Oh, that was months ago.
Okay, I didn't hear about that. Okay.
Yeah, they had that months ago. You could research it. Him having an aneurysm. That's like in the summer. He survived it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, because he's still walking around. He's still alive. So I'm just wondering. Wow. I wonder what caused it.
Stress, numerous
Yeah.
of things.
Yeah,
And
probably his wife probably too. Yeah, the wife thing probably too. Stressful
Yeah,
too.
that too. Mm-hmm. Wow. That's yeah. I'm glad he was lucky. I mean, he was blessed. Mm-hmm. What else? And oh man, I'm trying to think here. R. Kelly is gonna be sentenced on May the 4th, 2022, because he was guilty but didn't sentencing him, and because of those the sex trafficking crimes that he did, that I don't know if they going to give him a life sentence, because if he gets the life sentence, he ain't gonna live that much longer. That he's gonna be on suicide watch, and he's gonna commit suicide. They gonna put a ritual on R. Kelly. Like R. Kelly can't get out of that ritual. That's not easy at all. Like, it's strong. It's so strong. It's like, how can you escape it? There's no escape. And I don't know who's gonna be his sacrifice. I don't even know that. I mean, I can't read or predict. Because I don't even have a crystal ball and stuff, you know. Yeah, because R. Kelly, he's dyslexic. Yeah, I got a nephew who's dyslexic, and he been made fun of. And he started crying, and according to Bruce, that he had to knock on the door and ask was he was all right, because he was hearing R. Kelly crying because kids was laughing at him.
Yep, Peter Pan.
Yeah. And he played basketball. He was with MGM and Public Announcement. Then he went solo. Then he did songs like Bump and Grind. What else? He did Honey Love with Public Announcement. Somebody's Calling Me, and he did I Believe I Can Fly and Touch the Sky. Then he did I Rich and stuff. And he did a collab with Jay-Z, the Best of Both Best of Both Worlds, but it didn't last that long. Because in 2002, they found a tape of him doing something to a female, and people was like breaking the his CDs and stuff because they lost respect for him. Then he wanted his brother to say it was him. His younger brother, Kerry Kelly. Kerry Kelly didn't want to buy that because he knew that R. Kelly would have put him to be the fall guy, to make him the sacrifice. He turned that down. And yeah, R. Kelly was abused. That's why he's the way he is. Okay, that is true. That he runs the operation. He played the iceberg card. That's what R. Kelly was doing. Then he told then he had the girls fight the girls, give the number, held them from their will, and there's some rules. You can't tell them what's going on in the match shit. And they had to stay in the room and stay starved, and they had to call him daddy. Ask him, Daddy, can I use the bathroom? Daddy, I'm hungry. Daddy, I'm thirsty. Daddy, can I go outside? Daddy, can I call my family and such?
Yeah.
He had total control. Then he had episodes and stuff. Then the females are younger than him, 19 to 35, 8 years old. Because that's how he wants the girls that's working for him. He wants the women to be 18 to 35, the pimp them as prostitutes and stuff. Because R. Kelly mostly has a thing for 19-year-old women. Even he met his wife Andrea, and she was 19, and she was a dancer.
Mm-hmm.
And he had 2 kids by her, a son named after him and a daughter. Then I heard that he abused Andrea.
Yeah.
Then when R. Kelly was asleep, Andrea got the kids, pack up her and the kids' stuff, and fled. Like the movie was Love Got the Two with it.
Mm-hmm.
When Tina was running while Ike fell asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happened to Andrea because she got tired of him abusing her. She got tired of that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Then he got so heated, got so frustrated. Then when he was with his wife, when I was watching Survivor R. Kelly,
Mm-hmm.
he had 19-year-olds under the basement, the prostitute, while he was with his wife. We already know that because one of them had talked about it. Mm-hmm. And Andrea had to know what was going on. Why he had females in his basement. I think because he wanted to do a threesome, or maybe a foursome, fivesome, sixsome, so he can have a good time because he's living the life.
Yeah.
Then way before that, I found out that R. Kelly had went to high school to pick up females, underage females. Like, dang. I did not even know. I don't know if Andrea has saw that.
Yeah.
Or not. he already had married Aaliyah, and Aaliyah lied that she was 18, and only that she was 15 at the time. And the parents, like in the movie, the parents were so mad at her, but the parents had gave her away.
Mm-hmm.
And like they did the exact opposite. Unlike the movie. Like I thought they was mad at R. Kelly for doing like that, for doing something like that. But the whole time they sold her to R. Kelly. Because I did not know that parents had sold their kids for the industry.
Right.
And I thought it was for audition to be on TV shows, yeah. But it was something behind that that I did not even know. And I thought it was the people who are into stuff like that live the normal life, but it's them too. Then it's also the ones that Malik X said, "Have a blessed night, brothers. Getting tired, gonna crash for bread. Yeah,
Yeah.
for bread."
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I did not know that they did this kind of stuff.
Yeah. They do,
Or
man.
the order to get that fame.
Yeah, that's what they do. That's what they do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm like, whoa. Is this something they not telling us?
I mean, that's how they plan it, man. That's how they plan it. That's part of it.
So if they did that, so they're themselves as them.
Right.
What? Whoa.
Yeah, man.
So it's like it's not only their fault; it's the parents' fault. You have to blame the parents
Yeah.
for doing something like that, but they can't get locked up
Right.
because they untouchable. They above the law. Mm-mm-mm. And they can't even beat the person or the people whoever did this to their kids because they part of that as well.
Yeah.
That's freaking shocking.
Yeah.
Like I thought it was for the talent and the one that want to get the money because the child or the children are prodigies.
Yeah.
They were gifted and good because they had the ability to act and the ability to sing like the late great Michael Jackson. But find out they doing some other stuff. But I already know they're not going to talk about it.
Right,
It's
right.
like we can't ask them questions or anything because they will get a short fuse.
Mm-hmm.
Their short fuse will be skyrocketed to the point like they ready to fight. Mm-hmm.
Right. Oh, yeah.
That's what they're gonna do. They freaking unpredictable.
Very unpredictable.
Mm-hmm. Like they so really gonna get sensitive if you ask them a topic like that, a topic like this. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So this is absurd.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if because the police don't want to get involved because they thinking they doing something right.
Yeah. They don't want to get involved because they could be in on it. So you know how it is. That's part
Yeah,
of the
it could be in. You right, brother. It could be into stuff like that.
yeah. That's part of the game. It's just like anything else. And you don't want to put yourself on the line like that. So yeah. I mean,
Uh-huh.
it's tough, because people have been talking about his case and he's locked up now. I'm not surprised. I said, well, they should have locked him up years ago if he was doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. And I see why. And Gene Deal, he know about the rituals. You seen one of the videos
What, the
when
rituals?
when Gene Deal was talking about the rituals on his channel?
No, I've seen them on several channels that talk about rituals. Yeah.
Yeah, because Gene was walking with Diddy and Bad Boy Artists, and the person that was guarding the door to tell him what was it? To stop and let them in,
Mm-hmm.
and didn't want Gene to know what was going on in that door. That's how far he was gonna go because he couldn't go near the door. And it had to be at Howard University or something. That door is a secret society when they do like rituals and stuff. And he has saw something right in front of his eyes when they did it, but he couldn't get any closer to see it. And speaking of doors, I remember when Cat Williams was in that mansion party, and they had parties in each door.
Yeah, he
He
talked about it. Yeah.
and he
Yeah.
and he opened one of the doors and saw something, saw some gay shit what they was doing.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, he did. And you saw
and
what happened. You saw what happened. His career went to the tanker after that. So, and that's why you haven't seen him around.
Yeah, he's back now.
Yeah, he's back now. Yeah, he's on the tank. What's going on, DeAndre?
What's going on, man?
What's up?
What's going on? Hey, man, sometimes, man, knowing things, like, here's the thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is, being in the entertainment industry, you see a lot of shit. And there's a lot of things that, a lot of things is that when the general public finds out a lot of things, it's for a particular reason, and it's called a cleaning the house, and it's a power grab. So when you see people that was sitting in front of the game, it's like, okay, the whole R. Kelly thing. Okay, he should have went to jail during the first trial. He didn't. And that didn't come up until he got his royalties. When he got control of his masters, all of a sudden he was going to court for that. Then that was a warning shot, right? Then when he went, then his brother that went to jail, because his brother went to jail for him. The brother basically took the L for him. See, people forget about that part. Yeah, his brother's in jail now.
Oh, okay. So that's Bruce, the older brother.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like you see him in that the Ignition video. The lighter skinned dude. That's his brother.
Mm-hmm.
So he's in jail, right? Now,
Mhm.
the reason they went and got R. Kelly again is because guess what? He got his brother his royalties, his masters. And they took him in front of Gayle and did all of that shit. And basically, R. Kelly wasn't talking to Gayle, he was talking to them directly. Now, if you've noticed, after R. Kelly went to trial and about to get his sentencing, you notice that R. Kelly made more money after the trial than before he even was going to the trial.
Yep.
And so it actually had the reverse effect that they thought was actually going to happen. And then they're trying to take him back to Illinois, but the thing ain't gonna fly in Illinois really, is because all of those girls was emancipated. They're adults. If you actually look at the charges, it was racketeering. Had nothing to do with whatever the thing that you think he was charged for. You can't get them for like child molestation and all of that shit because they were adults. Because once you emancipated as a child, you become an adult. So the parents actually sold over the rights to R. Kelly, but he's not taking them as an adult. They're emancipated adults. And they got paid, basically. And the only reason why the parents are saying shit now because they got paid by people that want R. Kelly's masters and shit.
Right.
Universal Sony Music Group, backed by AIG, the same people that got Prince and Michael Jackson. Shit. So even with that being said, is that just because you know some shit, sometimes it's best not to talk about it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's because you know some shit. I'm like, we talking about now is public knowledge. But you saw when Cat Williams said some shit, guess what happened?
Yeah, they had to
shut him up real quick.
They shut him up real quick. They paid him off or ran him off, and then that's what happened to Dave. Well, Dave fled to Africa. I know that story.
Yeah. He went to Africa, and then once he came back and heard what happened, Dave was all over Europe and shit and Asia just doing stand-up.
Yeah.
Like he was doing stand-up. And then he finally showed up. He was doing stand-up in Central Park. And the reason why Dave was actually able to come back is because the guy that does Inside the Actor Studio let him back in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Then the actors and the Screenwriters Guild and the actors came to his aid and shit. Like he got the cosign from that guy. And that guy that's Inside the Actor Studio, that guy is the holder of the fuck. He's actually the gatekeeper.
Gatekeeper.
He's the gatekeeper. You know, and then so you notice like all these celebrities, like you heard about the Epstein thing. Epstein was the gatekeeper for the politicians, for the world leaders, but the groomer and gatekeeper for all the other secrets was actually Hugh Hefner.
Yeah.
So Hugh Hefner dies, Epstein gets snatched up all of a sudden. This is what you're calling a power struggle.
Yeah.
Right? Now, the new gatekeeper is actually Jamie Foxx.
Oh yeah, Jamie Foxx. Yeah, I saw a movie when it was a guy. He forced the guy to put on a dress. He said about nut pussy and shit.
Yeah.
And start touching him inappropriately.
But see, here's the thing. You got to remember something, right? Here's the problem. Women weren't allowed to be in the theater capacity until about the 1900s.
Mm-hmm.
So even since the beginning of civilization, it was always men acting in the theater as women. Even those early kung fu movies, like when you see like The Girl and shit, those are dudes.
Yeah.
That's why Bruce, those early kung fu movies where they talking with the voiceovers and shit. Why do you think when every time Bruce Lee did a kung fu movie, right, he would always have the girl there, but make sure you saw the girl topless. So it basically shows that he's dealing with a female. Like, look at those early kung fu movies. It's very seldom you see one. Like, you know what I'm saying? When you hear like the sound effects and the drunken master, he's got the female. Like, look at Jackie Chan, right? Jackie Chan, Jet Li, whenever they did kung fu movies, it was never no females involved. There was no love interest. It was always them versus the guy and their protagonist. They don't have a female love interest, right? You ever notice that shit? But then after about the 80s, right, when Jackie Chan was becoming like everything's becoming more update, like after Bruce Lee and stuff like that, you started seeing more females being put in their movies. Like, and so is Jet Li, because they knew that they were all males. Even in Kabuki, there's no females.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the old way of doing stuff. So actually a man putting on a dress, being an actor, is a rite of passage. It has nothing to do with you being black or white. It's the rite of passage. It's like going through a fraternity or sorority. There's certain things that they do, that's a rite of passage. That's why not everybody's cut out to be an actor. That's why it's very seldom you see actors in Hollywood that never put on a dress and never do drag.
Oh yeah, that too. They always done that to black men.
No, they did it. The white dudes do it all the time. You just don't.
Oh yeah.
You just don't pay.
They do it to white dudes all the time. Yeah, Drake's telling you the truth. Yeah, they do it to them first. The black man's just like a piece, the final piece, so they can control society. But they do that to everywhere. Any society you study historically, they've done it. But since the white man, like my man Surya said, the derelict, the original, he's getting held up by the Negro. You know, they protect him. That's why he don't get, like I said earlier in the stream, that problem in the space. They co-sign it. But here's the thing, they're programmed to think like that. And that's what's wrong with society today. So I mentioned that.
When you see, like Auntie said, they all do it, man. Like it doesn't.
Yeah, there you go.
It doesn't have it's a whole different set. Why do you think why do you think that the toaster oven people are so powerful? Because that's what they run, that sect of society. Like they're in everywhere. Like if you look at it, right? Look at all of your newscasters, right? Look at all of your liberal newscasters, CNN. The top guys that's on the billet of CNN is Don Lemon and goddamn Anderson Cooper. They're gay.
Right.
They're gay. Think about that for a second. They're
Anderson
gay.
Cooper?
Anderson Cooper, yeah, the gray silver-haired fucking white dude that does the CNN news anchor.
Oh yeah.
It's him and Don Lemon.
Him and Don Lemon, right? And who do you see on TV most of the time? Him and Don Lemon, right? Him and Don Lemon. Now, if you go on the Fox News side of the game, who's their highest guy, right? Their highest guy that's up there right now is Tucker Carlson, right? The Tucker Carlson is, he's got a wife and all this other shit, but he's gay. He's just conservative gay. He's old school in the closet gay because they're bi. They just don't tell you that. And you know who let the cat out the bag? Was Matt Gaetz. Like, think about it. Matt Gaetz is the only congressperson running around without a wife.
Right.
Think about that for a second. That's very weird. You know who else doesn't have a wife? Marjorie Taylor, that's not married, I think, is Marjorie Taylor Greene and the other chick, the Boebert chick from Colorado and shit.
Right.
She's not married. Marjorie Taylor Greene's not married. Matt Gaetz is not married. But guess what? Who's always hanging together? Them three. And we all know Matt Gaetz was up there. Like, Matt Gaetz should be in jail right now.
Yeah.
But guess what? He's not. His dad's a judge, all this extra stuff. He's connected and all of this other stuff. But guess what? They're down there. The reason why Epstein was able to get away with the shit he was able to get away with, because guess what? He had an island. He had an island, and then guess what they would do? If the girls went down to the island, they would go down to Florida. They wouldn't fly. They would take a boat to the DR, Dominican Republic, and then they would fucking helicopter their ass Like they would take them, they would helicopter their ass to like maybe the nearest oil rig or to a ship, like to an amphibious ship. And this the guy that used to run Blackwater, right? He got 2 military amphibious crafts. But where was he parking them at? That island. He was actually doing security for Epstein. So once you're in international waters, everything goes. It's open season. So guess what? That's his island. You know what that island is? His country. Epstein sets the rules. Do whatever the fuck you want because that's his fucking island. Keep other secrets, right? And if you try to do anything as far as monitoring or anything like that, guess what happens? You're breaking international treaties and laws and shit. So he's the keeper of the secrets. He's got all of these people. So the only reason why they went after Epstein, that was more the Trump administration.
Yeah.
Right? But the reason they went after Epstein is because Trump was using Epstein as an arming tactic against the Clintons. But the thing is Bill and Hillary, they've been friends with Donald Trump forever. But Hillary didn't get the memo, and Hillary wanted to run again for president. And the Democrats didn't want her ass running again for president. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want her running again for president. So what they went ahead and did was the Epstein thing went down, but miraculously, when the black people are on duty, Epstein dies. Miraculously. They tried to blame it on the black people, but they couldn't. They basically told him to go away, hush, hush, here's some money, shut the fuck up. Epstein dies, but they got the female still under fucking. They won't let the bitch go, right? And she's used as a bargaining chip. But she'll probably disappear. You don't hear about her no more because the Biden administration probably smuggled her ass out and did whatever. Yeah, I'm like, once you put the dots together, you connect everything. You know what it is. Now here's the question: knowing it. So what you gonna do about it? It's dangerous to know information if you don't got the power to do anything about it once you get it.
Yeah. That's why people go underground, dark web, and I mentioned that earlier in the stream about praising their idols, man.
Yeah,
people are so stuck, and that's the fourth thing. Then I said my final point. I said, what is the value in the system like this? And I said, or is it worth it? And I was talking about that meetup, and they was talking about conservatism. I told Mike, he showed me those videos earlier in the stream. It's a waste at this point. Who wants to talk somebody intelligent? Namer said that earlier. Yeah, it's a waste, man.
Yeah, that's a waste, man. What Auntie said, the dress comes after the closed door ritual. Yeah.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, I ain't gonna highlight that.
Yeah. But the like if you ever watched what was that movie with Tom Cruise?
Mission Impossible?
No, the other movie, he was with Nicole Kidman when they were still married.
Damn.
It's the one where he was a lawyer or a doctor, and he got this invitation and he had to go get the tuxedo, and he had a mask, and he took the taxi all the way to this place, and he walked in there and everybody was standing around quiet, and all the women were walking around with masks on. They just had panties on. It was called basically they were showing you what the secret societies were.
Yeah.
What is it? Hold on, let me pull it up.
Man, I did not know Anderson Cooper swing that way.
You didn't know that? Really?
Man, he always been that way. Yeah, they just
kept it because he had a hardcore female audience until that LGBTQ thing got accepted. He came out. He
came out crazy. Yeah, he's been like that. Don Living gave himself away to really easily. Yeah. I could tell by their mannerisms. Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's called. It was 99, and it's called Eyes Wide Shut.
Mm-hmm.
Watch Eyes Wide Shut. Like, go watch that movie, and they basically like everything that you're saying, right? And people think, oh man, this is what's going on. They already came out and told you everything that was going on in 1999. Go watch Eyes Wide Shut. Watch that, and then you'll come back, and then you'll understand that once you find out things, unless you're in certain parts and you'll like you're in certain things and you're able to go in certain places. By the time the general public finds out about it, they done moved the needle and they already done told you already.
Yeah.
And then if you talk about it before they want the public to know about it, then they even peg you as crazy. Like, here's the thing, right?
Yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
How many times did you hear these motherfuckers talk about UFOs and the military's in on it and all of that? And then the United States Navy, about 2017, 2018, finally came out and said, yes, we have a special place about talking about UFOs and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
Because the internet and the information was undeniable. And that place that they got is sitting right outside the Bermuda Triangle in between Cuba and in between Cuba and one of, I think it's St. Kitts or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting right there. Where they monitored the electromagnetic waves of the Bermuda Triangle.
Mm-hmm.
Which is pretty much it's a pyramid that fell into the ocean. But you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like they already said it. Like everybody thinks the little spots is in New Mexico, but they got them all over the place. Like every government has their own. And the most secure places in the world isn't a presidential palace, isn't like anywhere else. It's museums.
Mm-hmm.
That's the most secure places in the world. The museums.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? The Museum of Natural History goes 8 fucking stories down into the ground. Dude, they don't even know that shit.
Wow.
Yeah. They have the beginning and all the history of the world sitting. Every country has it. Every country has it. They find shit all the time.
Wow, every country.
Yeah, every country has it. You know what I'm saying? Every country has it.
Mm-hmm.
If you see, like even in Greece, underneath that Parthenon, that's a treasure trove of a whole bunch of shit. Like if you go to certain places in the world where they allow certain monuments to stay up, like think about it. All these wars we done had, and they didn't blow certain shit up. They just, we're not gonna blow that shit up. We're not gonna blow this shit up. Like think about it. World War I, World War II, the Tunisia, the Horn of Africa, all of that, right? Nazis just didn't feel like just blowing up the Sphinx and fucking shit up. They was extra careful with the shit they extracted. Like when the Third Reich marched into Paris, that was the first place they took. They went to Paris first. Why did they take Paris? Oh, it's the capital. No, they went to Paris to lock down the Louvre. Why did you lock down the Louvre? Well, the Louvre is a museum.
Mm-hmm. Right.
The museums, temples. Your temples was your first banks. Your temples was your first places where you would keep your records and history. Because wherever you have currency in society, each civilization, their rise and their fall comes from the record of currency. And you have to be able to bookkeep currency. So if you know what type of currency people used at that time, you can depict on what their society was and what they ate. What were they more agriculture based? Were they merchants? Were they warmongers? What happened? It even tells you, like, it even keeps family registry. So once you know what a currency is, and you know the temples have the currency and all your artisans and all your best stuff and all your histories locked there, right? You know what I'm saying? Like all of that, you see all of that happening with the history. Then you lock that down, then it unlocks those old secrets. So why do you think that after the first incursion and then World War II actually starts to push, the Nazi, the Third Reich, their technology goes leaps and bounds beyond the Allied forces after they lock down certain key strategic points?
Yeah, man.
Because the information that they got was the old knowledge.
Yep.
See, the problem is that this knowledge was passed down, but the problem that they didn't have was not the knowledge thereof, but the manufacturing portion of it. See, we lost the manufacturing science behind making it. Having knowledge without, you got theory, right? Knowledge is theory until you put it into practice. So that was because think about it like this. You had the Renaissance period, which is the resurgence of knowledge, right? Where everybody could learn how to read again. Remember, you weren't allowed to read the Bible. If you was a noble, you could count, you would fight as a man or whatever like that. But it was usually the monks or the scribes of the church that would do all the reading and writing. So when the Renaissance period came, guess what? Anybody that was rich was allowed to be schooled and learn how to read and write. Then you start getting Galileo, you start getting Da Vinci, you start getting all the arts and all of this stuff is no longer simply monopolized by the Catholic Church. It's actually commissioned by the Medici family, right? Now you start getting all of these acquisitions, but here's the thing. These Galileo and the Da Vinci's and the Van Goghs, they weren't just artists, it was actually engineers and architects and inventors. The problem is that even though they're engineers and architects and inventors, they don't have a practical mindset. They're thinking in an artisan way. They're not thinking practicality. So then you move forward, right? Now you basically in the Industrial Revolution, where people are trying to make life easier, things easier. Now you start getting into what? You start getting in manufacturing. You start getting in raw materials, making them harder, making them sturdy. But then after you do all of that, after World War II, you get the Cold War, but then you get a rush. The space age starts to take the fuck off. You get the pre-technological evolution. Now you got all of this knowledge sitting in all of these countries. Now there's a race for certain materials to make things happen. Lithium ion, titanium, platinum, carbon fiber. Your very phone. You got so much computing power in your phone that the computing power in your phone alone is what? They say 300 times the computing power that supposedly sent the rocket into orbit. See how that works?
Mm-hmm.
So that means that it's not that we didn't have the knowledge, it's just that we lack the fundamentals of the processing of the materials. Like, why do you need a rocket where you can use a 2-inch nuclear rod. You can like, think about it. Do you know that a United States Navy aircraft carrier can ride around for 10 years without refueling?
Word.
Yeah. You don't. The only reason why United States Navy aircraft carrier refuels is to put fuel on for the planes.
You on the planes. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
With the
Because
Navy aircraft.
Because it has a nuclear isotope. Basically, only thing you do is use the radiation to heat up the steam. You dry out the steam. You superheat it. You compress it to the point where it's pressurized up to 900, up to 1,000 psi, pounds per square inch, and you blow that at 900 to 1,000 degrees over some turbine blades, and it pushes you through the water. You take the residual of that superheated steam, you compress that down, right, to 600 psi, and you blow that over compressor blades, and you know what that does? That goes over your generators, the electric generators, right? We all know what a generator is, right? Get you a magnet surrounded by fucking copper, and bam, electricity, right? So now you got your power to run, you got your power to move through the water, and you got your electricity. Guess what your electricity does? Provide power to what? Your water pumps, right? You provide power to your water pumps. You bring in salt water. The salt water is used to actually go through a condenser to cool down the engine, right? So you pull it. So you're pulling the salt water from below the ocean line. The further you go down below the ocean line, right? Because the aircraft carrier sits up, so it's sitting down into the ocean. So that's 30 feet from the surface of the ocean. So your pumps is at the bottom of the ship. So if it's pulling water from 30 feet below the ocean line, guess what? 30 meters below the ocean line, guess what? Your temperature is always going to be about 45 degrees. You hit it over a heat exchanger. You don't want it to cool down those compressor blades or the engine too rapidly because it'll cause cracks with rapid heating and cooling. So you hit it at 1:1. You keep your lube oil, right? Your lube oil, which is vegetable oil, cooler temp at 120 degrees, which doesn't make it break down viscosity, but actually keeps the engine warm so it runs. So you're running at a total of 5,600 RPMs, right? You're running through that. Then you take your salt water, then you put it in a vacuum with your air compressor, right? You run an air compressor on it. You put it in a vacuum. You flash it. You flash it under the vacuum. Basically, when you boil water, it boils at a lower temperature under a vacuum. Guess what? Sediment drops. Now you're making fucking deaerated water, right? Deaerated water has less oxygen molecules in it, more hydrogen. So guess what? That turns into your feed water. Your feed water goes through your tubes. Your tubes are heated up. Now you're making more steam. But what do you do with the residual? Guess what? You basically cool that down. The oxygen molecules go back into the water. Now you got the purest form of water. But human beings can't drink pure water. It'll make your ass shit, right? Suck out the nutrients in your bodies. So you got to add bromide to it. You actually have to add minerals to pure water. Humans can't drink pure fucking H2O. You actually drinking contaminated because you have to have minerals in it. So your body will actually hydrate itself and it won't pull out, you know what I'm saying, the molecules in your body as you're trying to drink it, right? That's why it's better to drink mineral water than it is to drink spring water, because mineral water has more minerals in it and your body can hydrate faster. Pretty much like Gatorade's got more salt in it. That's a mineral. Have you hydrate faster. Now, you got your air, you got your water, right? You got your air, your water. So then you got your hotel services that run everything else. Any residual steam, we call it desuperheated steam. You cool that steam down to about 120 degrees. And you know what that does? It heats up your water tank so you can cook, you can take showers, you can do everything else. Now, guess what you do? You need to launch these planes, right? How do you launch them? Well, you got a rubber band. Basically, it's a catapult. You sling it off the ship. How do you sling it off the ship? The older ships, it's a steam-driven catapult. Steam power, right? The newer ones, now they use electromagnetic. It's electromagnetic thing. So you're using more electricity. And there you go. That's how a steam carrier can roll around. So the only need, and the steam carrier does not have to pull in, because the average, like when they was doing the war and terror or whatever, carrier was sitting out there for 6 to 9 months and didn't even pull in. They would have ships just roll up to it and then put the shit on it and bounce. And they only needed the fuel so they could put it in the planes, because that's jet fuel. F-76, F-14. Reason I know this, because I was in the Navy and I was a damn engineer. Wonderful stuff.
You was in the Navy?
Yeah. I was in the Navy, I was an engineer.
Mm-hmm.
So,
engineer.
yeah. Yeah. My job was to make water, electricity, make sure the ship moved on 3 different platforms. Amphib, steam, frigate, destroyer, and a DDG, which is guided missile. But I can work on an aircraft engine. I can work on a LM-25 General Electric, F-14 Tomcat, Allison 401K Rolls Royce helicopter engine. I can work on a 600-pound M-type or D-type modified boiler. Than any type of power plant that you're talking about. And on the nuclear side.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah, but that's what I said is you can, but if you could do all of that with a ship, like think about it. This is a ship floating around the ocean. The United States has at least 9 aircraft carriers, 15 submarines. They all run off of a nuclear powertrain. So why can't you take that same 2 to 4 inch, isotope and put it in a goddamn space shuttle and send that bitch flying without burning up the fossil fuels? Because technology hasn't gotten there yet where you can contain the nuclear radiation. You haven't made enough for the containment of nuclear radiation for human beings. They're almost there though.
Mm-hmm.
They're almost there. That's why they're getting all the billionaires to do this motherfucking dick measuring contest with these space races. You got what? Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, the dude from Virgin Mobile. They're doing this dick measuring contest. To fly out in the atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, don't even. I think about what, the 2030s. I would say about 2030. Do not be surprised where the richest of the rich people will literally have floating, rotating, like space stations in the Earth's atmosphere. Why do you think they made the Space Force? Yeah, why you think they made it? You ever watch Space Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson?
I heard of Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, I heard of him, but I haven't watched it.
Well, it's a podcast that he does. It's on YouTube. If you it's called Star Talk. If you listen to that, you can type in the one Neil deGrasse Tyson Star Talk Space Force. Like if you type that in and just let it play, you'll hear some very interesting shit that'll blow your mind.
Wow.
Like, Space Force is actually a real branch of the military. It's not a joke. Like we all thought Trump was joking. We thought that was a joke, but it's actually a real branch of the fucking military.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the United States have already moved the area, what they call the AOR. They've already moved the area. So basically, the United States now is actually fighting in the fourth dimension. They've already set forth to wage the battle against the enemies in the fourth dimension, which is space. Which is space.
Wow, the fourth dimension.
Yeah, the fourth dimension, which is space. So if you think about it like this, right? The Space Force jurisdiction starts at 20,000 feet to infinity.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that once you get above, your cruising altitude is what, 10,000 feet? On a commercial airplane? Military.
Feet.
Yeah. So let me see. Let me look it up. Make sure I'm saying this right.
Mm-hmm.
Commercial.
So it's not pseudoscience, just to be sure.
What you
mean? Like they just say in it, like pseudoscience, they just say in it everything.
Oh no! It's on a commercial aircraft fly between 31,000 and 38,000 feet, which is 5.9 to 7.2 miles high, and usually reach their cruising altitude about 10 minutes after flight to Buckingham. So Buckingham, right? So 36,000 feet cruising altitude, right? So Space Force, from what she said, was I think it was 20,000 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, Space Force. Yeah. You see, area of operations. Let me see. Yep. Fact sheets. Yeah. Space Operations Command. It's a thing, man.
Yeah.
It's a thing. It's a real thing.
Yeah.
Yep. Airspace Command activated September 1st, 1982. It was called the Air Force Space Command. Now it's called the Space Force.
Yeah. If you forget about Rex 84. Yeah. That's before I was even born.
What, 84?
Yeah, that was before I was even born. So I was born in the late 80s, so you know.
Oh yeah, same here. I was born in 89.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's yeah, but these are, I'm like, they already have these things in place. So I mean, they're already monitoring this. And this is not like, it's not a joke. Like it was the Department of the Space Force. So it's not a joke. It's an actual thing. When Trump said it, everybody took it as a joke. I took it as a joke, but I had to pause. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson says, I don't know why everybody's joking. And like, you know, when certain people start talking, I'ma listen. When Neil deGrasse Tyson starts talking, I'ma listen. I'ma listen. Not because he's a black dude, because I'm into science. It's just he's an astrophysicist. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Physics. Wow. Dang, I need to look up for the fourth dimension. They never taught us that in science when we was in school.
Yeah, because it's quantum physics, right? Like Neil deGrasse Tyson talks about the fourth dimension, right? He said the movie that perfectly depicts the fourth dimension is Monsters Inc.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he said the movie that perfectly depicts the fourth dimension is Monsters Inc. The fourth dimension is like a pocket dimension. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Mm-mm-mm. Hey. So it is a such thing as 4D in space. Mm-mm-mm. So this 4D is also like in the whole universe, the frontier planets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the fourth dimension. Okay, so there's planes of existence, right? So
Yeah.
so there's dimensional objects, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so a piece of paper, right? A piece of paper would be considered uh a, it would be considered a one-dimensional object, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you would say because it's flat. And then
Yeah.
a would be considered a two-dimensional object or a table, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, we would say it's three-dimensional because it has these sides, but let's just say you're looking at it as a two-dimensional object. Okay, so then you would say that the Earth is a three-dimensional object. Then what would be the fourth dimension? The fourth dimension would be space. And what is space? Space is infinite.
Mm-hmm.
So what contains space? We haven't even got to the edges of the universe even to know what the fuck contains space. So for our minds to wrap across it, then you start getting into quantum physics. Like if you watch the Ant-Man, that's actually explaining what the fourth dimension is.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually quantum physics. It's a simplified, dumbed down version of quantum physics. But remember, you're talking about something like this is talking about doctorate levels of science.
Mm-hmm.
But quantum physics is actually going to push the next pantheon. You know what I'm saying? Of actually the next pantheon of evolution.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to science.
Yeah.
Because if you get down the equation of quantum physics, then you start being able to move objects, right? You start being able to phase objects through phases of matter.
Uh-huh.
Without disrupting the actual phase of matter that you're going through, right? So it's like you know how the Flash can phase through objects?
Yeah.
That's
Because of
quantum
his speed.
Yes, he's moving so fast that he can vibrate his molecules, that he can phase through solid matter and then reconstruct his molecules on the other side of that. And then stabilize it. So he destabilizes his molecules. He puts his molecules at a frequency to pass through solid objects and then come on the other side of it and reconstruct itself and then stabilize it. It doesn't stop its momentum.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know what I mean? Now is that possible? We don't know. But it is proven that it is possible because they have done this. Yeah. So you're talking about like subatomic level. Right? You know what I mean? Like subatomic level, like bending. Like, okay, the fact that we can, like, I'm talking to you, you're talking to me, we're talking to Sir. We're all talking, we're having this conversation like we're in the same room, but we're on different time zones.
Right.
Right? So for me, it's like almost in 1 minute, it'll be 4 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday, Japan Standard Time. So for you, it would be whatever time. For Sir, it would be East Coast time. It would probably be what, like 2 in the morning, Sir?
Yeah, it's 2:59. It's about to be 3 right now.
Okay.
Yes, same here. Because I'm from the East Coast too.
Oh yeah. It's
So
3
it'll be 3 in the morning for you, but it's 3 in the morning on Saturday, but it's 4 in the afternoon on Saturday for me. So I'm 13 hours into the future, but I'm able to talk to you at the same time for you. So then that makes time relative. So how are we able to talk with no lag between both of us in this conversation? But then there's only a 10-second lag on, let's say, 10-second and 30-second lag on YouTube. So we're bouncing signal around the world, the curvature of the Earth, right? Lateral, and the Earth is still rotating at its speed unless we have to find a way and an equation to send these frequencies, these radio frequencies, then transmute those frequencies to a visual projection. So what you have is the Nikola Tesla nefarious ether. It's like a shortcut. So that what we're doing right now is actually operating on a 4th dimensional plane to send everything around, because if you sent the signal through the Earth, it would get inhibited by what? Air resistance. There's different frequencies and different frequencies of sound that are running through right now the Earth itself. So by bouncing it high into the sky, right, and bouncing it from satellite to satellite all the way around, and then receiving it and then running it through the receiver and hitting it through the cables, guess what you get? You go from 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th dimension, and you reverse it at a speed that's fast enough where there's no lag. There you go. Quantum physics or quantum mechanics at its finest. This, you know, I mean, and the quantum mechanics thing and the quantum physics been around since they want to say the 1920s, but it's been before that. That's why the next human frontier is light speed. Right? Well, you got to get the next frontier to light speed. Now, the problems with light speed, we don't know, right? Because we know the problems with the speed of sound is G-force, right? So we don't even know what the problems with light speed is. And you can tell that they're actually on the frontier of light speed because they're starting to do their tests for commercial flights to space. Like, what's the prolonged problems with the human body being outside the gravitational forces of the Earth? Right? Like, how would the first human baby, like develop being in a near weightless atmosphere where they don't have gravity pushing down on their bones or their structure? Going crazy, right? Yeah. So what's up, sir? What's dragging, man?
Man,
Y'all was up here building, man. Look, man, I was peeking in.
Yeah.
Shar had her stream because it's always on Friday, so I stopped by there.
Yeah. I shared her stuff. I mean, she's doing good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Impressed.
So had some people pop by. We was over there clowning it up. I was gonna stop by earlier, but the truthers snuck in.
Yeah.
So, let y'all deal with that.
Yeah, I dealt with that. It ain't much.
Yeah, but yeah, y'all started talking about the conservatives with Mike V, man. I was catching a little bit. Y'all was doing your thing, man.
Yeah, I had to break it down. Yeah.
Yeah, man. So what do you think about the Double D's and Jock Straps convention that's gonna happen?
It ain't gonna last, bro. That's just gonna be a sting off away of jail time.
Well, no, they let them do it, man. Like it's like if you sometimes, man, like if you kick in the door too early,
yeah,
then everybody will scatter because everybody's watching, right? You got to let people think that it's okay because that's when sting operations work the best, right? No knock warrants. You know what I'm saying? You don't just like you don't shake the tree.
I would say like what Kuda said about next month. He said this thing might not happen. It's a possibility because they kind of scared, in a way. But I think Nate's just pushing hard.
You know what? It'll happen. I'm gonna tell you why it'll happen.
Mm-hmm.
Niggas can't turn down free shit. So if a dude say he's gonna pay for everything, and you just gotta be there, you just gotta get there, then but that probably don't mean that he's paying for shit. That probably means that they probably got some sponsorship somewhere or something like that.
Yeah.
What's up, BMT? What's up? I need to have a serious conversation. What's going on, man? The link's up there. What's going on, BMT? Dragging with you, bro.
BMT?
Yeah, he was in the chat. So yeah, need to have a serious conversation.
What's going
on, BMT? Yeah, I saw that stream you had with Leonard. I called that dude a chloroform because when he be talking, man, I'm ready to go to sleep. I saw like a snippet of that. Somebody put a snippet of it.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
Man?
What's going on, BMT?
Yeah, man. What's good with you?
Yeah, man. Can y'all hear me, bro?
Yeah, we can hear you, man. What's up?
All right. So I was sent a controversial breakthrough message from an unknown source. I mean, I'm going to release it. I'm going to have to release it. But literally, it's been about the people that have been fellowshipping on certain chats and panels. And how they joke about in the white sector about nigga babies must die, sticking their penises inside 10-year-olds.
Ooh,
it's very bad.
Damn.
Now these are people that come around that been on different channels,
right?
From the from in different talks. Now, somebody said, well, BNP, one of them, you know them. Actually, quite a few of them. So it's like, well, damn. I said, I can't lie, but then I'll be pulling a Glendon Cameron and turning a blind eye to this type of shit. I'm like, this is very bad. This is very bad because the floodgates are definitely open. So, you know, it's definitely, it's gone bad, bro. It's gone really bad. You know what I'm saying? I know one of the guys, he's already been caught up with a minor under 12. And I'm like, yo, man, like we're going to have to just start distancing ourselves from certain people. You know?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, I've already did that for like the past couple of streams and months, and then they talk about the meetup, and I did a stream. It's called American. What you call it? What I call it? What was the topic of this? American nigga factory mindset. It's that mindset. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. Dale Jones. It's the same thing in Operation. What you call it? The what it's really said, that thing, that's what divides people, and that's part of it. And what you're seeing in like I put in number 3, in denial of dereliction in the space, that shit right there. But it's beyond that. It's insurgency. He said that the last stream we did with him, and then we talk about this disaster, what I call number 2. That's what it's gonna be. And number 1, we talked about the pills, and he broke it down. People was just thinking the opposite way, but that whole movie was he was trying to explain it. It's a little bit red pill, but the blue pill, they're going backwards. They think they want this fantasy land, right? That's the blue pill mindset. And then I just kind of laughed when they took that movie and bastardized it, this space like 2.0. And I shook my head, and I did a whole piece on it before I opened the panel up. But the 4th part, I just said the praising of idols, that means the yes men. That's what we was talking about first half of the stream with Mike V. The yes men and the conservatism and all that nonsense. And then my final point I put is what the value in the system like this, and I said, or is it worth it? And I said, no, it's not worth it. It's not worth it.
To be honest with you is the opening part of the movie is very tough. Here's the thing. There are people, if we want to use these pills as a reference, there are people that are blue pill, there are people that have a potential to be red pill. There are people that take the red pill and they have an allergic reaction to the red pill, and they become what they would call purple pill. And then there's people that are red pill that are stuck in the red pill rage. There are people that are just red pill, and then you have so much other stuff. Then you have people that graduate from the red pill and they become black pill, and then they become like nihilists or amoral pragmatists or pragmatists and so forth, right? Majority of the population of people do not have the actual cognitive ability to even have the potential to become red pill. That's the one thing that we don't want to look at. So the people that have the potential to be red pill, that actually take the fucking red pill, and they have an allergic reaction to it, those are your Agent Smiths and your Cyrus or whatever, Cybers and shit, right? And the problem is that is what permeated the space. Not those people that permeated that space. The problem is that I don't know for the life of me why people, what is their need to separate, because you guys made the space, so you can just go make another one and let them have it. Scorch earth, go. You know what I mean? Like, go build something else.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, I'm on that type of time. I'm on that scorched earth type of time too. But my whole purpose was, to separate from those individuals, like me and Cerulean talked about. I said most of these dudes are, we're saying they are blue pill and ciphers, but that whole movie broke it down. Like you had some red pill in there, but it wasn't as much as you think. He was trying to balance it out. What he's trying to say, and to me, so many words. The dudes hijacked the movie and looked at it the wrong way. Because if you looked at what's it called, Cypher, he wanted the girl. What's it called? Neil took the red pill, and a lot of people didn't understand why he took the red pill. Well, he saw how reality what it is, and most of them couldn't accept it. Like you saying, like they want to go back to that Disney World like mindset. But I get it. I get it.
And that's like you said, like that's where the dereliction comes in. Like
there we go.
He took the red pill. Like here's the thing, right? But that proves the whole adage. You know what I'm saying? Women fall in love with men that are on a mission and not even worried about that. See how that works?
Yeah.
Age-old trope. That's true. If you like, most of these dudes don't understand that you find the woman that's best for you when you are walking in your truth and you're concentrating on you and basically challenging the fucking environment. When you out there actually just, I'm going out here for bitches. You're going to get bitches, but you're not going to get a female or a woman because you're not resting in your truth. Now, once you tell them that, they're not trying to hear it because they just want to do the first fact. Now, back to BNT, you still up here, bro?
Yeah, he's still up here, but I think Big J came through too.
Yeah, what's up, Jay? What's going on, Big J, man?
Oh, nothing much. I'm just watching and cut what's going on. Just
what's going on, bro? Hey, you're not going to the Double D's and Jockstrap convention?
No, fuck them.
Okay.
Let them burn in hell. That's what I gotta say.
Right. There you go.
About the Double D's and Jockstrap convention.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's all what it was. I mean, I'm glad Alonzo broke it down. I'm like, oh, that's all they're gonna talk about. And then conservatism, I just did 2 streams on it with Mike V on it, and then of course SKC was on those panels. But
these niggas ain't conservative, man. They liberal.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, conservatism is always against the idea of. It's all I tell you what. Better yet, conservatism is always against the mentality mindset, right?
Mm-hmm.
But why is it they want to be entitled to have the woman that they can't have?
Well,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, the whole entitlement mindset. So how can they accuse black women having an entitlement mindset when they are entitled? Like oh boy, the book author, old man.
Yeah, Oblivion. Yeah.
Oblivion. He out there talking about, he wants, he's 5'2", but yet he wants a dime piece.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What's so funny with that, nigga? Because you 5'2", you can't get a dime piece? What's so motherfucking funny?
What's going on, sir? Ism?
Nigga, you 6'5", niggas can't even knock a book off a bookshelf, nigga.
Hey, what's up, Ism? What's
going on, sir?
I'm just saying, what's so funny, nigga? I know niggas in my family, nigga 5'1". Nigga got bad bitches.
No, I was laughing because I know the resident authority was here.
I don't have
I think it just be the man, DeAndre. Salute to you, brother O, before I come in your show just with my bullshit.
Okay.
What's going on, Ism? It's been a while.
Good.
It's been a while.
I just fuck with y'all. Appreciate y'all.
I think me and Ism I think the last time me and Ism talked, it was we talked on Mahogany's panel, and it was about.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, me and him, we I know he's from the Gamosphere.
He calls it the Macosphere.
The Macosphere, excuse me, the Macosphere. I do apologize, Ism. And like I said, I think the thing about it is, like I said, man, I just started to detox a lot. Like I said, right now I'm dealing with this situation right now. This space has definitely co-opted into a more deviant path.
Mhm.
Yeah, where men are having to talk about consent. That was never a thing that me and any of my people ever had to sit down at a table and had consensual talks. Well, what age is consensual? Like, no, we never had that kind of conversation. We never try to play that game because when blue lights show up, they're not playing that. Well, the consensual age no, it's get your ass in the back seat. That's it.
Thank you. Yeah.
So it was never nothing of playing that game. I don't even know why people are trying to entertain that type of shit. That was never cool at all. Like, I mean, it's just one of these things. I thought this would be a good place for men to meet, whether it be somebody starting out in the 20s to men in their late years, and we could have conversations about job, about life. But hey, yeah, you had a bad path, bro. I get it. Your girl dumped you, or what I'm saying, you ain't find a job. But hey, you get back on your feet. I don't mind them pep talks, but I'm not going to sit on the panel and have some vitriol against my race, against women, against men. Like, no, nigga. Like, welcome to the real world. Like,
Right.
like, some of this shit, I don't know, man. Like, I think some people are in search for daddy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I mean by praising the idol worship early in the stream. It's like they love them as idols. Like, you had too many yes men. I told that Mike V, that's the damn problem. And then they use conservatism as a cop out, man. And it's a shame. Don't even know the history.
Now, I've been saying that for years. I've been saying that for over five years with this space.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the thing about it, and here's the reason why I don't talk about that. Like, I have my conservative belief, but y'all know my background as a family.
Right.
So when I hear how these people talk, I'm never gonna bash. I've seen how Ism talk about how he raised his children. I've seen how DeAndre talks about his boys, about certain men that take certain life choices. I got no crucifix to put any of y'all men on because it's hard enough as a black man as it is to just get what's yours. So
Right.
I ain't got no doggone lash, no wit. And I already sat on a panel with another man who was gladly to brag about calling black people the NER word. And I was like, how does that make you more of a better black man? Well, these niggas, and here they ain't never gonna be shit. So what the fuck are you in the eyes of all the other men that are not black? If you got no problem cracking the whip on your own people. And I said, you a clown. You a fucking clown. And so I always try to tell people, you get no respect running to other people, talking shit about your own people. But where the fuck you think they're talking about you when you walk outside that door? I'm just keeping it a G. I'm keeping it a G. I've been in these rooms, and they listen. Nobody likes them fucking goddamn little bigots now. And I'm just being honest. Nobody.
There's a lot of black men in whiteface.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, isn't it? Yeah, there you go.
Undercover, they won't say that, but a lot of people don't like their own brother. I think they just don't like maybe the certain the stick-up kids, the robbers, the undesirables. I don't like them kind of guys either. I think they try to lump all guys that may not be the blue-collar guy or the white-collar guy as straight thugs. Straight thugs are straight thugs. I mean, I ain't sticking nobody up just because I might not be a Republican or a Democrat and I'm a leftist, but I'm not sticking up grandmas and trying to home invade you. So don't lump all of the brothers just in that pile. You know what I'm saying? I want to see brothers win out here, man. I'm tired of brothers being unconfident too. Just because you 5'2", Muggsy Bogues made the NBA at 5'2". Can you believe it?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, 5'3", 5'2" in that
I
range.
want you
Yeah.
to be more confident, brothers. You know?
Muggsy Bogues from my high school.
Yeah, it's no excuse. I mean, he had the talent. Most of his people that size, barely be in the league, but he showed that standard. A lot of people can be what they want to be. You can't be ashamed what you if you have the talent or whatever. You got to use it. If you have it,
Webb was what, like 5'4", jumping out the gym? And shit?
Yeah, he's 5'3". No, he's 5'3". He was fast.
Whatever you got, man, you got to
But
work.
Bud Webb was dunking.
You got to work. Yeah, now Bud Webb was 5'6". You got to
6'5", 6'7" didn't make it.
Yeah, it's a bunch of those. Yeah, 6'8", 7 foot. Yeah,
but it's a vitriol. It's a vitriol that what we're seeing real time is that haterade. It's that vitriol that some people got it and some people don't. Some people could walk and be the avatar that they knew how to do the book work, but they also knew how to, they weren't afraid to walk across the street and play basketball with the other kids and go right back in there and play Nintendo. Some people got invited to the house party, to Islam's house party, while the other person, ew, no, nigga, you just too fucking weird. And then they'll say, I don't like them fucking goddamn pookie ass niggas. Like, no, you just were awkward. It is what it is, man.
Right. There you go.
You just made people feel uncomfortable. Like, I'm sorry. So just, it is what it is. Listen, I was called church boy for a while. But guess what? I said, you know what? I'm going to learn how to beat the fuck out of these drums, get into the band, go into football. And guess what? It got me into different doors. But having this vitriol, black women ain't shit. They get in the car with them dudes with the cars. Well, of course, the nigga got a fucking car. You riding on the bus, nigga. Like, I didn't make the economy. I understood. Up your game. Get a second job. Get your shit together. Like, I don't have time for this vitriol hate. Like, I don't even I'm gonna be honest. I don't even let my son listen to no content from this space because it literally is just damaging to young people. And people could say, no, BMT, that's fucked up. No, man, I wouldn't let no young brother listen to none of this shit, but it's just damaging shit, man. Like, there's no mental growth,
Yeah. Hey, man, I'm glad you said that, man, because sometimes my son will hear me talking on streams and he'll stop and he'll look at me and he'll look at like the screen and he'll just shake his head and he'll be like, and he's 17. And like, when I get off the stream, he'll come and ask me. He'll say, Dad, how old is that guy you was talking to? I said, he's 30. And he'll go in his room and say, he's like, he 30? He's like, yeah. He's like, I'm glad I ain't in America. It's been acting like that. Shut the door.
DeAndre, your son be like, hey, Dad, what are you in there doing? Are you holding a conversation? Are you playing football? Are you taking medicine? Motherfucker say football, you're moving a goalpost. Then a motherfucker will say, well, I'm red pill, I'm blue. He be like, you taking medicine, Dad? What the fuck is going on? I'm Micto. He be like, what the fuck is all of that, Dad? I
know.
Ad hominem. What is that? Hominid grits? I don't know what ad hominem is.
Homina, yo.
Yeah, man. Yeah, hey, Ism, I saw the video you did, man, with the cars, man. I was cracking the fuck up, man.
And that wasn't nothing, man. That was just.
I know, I was cracking the fuck up.
Man. Game Changer said he suspect I'm a nigga from the Bay that don't got no bitches. So I suspect he's suspect. So
of course he is. I mean, how many times, man, you going to complain about fat women?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, every day is about fat women. I don't like fat women, dude. There's something wrong with you. If that's all that tells me right then you ain't getting any.
Yeah,
that tells me right there though you ain't getting any.
I like all kind of different women.
But see, that's the thing about it. Like, if I went live and showed y'all inside the hookah lounge, them thick or big girls, they're not starving for getting play. They're not.
Facts.
They're not.
I already know that. Oh yeah.
I don't know why people be saying don't fat girls. Ain't nobody choosing them. Well,
they ain't nobody choosing them. They ain't getting no play. Bullshit. You come down here in Georgia, they get a lot of play. Stop it.
I'm just saying, them dudes who be in shape, got a nice job, be walking with them on their arm, cheating, having no problem. Y'all think, oh, well, y'all sick. No, we telling y'all that of being a man.
That's the second workout. I'm gonna give y'all the game. This is how you get buff. You wake up every morning, you get a green smoothie, you work out, you talk shit on YouTube, and then you get you a big girl and you lift her at night. That's a double workout, nigga. What's up?
Right.
Hey, I fuck with you, family. I fuck with you. Like I'm just saying, one big girl said, this to a nigga, and that shit had me dying. She said the reason why niggas come at big girls like us because they don't got the dick to handle us. And I was like, oh shit.
See, BMT, I didn't want to go there, BMT.
I didn't want to go there.
See, I be telling about the high value hockey stick. You gotta have a certain, length and girth to get behind that meat. You gotta lift that meat, nigga. Benny the butcher ain't the only butcher, nigga.
I was like, if you can't cut through the meat, I guess you just, they're like, she just fat. I don't know. You got the sword to cut through the meat, man. Like,
you don't know nothing about them hind loins, them quarters, them sirloins. You know what I mean? That rump roast. You know what I mean? Them ribs. You know what I mean? You gotta be a master. Salt Bay, fuck Salt Bay, nigga. I'll be in there cutting and cooking.
But tell me this. But tell me this as men. Since when has it been cool to shame other men about them choosing a certain particular size or type?
Thank you. It's just crazy. I mean, when I come into the spaces like that, like when does that ever happen? Like most black men historically have loved like nice size, thicker women. I hate to say that historically. I mean, when did we start shaming that and like to think like other race of men want thin women, man? Like, come on, bro. Like,
Listen, man, look,
it's crazy.
Look,
Go ahead, DeAndre.
just on GP, right? Like, okay, you don't want fat women, but last time I checked, you flying down the dirty foot. You dirty foot are us, nigga. You ain't come to Asia. Ain't nothing but skinny bitches walking around this motherfucker. The average fucking weight size is 115 pounds wet, soaking wet in some Timbs. I don't see your ass flying over here. Oh, that's
See,
right.
Andre, God has blessed me, right? I don't want to be breaking women's hips and shit, man.
Exactly.
On my second turbo, I got twin turbo. I'm like a Porsche. So you other niggas, once that second turbo kick in, DeAndre, I be breaking bitches sacrobiliacs. I don't want to be having bitches leaking around here.
Listen, no.
This colostomy bag after this.
I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna give you the game. I'm gonna have to give you the game on this. Right?
Shit.
And Ism ain't bullshit. So check this out. I get with this. I motherfucker drop off in Japan and shit. Coming through in Tokyo, chick roll up on me. We chopping it up. We go to the club. This bitch paying for every motherfucking thing. She ain't an ugly looking chick. She's pretty, but this is weird for me because bitch is coming out of her motherfucking pockets, just paying for shit, right? So I hit my man up. I'm like, yo, why is this bitch paying for shit? He said, oh man, these Asian chicks already know what it is, fam. They gotta pay for the dick. So they paying for it. She gonna pay for the hotel room and everything. I was like, all right, cool. Well, shit. I was like, take care of my partner too. Shit, we up there drinking, whatever. So we go back to the hotel, the Love Hotel and shit, where they got all of this shit going on. We get in the Love Hotel. I'm in there smashing, right? You know what I mean? We going in there. I'm 20. I'm in there, bitch, just. The bitch trying to run and shit. Sound like one of them hentais and shit, making all of these noises like I'm raping the bitch, destroying the whole shit. You know what I mean? I'm a big guy fucking walking around and shit to ruin the bitch. But then I start smelling iron, my nigga. Right? When you start smelling blood, but that iron smell, right? And I looked down on the bed, turned on the lights, nigga, and it looked like a murder scene in that bitch, nigga. Like I just destroyed this motherfucking hole, nigga. Nigga, cervix looked like it's laying on the bed, bro. Like this shit, nigga. I thought I was going to jail. This bitch up there twitching and shit, nigga. I'm like, oh shit, I'm going to jail. I killed the bitch. Like, my dick. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, how you in here? Nigga, I stole a pack of double gum. What you do? Nigga, I'm not trying to be in an Asian goddamn country locked up in the gulag somewhere, nigga. Like, it's a whole different type of situation. This bitch gets up, runs to the bathroom, right? Takes a shower, comes back, and she started apologizing to me because she couldn't handle the dick. Now, never in this whole conversation did you hear me say I paid for anything by a bitch, a stove, a bunk bed, nothing.
Right.
Nothing. Nothing. Not a motherfucking thing. Right? So, Asian bitches, they can't handle dick. Well, other than Asian dudes. They can't handle dick. They can't handle
All right, peace, BMT. Yeah.
They can't handle it. So Ism is right. He don't want to tear up no cervixes. But if you don't want a fat chick, then why ain't you talking about going to Asia?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Now you're gonna get a chick that's built like a fucking
I like all
12-year-old little
flavors,
girl.
man. You know, sometimes you want a sports car and drop the top, let the titties out. And sometimes you want to ride in a big Escalade, big Hummer. You know what I'm saying? You know it ride different, man. Sometimes you want to ride in the photo. Sometimes you want to ride in the sports coupe. I just like women that cater to me. They have a nice attitude. They smell nice. Because if she got a bad attitude, that kind of turns me off. You know, I know you young dudes, y'all just want to, you know, hammer anything. But me, I need an attitude to be right. I need her to smell right. You know, I think I got kind of picky. I can walk away. Younger dudes, you know, I know you got to get your freak on, but, you know, if she ain't right, I'll be like, well, fuck the bitch then. You know, I don't give a damn. I'll walk away.
Hey, man.
I need her to cater to me, man, period.
Look, man, look, these young niggas, they got Honda Civic dick, right? They got to hit the road and get their miles per hour down. When you get older, you know you have options. It's quality over quantity of all of that bullshit. Because a bitch with a bad attitude will ruin your life. And you'll be sitting up on YouTube crying, "Fuck these bitches." Fuck these bitches. Like, you know what, man? Now that I think about it, man, like pretty much most of the chicks that I ever dealt with, except for maybe like 3 of them on my fingers, man, I don't have a problem with them. Like, I'm friends with them still on Facebook. They done moved on with their life and shit. We cool. We see each other. It is what it is, man. Like,
yeah. Half the shit is good attitude and a plate of food. Women, good attitude and a plate of food. You halfway got the man right there. But brothers, when the women be coming at you, what you gotta do, what you need, what you gonna have to pay, and they don't like this, they don't like that. Hey, the woman that's for you, she'll change for you. If you say you don't like that or this and that, and she adjusts, you might not eat pork. She'll stop eating pork for you, and she'll be like, but I still need a sausage every now and then. Can I have a sausage every now and then? Man, that's a big goal from a woman that eat pork all the time. She changing her whole life for you. You get what I'm saying? She doing things the way you do it. No, baby, I like my dishes washed after we eat. I don't like them to sit in those little things may sound like nothing to you, but sometimes, man, that means a lot when you having your daily life, man. You know?
But you also, you gotta, like you said, Ism, you gotta be able to set the motherfucking environment first. You can't be demanding shit, not motherfucking set the fucking environment, nigga, with action.
Say it one more time. MOT a pull up, nigga, right now and whap and tap on your head. Say environment. You say one more syllables.
Environment, man. You got, listen,
Track
man.
record, environment, and outcomes.
Like, nigga, you have to, like, it's environment, man. Men challenge the environment, women nest and set environment in which you challenge, man. Once you conquer the environment and set it, she's gonna kind of come and nest. You know what these dudes
Trinity,
never
Trinity, pull on up here, baby. Let me knock you off, baby. You've been doing a lot of screaming. You've been doing a lot of hollering. You understand me? Talking out of turn. You dig? Pulling up here with them Chester drawers. That don't impress me, baby. You know, I need to know where your mind at, Miss Trinity. I know you be doing some traveling, baby, but I'm gonna do some time traveling, baby. I'm gonna put you in that right space. You understand me? Yeah. I'm gonna put you in that right space, baby. Yeah, that's where you need to be with Uncle Ism, baby. You know what I mean? Kicking on back. You know what I mean? I don't hear arguing with these men, you know, going back and forth, congregating, bloviating, explicating. Come on and sit on down, baby. Come on home. You understand me?
All right, Big J.
I'm right here.
All right, Big J.
Yeah. Hey, Big J left. We ain't arguing with no women. If we start arguing with women, Big J gonna come up here and start arguing. You talking about the women? You never said shit. But see, we talking smooth. Big J was like, damn, this conversation too smooth. I can't argue with nobody. You know, you bitch ass nigga. You know what I mean? You
all right, now.
Bitch ass nigga. I mean, I'm just fucking with you. These are jokes.
Hey, Ism, you know old girl that came when we was over on Shayla E panel, right?
Oh yeah. I remember.
No,
yeah.
Now I do remember you saying that she was saying to you that she was married, right?
I believe so.
Okay. Okay, so I'm up there talking the next time I'm having a conversation, and she comes up there and says that her ex-husband we was talking about some child support shit. And she came in on the back end of the conversation, not knowing what the fuck she was talking about. Come in there like, y'all always talking about child. I was like, yo, who are you talking to? She did the same shit this time. Sheila kicked off the panel. But then she started talking about it. So I did my stream when I was talking about the, where child support started from. Doesn't, it's a government thing, all that stuff, right? She gets in the chat, man, and I looked at my chat, and this bitch put down a whole, this lady put down a whole damn dissertation about her life. And I was like, you need some dick. And you need to find some dick quick to calm your ass down. You were in cuffing season withdrawal. What, why are you so high strung? Right? What's wrong with you? Like who?
You talking about Trinity?
No, not Trinity. I'm talking about other shit. What's her name?
Kaji Malik.
Trinity
Yeah.
bad at niggas. She be roasting, cussing niggas out and shit. I be like, Trinity, check this out, baby. You need to come on home, baby. Hey, baby. Trinity, you ever tried that oil? I got some of that oil. Not the regular oil, the extra virgin olive oil, baby. The olive oil. We can do some rubbing, you know what I mean? Some tantric sex, baby. Let's talk to each other. Let's think about it. Let's get in the rhythm of the vibration, baby. The effervescence of the game. You know what I mean? Baby, we can do some beautiful things together, baby. We can get the rhythm and we can get the vibration. And then we get the vibration, we get the rhythm, vibration. Then that's called reverberation, baby. That's all you got to do. Come on home. Choose. Uncle Ism is here.
See, Ism used to get a lot of bricks thrown through his window. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I can tell you.
Everybody get silent when I talk about Trinity. Y'all niggas scared. She'll pull up on us.
No. She pulled up on me before when Cerulli. I ain't scared. I've been on panels with her.
Trinity be going off. Everybody got quiet. I got talking about Trinity. Niggas was like,
No, she's cool with me.
Hey, man.
You talk to her a certain way, yeah. You talk to her, she'll be all right.
Man, Trinity's Trinity, man. We just better,
Yeah, put Cerulean on the panel. She'll come.
See, me and Trinity both high yellow. See, we might not work out. See, two yellow motherfuckers. See, if you was a dark skinned nigga, see, y'all don't understand the game. See, if you was a dark skinned nigga, then you could knock off Trinity because she love, the opposite. See, I'm an old yellow nigga. Trinity a yellow chick. We gonna be arguing for the mic. She gotta understand that I'm Michael Jackson. She Tito. I'm Mahomes. Okay, I'm Brady. I'm the quarterback. See, I'm flea flicking in quarterback. You gonna have to, you understand me run the play that I say. See, but you dudes gonna let Trinity run you, and that's why y'all never win. But if you a chocolate player or maybe caramel brown player and you cold with your shit, you can knock off Trinity. You just gotta be cold with your shit, cause she just be testing you big head niggas for the emergency broadcast macking. If this was an actual emergency, you would have been notified.
Hey, man.
Let me stop.
Hey, listen. Hey, man. My Mac days is in the corner. It's like,
I done told you, DeAndre. Look, what did I tell you? She know I'm right.
Man, you ain't saying nothing that I don't already know.
Shout out to Max Cerulean. You understand me? See, I'm not a hater. Max Cerulean, knock her off, man. Yeah, put it in check, man. Tame your woman. Trinity tame time travels. Cerulean, the Mac.
I had to try to tell Shaka News, say, why she doing your chat? Cerulean. I had to give him that email message. I said, Cerulean, I said, back off.
No, go ahead, man. Shit, man.
The Lord of MacTow tried to tell me what to do.
See, now what to be wrong for you players is to start hating. See, that's why you kick back and let the women choose. See, she just said Cerulean who she want. You dig what I'm saying? Yeah, just like Miss Indian. She in the chat. She already know. See, Miss Indian is brown skin. Can you pull her up, brother, sir?
Yeah.
See, and see my colorism. See, now she gonna fall in love with me. I'm telling you, man, I'm giving you the game. What's wrong with you niggas, man? Quit trying to get women your same color. Don't you know you're gonna be in a battle? Man, get you a woman that's 8 times uglier than you. You gonna be the man. Not talking about you, Indian. But you understand what I'm just saying? Not about you, Miss Indian. But these dudes be trying to get women that look too good. She don't want you, man. She don't want you.
Hey,
brother.
man. Listen, man.
You, man.
Like, niggas don't. Look, man, even rich motherfuckers don't drive a Ferrari all day, every day, man.
Right.
Look, man. Look, man. Like, a motherfucker would rather drive a goddamn Bentley all day, every day.
You see Bill Gates' wife? They're not dimes.
What you mean his ex-wife?
Well, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, Trinity gonna be trying to grab the mic. I need Trinity to play the tambourine. She need to be in the back playing the drums. But see, Cerulean, she gonna be like, yes, Cerulean. So let Cerulean have her. You get what I'm saying? But what you do is you go to the party with Cerulean and Trinity, and you pull up, and Trinity gonna be like, I got somebody for you. This motherfucker ism, girl. Here you go. And you just wait your turn, man, and you get some of the runoff. See, we always can't be fighting for the same woman and hating and backbiting. Wait your turn, player. Quit pillow talking with the women.
Okay, whispering in the ear.
Yeah. Oh, you know Cerulean got another girl, so you should be with me. Stop hating, man. Just pull up at the party with Cerulean and get the runoff, nigga. You don't hate, man. What's wrong with you, nigga? I thought this was the black manosphere. This is the hater sphere. But not over here. This is the sir. Oh, how you say? Oh, bad die you. Oh, bad die you.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, man. So, Sir Ism, are you going to have a convention for the macrosphere, man?
Yeah, man. Anytime, man. Y'all can pull up, man.
Oh, no, I mean,
but you niggas gonna have to show up, man. You got to show your face. Now, you can't be pulling up, nigga. You got to show your stinking face, nigga. Don't be coming over here, nigga, looking all tore up, nigga. Can you imagine? You know what I mean? Some of these niggas, they gonna be pulling up. Gonna be like, damn, that's what that nigga look like.
Well, I actually, see, I show my face on my streams and shit.
Right.
Yeah, I do self-watch and show myself. Yeah.
Had my shit looking crispy in the game.
You have to.
There you go, player. Yeah, man, how you shit looking crispy? Because some dudes be crying about women, and I look at them on the space. I be like, bro, start with a haircut. That's why women don't like you. Are you shooting out your league? You getting a woman that look at you like a lick. But your whole thing is, I have a pretty woman. But if she don't like you, it don't matter. That's not a pretty woman. That's a pretty woman that's abusing you. Get you a cool looking woman that treats you like a king. That's a bad bitch.
You right about that, man.
Come on, man. And if your pretty woman treats you like a king, but pretty is in the eye of beholder. My 4 might be your 7. And then she cook, clean, and cater to you. That's a dime. That's a 9. What's the problem? See, brothers care about what other people think. You should be the only one that care. You the only judge in the contest. Fuck these niggas. Nigga, that's my blue ribbon bitch, nigga. I'm the only one call this bitch a bitch. Blue ribbon, nigga. Standing ovation. For your woman. You get what I'm saying? Fuck what I think. A Big J, a Cerulean, or whoever. It's who you are. Who you are as a man. That's who you want.
Even yours truly on the panel as a host.
There you go.
Yeah.
Sir O got his flavor, you know. Shit, Sir O like 7'2". He gonna need a tall broad. All 5'9s and overs. I'm gonna holler at Sir O. I'm gonna hook you up, baby. You got to be tall now, baby. You put them heels on now. Uncle Ism is a lumberjack. I'll chop you down.
Got that. She need them. Got that giraffe bitch. Hey, man.
Yeah.
Giraffe bitch. Got look. You know what I'm saying? Show you stinking faces, man. No, they good in the game, man. You down there, man. Oh man, but Cooter was live talking about something, man. Like,
he was talking about KS. I didn't want to hear that shit.
Oh no, man.
Yeah, I don't want to hear that bullshit. Yeah, I mean, much love to bro Cooter though. I mean, I try to tell him just stick to your podcasting, your music, man. I try to tell you, the talent is there, man. Just leave that.
Just leave them niggas alone. Listen, okay.
Just tell them like I told you about Cerulean. Just leave them niggas alone. Let them hang themselves, man.
And you know what? Here's the one, right? So, you know, like there was the old chair called stoves and bunk beds. We're going to call it double D's and jock straps.
Right.
D's and jock straps. These Eddie Winslow niggas.
Right.
You know,
it's too late. I try to tell them you can't save them, bro.
Niggas over here going to a whole damn convention hollering at Murder Worker. Nigga, what the fuck? Nigga over there trying to deal with the new members of Shalimar and shit. You know what I'm saying? Over here with, trying to holler at Boy George.
Yeah. Right.
Like, man, look. Nigga, what are you going to have a convention about?
I mean, they talk about women and conservatism. I just shake my head. I'm like, what's the fuck?
That's not even conservative sitting up there talking about women all day.
Exactly. And I was looking at Alonzo. I said, they talking about that, the same old shit they talk about in their spaces. Golly.
Nigga, we gonna come to a convention and we gonna sit there. Yo, you know what that shit's gonna be, man? Like that shit gonna be that's some PUA shit, man.
Yeah.
Come to this convention so you can get gay.
But Theo is paying for the whole thing. And now I understand he's showing them love, but damn, the whole thing. And it's just like you said, that free shit. I understand the free shit, you know.
Ism. I think Ism need to roll down there with a truck full of nice, thickly, presently plump women. You know what I'm saying? Look. Only thing you got to do is roll up there with a bunch of women with some plates of food because you're going down to Georgia, right? And start having them niggas taking shots of tequila and shit. Them girls gonna go from 190 down to motherfucking 105. You know what I'm saying? They'll go down to 190 to 105, bro.
Right. Yeah, man. Like when Alonzo told me that on Kuda's panel the other day, like 2 days today's Saturday over here. I know it was Friday wherever y'all are on the West Coast, but yeah, man, it's the same old shit. It's the same old shit. Same old shit. And I tried to tell Kuda, I don't want to hear about no suspicious Samuel. Shout out to Cerulean with that name. So he is suspicious, man. I'm sorry. I can't take dude seriously, but I understand, you know, because people love him. Like I said, that idol, man, they love him. They love him, man.
Shout out to the FBIs and the CIAs.
Yeah. About his show the other night. That's what he talked about. That's what you saw. And I said, yeah, I didn't want to. I was in the chat, but I wasn't paying attention. You know, I was looking at other things too. So yeah, man. But I was on his stream with the red flags. I said, yeah. And I was on Rashawn's stream and we talked and build, and he was over there too. He stopped by. So, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that stream that when the general and Kuda told me, yeah, they comrades, but him and Cerulean, that was light. But we talked afterwards, me and Cerulean, after that 9-hour stream. Because if you watch that stream replay, right? After that, it stopped right there and we was on the panel. Like it was off air. So we was talking. Talk about the whole history and, you know, talk about a little bit of Grinch and everybody and, you know, the ladies. And he was trying to tell me, you know, just watch out for their asses. I said, yeah, I know. You know,
you gotta watch out.
He saw Trinity up here. I said, I get it, you know, but that's, you know, hey, but that's his thing. I didn't get involved in it, but I said, hey, he had to do his thing. So, you know, and she did good. She did good. That was the second time I've been on the panel, but it was my panel hosting. The first time was over at Auntie's. Now she did act a fool. I kind of fall back, but then the second time she did very good on my panel. I said, oh, I got a little power here, but I said, oh, she loves Cerulean. I get it. Oh, okay. And I didn't get mad. I was happy. I was like, thank you.
No. it's environment, man. Like
Right.
like we pretty laid back and chill, and then if there's any disagreements, the disagreements usually come on the subject matter. You know what I mean? Unless, and even when you do have someone like SKC, it stays on the subject matter. Like it's not like it doesn't devolve into nothing unless Cerulean's trolling.
Cerulean is just being Cerulean. I understand why he does SKC, but SKC be asking for it now. When
I know, right?
If Cerulean ain't up here, SKC is just gonna have a field day. I just know.
Yeah, that's why you got. You know what I mean?
But he don't do that with me because I just walk him down. But when Cerulean's up here, it's a different reaction. I said, okay. I find your weakness. Okay. I get it. No, I get it.
Everybody's got somebody, man. Like, you know what I mean? Where it's just bad matchups. You know, styles make fights, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like Frazier was just a bad matchup for Ali. Ali was just a bad matchup for Foreman. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just styles make fights, man. Like, it's just one of them things, man. What's old dude? Jackson. Remember Jackson, the dude who used to fight from Jamaica?
Right.
He used to be knocking motherfuckers out. And there was that one linky guy, I think he got paralyzed or something. He finally died like a couple years ago. He would always knock Jackson out. Like it was just something about that dude. Jackson could never beat him.
Mm-hmm.
There was something about that dude. What was Vernon Forrest versus Sugar Shane?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, Vernon Forrest was okay as a fighter, but he used to give Sugar Shane fits.
Yeah.
B-Hop and
rest in peace to Vernon Forrest. He's from here.
Yeah.
He's from Georgia.
Yeah. Vernon Forrest, man. Like remember Tito, right?
Oh yeah.
Versus B-Hop.
Yeah, Tito Ruiz. Yeah.
I ain't never see fucking Tito get beat up like that, man.
Yeah, he was a weak heavyweight. Yeah.
Yeah, no, not the heavyweight. No, I'm like Bernard Hopkins versus I think it was middleweight. He was from Puerto Rico, Tito and shit.
Oh, that Tito. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. Nigga, I ain't never seen motherfucking him get beat up like that, man.
Are you talking about is it the Trinidadian?
Yeah.
Tito, Fernandez or something like. Yeah, I remember. I used to like him and what you call Bernard Hopkins, but Bernard Hopkins, he beat the brakes off him. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but that's when Roy Jones was in his prime, but he met Tarver and Tarver tapped that jaw.
Yeah. But you gotta remember, Roy Jones have a weak chin, even though he can dance around, he's elusive, but you hit that chin, it's over. You know, Hopkins got him in his 40s and got him. Got him back. I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Oh, CRF. Yo, man, the brother's cool as hell, man. CRF.
What's going on, bro?
We was on this podcast. Man, I've been busy, bro. Man, I was supposed to hit him back because we were supposed to do something. I think like in 18. I could never get back to him. My bad, bro. Man, I've been busy, man. I've been finishing up all these damn projects.
Yeah, you got to, man. You're a busy man, and that's the way it's supposed to be. But yeah, man, like, I mean, damn, it's been 7 hours on this joint. I mean, I got everything jotted down early in the stream, got it out. But the next Friday, the FSM is gonna be different. I'm gonna be talking about something totally different. Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. I ain't worried about that meetup, and I try to tell them, God bless them, man. I'm like, hey, do your thing.
Like, look, they did it before. I remember it was done like, but I think they did it 2 years ago, like right before, like. But I think they did that like that's when C Boogie shit was popping because he went to go down to see Kevin. I remember that. That was when C Boogie and Oblivion and Donovan Sharp started beefing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's when Donovan Sharp used that to exit space.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went over to the white boys. Like that was his excuse to go over to the white boys. Like fully be over there with the white boys. You know, man. But yeah, man.
He's a holler when you're ready. I'll put it on the screen.
Okay. Yeah, man. I hit you up, man. You know what I'm saying? This is busy, man. Just fucking filming and doing all of this shit, man. Just busy. I'm downloading fucking 4K
I'm glad I
files.
met the infamous Malik X. I seen him over at BGS. I said, yeah, he came on the panel. This new brother up here, Eric Melendez. They came from that wrestling sector and told me about the racism over there. I told him, no, you good over here. They scared of me over here. I chop heads off over here. I don't play that. I just let them be them, but I'm familiar with that sector. They worse than the roast sector. Yeah, they 10 times worse. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I try to tell Malik, just be careful, man. Don't just cut your ties with them, and that's cool. You can't make no white friends on here. Nah, they on their little shit. I studied YouTube years ago. They was always like that. That's why Google had to clamp down on them, and that's why you see them getting knocked off before you send me that information. Oh, they've been doing that. Now it's getting worse. So the nigga, which side you gonna go on? You gonna go on Joe Biden's side, or you gonna be on the chopping block? Them niggas gonna fold, man. No, them niggas gonna fold. I just know it. Some of them gonna
Fold
be
up like tissue paper.
yeah, they're gonna be telling, and I already know who's gonna be hardcore, go down hard. Then followers is only good for the next man. I have that feeling. I'm just gonna be quiet. I'm gonna say, hey, don't tell me I didn't warn you.
Oh yeah. I'm like, that was just, that was given to you and certain people. So, because y'all good brothers, and and y'all ain't about the foolishness, rest of them, let it be what it is.
They done, and I know they being marked, and Google's watching them, and they be in their chats, and they say Google's tired about my comment. Well, they've been watching you for a while, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I never had that issue, not in my chat, not in the history of starting this, and then just let you know. See, they know my content. If I'm not talking about women 95% of the time, you're good, because if you do, they're gonna get you. It's just common sense. Why you think Senji don't come over here? Because I ain't got time for her mouth. I mean, she may be a cool, decent person, but I'm not trying to holler at that. But I understand why she said what she says, and she has the right to criticize. Look, y'all fucking up.
Yeah, it's every which way around, man. But hey, at the end of the day, it is what it is. They'll figure it out, man.
All right, peace, bro. You can come back anytime. Yeah.
All right, later, guys.
All right.
Yeah, that's a cool dude. Yeah. I subscribe to him. I'm gonna check out his stuff.
All right, sir. Oh, peace to you, man. Peace to the
All
panel.
right,
deuces.
You striking up the stream, lady, sir? Is it?
In the morning, man. I'm gonna give me some rest. I'm trying to get up early and start doing streams, man.
Oh, what time is it for you, man?
10 o'clock West Coast, 11 o'clock, somewhere in there. I'm trying to start doing streams.
Oh, it's 4 over here, so it'll be like 1. You're 1.
1 in the morning for you. Okay.
Yeah.
They fool me sometimes. These motherfuckers up in here, man. It's crazy space, man. So I'm just learning. Start sticking to yourself and go on very few panels and stick to yourself, because people say this about you, say that about you, and they don't even know you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Right.
Doing your thing, players.
Yeah.
Sir,
salute to y'all.
All right, salute.
All right, sir. Oh, salute.
Yeah, man. I put this on my heavy hitters list because I saw.
Man, you gonna run out of lists, bro. You gonna run out of lists.
I know.
I'm like, lately, man. All of your streams have been hitting, bro. You've been having people just stop through, man.
Yeah, I had Big J on here. I had to put him on the heavy hitters list, man. I mean, I'm shocked, because I'll be in his streams in the chat, be listening to what he's saying, hit rant and rave. Because I don't care. I don't think he cares about the alphabet women. I mean, he's learning, because I know deep down they ain't gonna last long. He sees it too. Like he's a smart dude. I know he knows better than that. Because Cerulean's getting in his head, man. He's getting in his head, man. It's just what it is. It's just I don't know what Cerulean got on you niggas. I am dying, man. I don't mess with a guy like that has a background. I mean, shouts up to the bro, but damn, these niggas are shook. I mean, y'all don't even have to be here. It's bad they don't like me, but when they come on the panels, they scared to come on. I'm like, I ain't gonna bite.
So you hanging with them niggas.
Them niggas.
You have inside information. He's dangerous.
All I said, so KS is advocating for men being with other men. So now we see that what this thing has always been about. Exactly. Yeah, that's his thing, man. He ain't hiding it. I mean, look, he came to an area, a territory, and they co-signed it. I mean, you have a right to say that, but I don't really care for the man. That's him.
Listen, man, double D's and jock straps.
Right.
That's all you gotta know. Double D's and jock straps. Double D's and jock straps. Double D's and jock straps. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't gonna run out of lists because I have a few lists on certain things, because I could talk about different things prior to this. This is not.
Yeah, double D's and jock straps.
Yeah, man.
Man, it's more important shit going on in the world.
Yeah. The only list I would probably stick with is I want to try to do some Tuesday and Monday streams, but I don't know what to talk about. I just got to come up with a different name. You know what I mean?
I was like, no, man. Usually, man. Usually, I look at the news, man. I just look at the news and whatever I'm interested in, and I look at, hold on, a daycare owner who hid 26 kids behind a false wall in her basement was sentenced to 6 years in prison. That's all this white bitch got? That's all she got?
Oh man. Yeah, man. I read articles. That's easy too. But I said, Mike, what we saw about that non-Chester when we start to name it, I said, yeah, man, like it's for real. And I'm glad that the list is complete. I talked to what I talked about. Me and Sarun talk about the Matrix, to understand it. He gets tired of that too. Same here, but I understand the philosophy, but niggas abuse it. But that's what they're gonna do. I know how niggas think. Oh, I red pill all day. But it's got a blue pill mindset. But I don't blame him. He can't help it. He can't help it. With that last part, that idols, that what you call it, that yes man shit, me and Namer agreed on that. He said sycophants. Yeah, right there. I see it a lot on BGS. I'm like, me and Nino talked about it over at Rashawn. Yeah. It's sad about truth, man. Young man. And BMT said the same thing this morning and tonight. Shit. But I get where BMT's coming from. Yeah, I just recently subscribed to him. Now I said, yeah, he's got a good channel. I got to catch up with him and Cerulean on their little tape. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta watch their little stuff on the downtime, but this one's gonna be all right here. Yeah. Cause I got what you call it, the response. I'm gonna respond to my probably myself live streams where I talk about, or probably a few of these streams on name it something and correlate it what I was talking about. Yeah. Yeah, but the America nigga factory mindset. That's all it is. That's all it is. And I understand why it's nigga mindset. I love being a nigga all day. Okay, nigga. Okay. But I'm not even mad anymore, because at least SKC shows his hand, and I understand where he's coming from. But these dudes, man, them followers, I just gotta okay. And it's a day-to-day fight, and like I said, is it worth it? And I said, no. You can't put that burden on your back. And I agree with SKC. Yeah, you just can't. It's a small unity thing. It's not a big community thing. I try to tell Sheila, you can try that for years. I tried that for decades on this internet shit. And I had to cut my ties with certain niggas. I said, scorch earth. And then I had to, you had to get out of there. I get it, man. I get it. I know. I get what Cerulean's coming. Yeah, but I said, Cerulean, you need a small unity. These niggas ain't gonna get it. Just stop talking to them. I tried to stop talking to these dumb niggas. But yeah, man, I'm on that type of time. It's not about if y'all co-sign it, that's your thing. If you like that, hey. I'm not in it. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that stream you did, I gotta watch that replay when you talked about the AIG and then Cerulean like that. Yeah, you want to get rid of that? Get rid of AIG. Yeah.
Yeah.
So true. So true. I was thinking about that years ago. I said, yeah, they are on that tip. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, Neighbor said something about fascism. I've never really thought who created it. Yeah, that is a strong ideology, but people are not smart about that. That's too easy to break down, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, your kids probably learn something about this space, but I hope they don't get caught up in it. I mean, like if they smart, I know they smart. I know they smart, but they gonna be like, damn, these niggas is dumb. Yep. They better not bump into me. I try to tell them that, but hey, your father done told you, look, these niggas is where they at. They ain't gonna exist. It's always a pattern, you know. If this country does live long enough, I'm just saying, you know, yeah. I was talking about that earlier with Malik. I said, yeah, Malik, if that ever happens, these niggas ain't ready. Them white boys ain't ready. They just ain't. They just ain't.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. It's.
I was thinking about what the general said. Yeah, man, the chaos, man. But hey, you know, you just gotta be smart out here, man.
Yeah, that's all it is, man.
Yeah. It took me months to understand, you know, the fallout. And I agree with Cerulean and say, yeah, if you ain't got a fallout, he's trying to tell this to David, you're just a fucking follower. He said that on Sheila's. I started dying, boy.
Yeah, man. Exactly, man. Yo, I'm gonna jump off of here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because I gotta go run do some shit, man.
I gotta shut this shit down too. Yeah, it's been 7
I
hours.
want to stop.
Yeah, I gotta shut.
With you,
Yeah, man. Yeah, because I'm looking at my boy Juan G Skywatch, and I'm gonna say what's up to the boy. Yeah.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? But earlier, man, I had to be in the clouds, man. The boys came out.
Oh yeah.
Niggas double 9/11, like nigga, you late, nigga. Truth, nigga.
Malik, you late, man. I understand. You need to catch up. Yeah, everybody know about the David Icke. I said, yeah, you late on that, bro. I didn't want to bully the dude, but you know, but hey, but at least he got his one thing I like about him, at least he got his mic game. He know his shit too. I was like, okay, I like brothers like that.
But I'm like this, man. I'm like the truthing community got ran out of fucking YouTube for a reason, bro. Like truthers don't say that they truthers. They just have conversation and they speaking like code, man.
And speech patterns. I try to tell them, yeah, just be careful. You know, just keep it underground. You know, just speak cryptic. You know.
Yeah, not everybody needs to know the truth, man. Jesus, like
because they too dumb. They gonna kill themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Like you gotta just chill the fuck out.
All right, CFRTV. Yeah.
Yo, man, I'm gonna get out of here. Yo, appreciate you, man. You know,
as always, man. You always, it's always love over here, bro.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying?
A shout out to everybody that came through. Ism, BMT, and everybody else. But yeah, this has been a good stream, and we talked about the American nigga factory mindset, man. Shout out to everybody. Yeah, Trinity, CFDR, India, yeah, Ism again, Anti, DeAndre, Degenerate, my man, what you call it, Eric. You know, he's known as Goatee Huggins down here. Yeah, shouts out to these brothers like UD, Frank, all that camera, everybody nicer. Rashawn, Misha. Yeah, everybody came through. Toya, the ultimate tutorer. Come through. And Nino. Yeah, Bruce Almighty. Keep it techy. Shouts out to you, brother. Complex. Yeah, Bruce Almighty. Pastor $40 on the panel. Shouts out to you, bro, man. Like, yeah, this is, you know, RPA. All you people that came through, man. I mean, this has been a hell of a Friday special madness to the Saturday morning. I gotta get the fuck up out of here. Peace.